Do you have anything to add to this?
Style.
Style. One word. Style.
I think it
That's all
speaks
it
for
takes,
itself.
baby.
That's
Okay.
what mid lane's about. Mid lane's about style. That's why every mid laner who plays it, they play it because they want to style on some dude, and they got style.
The one thing that's weird about it is that Miracle has a couple more of those like standout moments where he had the enemy team in the palm of his hand.
Literally outplayed 5 guys.
Yes.
I think that's what it is, yeah.
The reaction time was all about Miracle, the bar shot from Kaka. It'll connect, follow up Fidget, but KP, he'll get the sun up the map side, towards the middle of the field, Darts here, coded off, Miracle, the echoes left there from GH on the Omni side, and damage output too big with the side, SDC is gone for 2 minutes.
That's what gives him the most credit,
Yes.
is that he was like the individual. And the Buds were there like helping him out, but Thompson was more of like a gelled into the team thing, I think. Like
Yeah, I
they played a
think
lot
you're right.
around him and you saw the success together as a unit. When we think of Miracle, you think of just like some giant like, 25-0-7.
Can you think of a play or a moment each?
Ну что ж, всем привет, пацаны. Сейчас посмотрим стату, там мало вышек у Ами вышло. По-моему, 7 вышек, но зато меньше смертей и крипов, я не знаю. Посмотрим.
As far as Miracle goes, there are too many highlights to think of just one.
Okay.
That's the entire half of YouTube's video list is just
True.
Miracle highlights.
Even
So,
now, it's all just Miracle
true.
highlights. Yeah.
That's
well
what
done.
half the Dota audience is still watching.
Miracle
TI
highlights.
ended, they started loading up the Miracle 2016 highlight reel.
Miracle highlights and tops and builds. That's what people want. All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. That was mid.
Well, don't go uploading, and searching for those highlight reels just yet. TI is still going. There's still space for some new mid laners to carve their name in that Aegis, and of course some moments for themselves as well. But that was our casters talking about who the pro players had voted as the best or most memorable mid laners. Do we have any differing opinions on the panel about it?
I mean, Miracle has been such an iconic mid player. It's kind of hard to go against him.
Yeah, those are pretty good ones.
Yeah, I mean,
I have a
Miracle top-
biased one.
Okay.
Of course, I want to say SCA mid.
You can still do it, Winter.
Nah, but they're totally spot on. Both of them, like Thompson and Miracle, they definitely change a lot of players' mindset in the mid lane. How you're supposed to play, how you're supposed to lane, what items are you going to go, how are you rotating. They definitely started a totally different trend.
Yeah, and now we see, mid lane, just exactly how it is played out, how much more support is given around it, what the teams like to do. It's very indicative of their playstyle as well, and two teams that have extremely unique playstyles or hero pools are the two that we're going to see next. We have BB Team up against Heroic, and I mean Heroic coming out with these Pudges. Obviously, they also love their clockwork. We've seen them with the off-lane Phoenix too. It just feels like you can never put this team in a box. They always go above and beyond expectations in any regard.
Yeah, to me, this is the most fun team to watch of the tournament, and it's not just because they pick Pudge. It's because they create so much chaos in a game that they make their opponents, no matter how skilled, they will make their opponents make mistakes. And Dota, where there are no mistakes, is boring. You just see objective to objective, and the game ends. This is why TI is so great. You have the pressure, you have mistakes, you have a team that's willing to create these mistakes.
7
And then
вышек.
you
Ну,
get
7
these
вышек это
long
не
games,
12.
opportunities for really cool plays to happen. And it just seems to happen every game with Heroic.
Every single time. Game that they played yesterday against Tundra, if you gave their draft this Pudge, Shadow Demon, Broodmother, Tusk, and Phoenix to, I think, any other team, I don't think they would be able to win that game, because this is not like a super strong draft. It's just that it suits Heroic's playstyle. They know how to utilize these heroes. This is pretty much their classic heroes as well. We're talking about Tusk, we're talking about, Shadow Demon on KJ as well. Support duo has been really the shining stars of the team, but I also got to talk about Yuma. This guy has been amazing throughout the whole tournament. I don't think he had a single bad game.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say. We're seeing him step up in every regard when it comes to it. Is he going to be able to step up when it comes to the side of BB Team? They're drafting a lot more stable in what we see for their supports. I mean, that Hoodwink getting picked up 10 times. And it just feels like there is the big difference in what they want to do for stability in finding success.
Понятно,
Yeah, the
всё-таки.
dynamic is definitely going to be interesting between the two teams, where one team is just trying to make everything chaotic, whereas BB Team, I think they have to try their best to ignore that the other side, what they're doing. They have to focus on what they are doing and just make sure that, oh no, we see a random Schofield walking around, should we kill him? Those thoughts should be blocked out and just focus on our objective. Are we getting the Tormentors? Are you going for Roshan? Are you getting a tower? Don't just go after Schofield every time you see him doing something silly in the game.
I will say for BB team though, the one word I would use to describe this team, even if they have just lost the series, is confident. And I think that that is what could potentially break the chaos of Heroic. As much as I love the chaos, I think the BB team could be so confident that they're just not swayed by the Schofields running around. They find the answer to the Broodmother coming out mid, or they just ignore it and let it exist.
I didn't think I was gonna say this ever, but you know who's the stabilizing factor in BB team?
Is it Pure?
No, it is GPK. Like, this guy has had tremendous year. Like, maybe before a couple of years back, you know, he would be on the flip coin side, but I don't remember last time this guy did something that was like game throwing or anything. Like, in most of their games that they played, he's the most stable. He's the one leading the charge in a game where they're losing 5,000-10,000 gold behind. He is ready to pull it back with his puck performances. This guy has a massive hero pool, plays those heroes to extreme, and always fun to see. Like, this guy has some really nice moves. One of the most talented mid laners we still have.
I feel like he changed a lot after the break where they were trying out Kiyotaka. And then
Right, it was that swap.
It was during that swap, and then when he came
He
back,
got angry. He came back and he's like...
a vengeance.
Yeah.
He had something to prove, and I know that they've still got a lot to prove when it comes to being on this TI stage. So let's bring him out.
Давайте, через ББ.
Game number 3 seems to be where this team loves to go, making their series so far on the TI main stage go the distance. They have been one of the most entertaining teams that we've gotten to see when it comes to gameplay and execution. But someone else that loves to bring some chaos and some energy is, of course, their opponents.
Wisely and crush those responsible. Heroic! Choose wisely.
These 5 players are striving for their best result at an international, not just personally, but for the South American region as well. Top 6 is where they currently sit after this best of 3. If they can get a win, a top 4, that is the best we've ever seen from these players and from that region. A lot is on the line for them, a lower bracket run. It's definitely possible. They showed up yesterday. They can definitely show up again today, Lacoste.
Oh, they definitely can. This is a team that is super explosive, and when we talk about South America, Tundra Awaken, they did reach that 5th, 6th place at the TI 11, and the 7th, 8th place Beast Coast, Heroic, TI 13, and Beast Coast and Infamous during TI 9 and TI 11. So for the region, this is pretty massive. Having a team that is doing so good at the TI main stage is just pretty impressive, and doesn't seem like they want to stop. I also think that this matchup might be a bit of a different one for BB team, because I mean, they did meet a couple of times throughout this year. BB team did win every single time, but I think Heroic powered up. This is the team that learns a lot from their mistakes after the loss that they did have earlier, and all I'm seeing is a completely different mentality and a completely different playstyle than any other team that we still have left at TI.
Yeah, so for these players, you know, their best results at previous TIs as well, but also how many they've been to. So quite a lot of them playing at 4 TIs, including this one, Miro. This is his 3rd one. So there has been so much growth already in previous placements for them. But Pure, he's the standout one there in terms of having achieved so much already. I feel like he's one of those players that just would not be happy going out here now. This elimination, I think, means more than anything to he wants to make it to that final day is essentially what I'm saying.
Yeah, he did reach that with Tundra, but also I don't think Pure has reached his full potential yet at TI here, because in the previous performances, this guy is the dominating factor.
Yeah.
He's the one controlling the tempo of the game with his Monkey Kings, with his CKs. He plays Lone Druid as well, but I don't think he's playing to 100% yet.
It really feels like BB as a team, they live or die off of the back of Pure. This is what we saw in the series yesterday, where he was rotating on anti-mage, you know, level 2, level 3.
Oh yeah, that mid rotation.
It was really interesting. Like, he has very creative ideas when it comes to the game. He has a lot of confidence, but as a result of that, you can have these games where it's very volatile. Like, either he's 18-0 or he's 0-18, which makes for very interesting Dota.
I mean, on top of that, I think it's very rare nowadays to see a carry player leading the team as the captain.
Yeah.
Like, usually you see it come from the supports, or maybe sometimes from the mid player, because a lot of the plays come from the mid, or maybe sometimes in Tundra's case, you know, the 33, you know, the offlaner is the captain, you know, but you rarely see nowadays players from the carry role actually captaining the team, because on the carry side, there's a lot of responsibilities on your own, right? You have to really focus on your game, your itemization, your laning, what you have to do in the game. So having to hold that extra responsibility with the draft and taking care of the team aspect is something that is really, really big.
He does have a lot of interesting ideas as well. This is the guy that during one of the Malakias, he was pretty much the only one who was playing Lifestealer, so if he sees something is good, he's definitely going to try to push it. I believe he had 90% win rate on the hero, 9 out of 10 games.
He played Hoodwink carry too.
He did play Hoodwink carry. You did mention that they are playing a lot of Hoodwinks from position 4. Gotta be careful about that one. When you're playing against Heroic, Meepo can always come out. Guess what? Guess who also plays Meepo?
Yep.
Not so far at TI, but he loves to run.
Так,
See,
что
this
тут
is the
за
thing you
Херон
have to be
есть
worried
здесь?
about if you're Heroic, is that the way that BB is making their way through this tournament, the way that they're changing every game, the way that Pure is trying things, and yes, he has some games where he doesn't look so good. Guess what? This is exactly what they did in Wallachia Season 5, and they won. They won the entire thing by doing this.
Yeah, I think you also had a great point yesterday about BB Team Jenkins, where you were talking about how they are under people's radar. Like, they're sliding right underneath. Nobody's talking about BB Team too much. You know, we're talking about Heroics, Extreme, you know, P-Vision, and Falcons. But BB Team, I haven't seen people talk too much about them in terms of, like, being the hot contenders to potentially lift that Aegis.
That's the thing, is they're always expected to, it's like, oh yeah, they'll get top 6, they'll do fine, but they won't win. This is what everybody thought in Milwaukee.
They'll
And guess what?
troll.
Yeah, and guess what?
Something will happen.
They didn't throw. Something happened. Pure goes 0-17, and still the next game he comes back. The next series he comes back. But GPK, like you mentioned, he has been so stable for this roster, where it even feels like in games where his team is not doing well, he is like 16-0. And sometimes they win games off of the back of that. And usually it's his Puck. I remember after Wallachia Season 5, the entire community was gaslit that there were no bad matchups for Puck. And Puck was getting brutalized mid because of this in every other game for every other team. And it was just GPK was so good at the hero that that's what it looked like. But it wasn't right.
I mean, it's not just the hero. I think he's also one of the best laners, right? I think in this specific matchup between BB Team and Heroic, the lanings are going to matter a lot. Because if you can actually take control of the lane early on, you control the runes, you make sure you don't give it away. I think it's going to be very hard for Heroic to do their chaotic style of Dota if they don't actually get a decent start of that, you know. So I think BB Team actually matches up really well against Heroic because of how they play the game in the initial stages.
So here's a question about the matchup then, because Analog, historically speaking, like literally when the guy came out,
выставить сетку на The International, ребята? У нас, конечно, есть такие нестабильные команды, как ББ и Нигма, потому что ББ не играют с фаворитами, а Нигма показывают странную игру, Parisian, не факт, как сыграют, Heroic тоже. Ну, в общем, я составил 2 сетки. В основном они отличаются только тем, что ТТ Фальконс. Если побеждает Фальконс, то Фальконс идут по верхней сетке. Если побеждает ТТ, то ТТ идут по верхней сетке. Вот сетка номер 1, можете заскринить. И вот сетка номер 2. Можете заскринить, поднастроить под себя. Ну, в целом так. Если мы говорим про базу, то в матче ББ Нигма побеждает ББ, Тундра ПВ побеждает ПВ. Ну и ББ Тундра побеждает ББ. Также я бы котировал всегда Экстрим, ТТ и Фальконс. Считаю, что это топ-3 команды турнира. На этом все. Всем спасибо. А свой лайк и подписка. Какую выставить сетку на The International, ребята? У нас, конечно...
But for Heroic, this is just something that doesn't feel normal in terms of a tournament for them. There we have
Здорово! Как составить лучший фэнтези, попасть в топ-100 по миру и заработать кучу наград и очков? Узнай! Во-первых, есть абузы. Есть у вас.
It may be months ago, but it really comes from, I think, the root of how both teams actually play. Because when I was
Какую выставить сетку на The International, ребята? У нас, конечно, есть такие нестабильные команды, как ББ и Нигма, потому что ББ не играли с фаворитами, а Нигма показывают странную игру, Paravision, не факт, как сыграют, Heroic тоже. Ну, в общем, я составил две сетки. В основном они отличаются только тем, что ТТ Falcons. Если побеждает Falcons, то Falcons идут по верхней сетке, если побеждает ТТ, то ТТ идут по верхней сетке. Вот сетка номер 1, можете заскринить, и вот сетка номер 2. Можете заскринить, поднастроить под себя. Но в целом так. Если мы говорим про базу, то в матче ББ Нигма побеждает ББ, Тундра ПВ побеждает ПВ. Ну и ББ Тундра побеждает ББ. Также я выкатировал всегда Экстрим, ТТ и Falcon.
Extremely good matchup to 1v1 against GPK. So I do agree. However, this version of Heroic is not really the same because I feel like for the... Oh, come on.
Take that phone away.
That's a good way to...
The arena was definitely vocal about what
Where's
they
the
thought
security? Escort him out of the arena.
Do either of these teams pick Tinker? I don't think we have... No Tinker
Wait, okay,
mids,
when
at
you
least.
say
No
that,
Tinker mid.
I was going to say, they're not necessarily like Tinker experts, but I do feel like there is one person on almost every team.
They're not going to bang it out. Anyway, Heroic has powered up in this tournament, and I think every other tournament this year, you know, barring the Parker PGL Wallachia, when they had him, they have pretty much played to their like expectations. You know, they don't beat the good teams, but they beat all like the bottom tier teams, and then they just get knocked out by when they face their first good team.
I mean,
you know,
usually that's like a sign of a team not being flexible enough, right? Because to a certain point, you might need to play out of your comfort zone to make certain adjustments to beat the stronger team.
Yeah.
And maybe right now, they, like you said, they've already powered up, and we'll have to see whether they are really willing to make that change. You know, like the prioritization. Are they going to try to move that away from Whisper and try to help Analog more to make sure that they don't get run over by BB Team in this series?
I think the offlane duo for Heroic is pretty similar to way P-Vision plays, where Schofield, I'm going to say, like, they put their offlaner in a really weird position, whether they're going to be dominating the lane completely like they did yesterday with this Marcy plus the Batrider, or he's going to be doing his own thing on the clock, would be very annoying, something that 9 class does really well, compared to the offlane duo of BB Team with Miero and Save, who's been so stable in the last, pretty much ever since he joined the scene. Miero, I also think that this meta does favor him, because we're talking about some of the Dominators, the Zoo metas,
Спасибо за подписку.
of his most successful and the best heroes. We're talking about, you know, the Lycans, Beastmasters, Visages as well, so he knows how to
комментов нету, да?
Look, those fans are getting passionate out there.
Ну,
They're
anyway,
seeing
спасибо
Heroic
за
on the
подписку.
stage and in their booth, and all they want to do is just get on into this series.
BB Team versus Heroic. Game 1.
Yeah, we have another elimination on our hands here between BB Team and Heroic. We've talked about the chaos that could potentially ensure for these two, depending on what they get their hands on in the draft. The stability coming from that off lane, especially in the position 4 on the side of BB Team. However, on the side of Heroic, it's the chaos that is somehow stabilizing their lineup in a position 4.
I'm never going to get used to a first phase ban punch. That is so goofy and wacky. Actually, speaking of the 9 class comparison that you made, Lacoste, I think one of the best measures of goofiness in a position 4 and like chaos is courier kills, because you're just on the enemy side of the map. That's where you're going to snipe couriers. 9 class is number 1 in the record for
I
this
assume
tournament.
Schofield's
number 2.
Why am I not surprised?
So the comparison is definitely very accurate.
I mean, the counter to that is to pick Marcy, so your couriers don't die.
That's true. Genius. It might actually make it through here.
Yeah, I think
Heroic does have
it's
first
something
pick.
that's not highlighted enough. You know, whenever you have Marcy, it actually helps the lane a lot because of that.
It does, yeah. More of a counter to Heroic, but they snag it. Such a strong hero. Like literally the reason that the whole Dominator meta even happened. Like the fact that you can run it as a core position, like it can play in every core role. I think even mid would be fine. You can run in any core role with the Dominator, play for having a lot of damage. You can run it in either support position and use the double jump, jumping your ally in.
The facet is also really strong, right? It's not just the helm, like the fleeting fluid facet. I think those are the two things combined together make the heroes so hard to deal with right now.
Yeah, the position 4 pick me up facet, getting people out of trouble. Or
didn't we see one game like previously, like someone did it on a core role? I think it was Omar.
Oh wow! Oh, support facet for the damage. Yeah. I think that's fine in some games. If you feel like, if it's all like ranged cores that you have, you don't want to jump them in, and you don't feel like there's anything good to save from, or you think you can scale. It's definitely okay.
Yeah. So we are seeing a trade here between Marcy and Lycan.
Yeah, the crowd definitely is cheering for the Lycan. They love the how that he's been doing. I don't know if you guys were tuning in last time he was playing. It's a lot of fun. I do wonder if Heroic are going to get their hands on the Shadow Demon though, because that was something that was a big factor in their series yesterday.
I mean, I want to see like how both teams deal with the helm, right? So both teams got the helm hero, and you have to kind of build the draft to deal with it. And I would always kind of favor the Radiant side a little bit more because of the fact that you get the earlier Roshan access and the Tormentor. So I feel like you have to like really plan your draft around that, whether you can actually stop it if you're on the dire side. Is there any way of having heroes that can actually stop it from happening early on? Like you want to have, I think, heroes that can sit in mid lane and defend a tower. Because the thing with the mid tower is, the Radiant side, once they kill your mid tower, it's very easy for them to kill the Roshan between 15 and 20.
Yeah.
So
that's a good point.
I would like to have heroes that can push away her. Like we've seen Sniper, we've seen like Puck. All these type of heroes I think are really, really good at defending the tower.
And that's an interesting ban. Heroic removing Dragon Knight. Not many people wanted to play Dragon Knight.
It's a
but
GPK
BBT,
specialty.
Yeah, they did play it on Pure as well.
It takes the tower, you know, so I feel like it has a lot of... it doesn't really defend the tower as well, but it takes your tower, so I think it can make it difficult for the Radiant side to get that early Roshan also. There's a lot of like thought behind this ban here.
And BB team taking out the Meepo. Not going to let Yuma get his specialty. Some teams will wait and ban it in the last phase, but they're not willing to risk it. Does have the pick out of phase. Or the last pick.
Yeah, this one not really being too much of a surprise. The Hood
He should.
Yeah, I was going to say the crowd.
Good.
Put it up for Thompson, you know? Who knows? There might be a return.
Hey, there's Divine Llama in the back. I saw Divine Llama there.
We're seeing everyone in the crowd.
Shoutouts to Divine Llama.
Yeah, awesome. We're going on to Heroic. And their pickup here with the Chen. So this is a different sort of take that KJ can go for.
It's a very fast-paced lineup.
Я лечение, враги на члене, как говорится.
Run them over from the early game.
They're like, you know what Falcons did yesterday? Yeah. They removed Dragon Knight. They did beat Dragon Knight as well in one of the games, but they also did play Chen, which gives them quite a lot of momentum. Like Chen brings all these auras, very annoying for the offlaner to be laning.
Yeah, I think
you might
сами поставить.
I think Wyvern is very good against
Просто вот
this.
сюда Ами.
He kind of blocks the Marcy's damage. So it'll be interesting to see whether they actually go down their route after this.
40k.
Okay, Queen of Pain. I would say this is quite punishable from her.
It's also really good with the Chen, right? Because Chen likes to go mid and pressure and take the tower. Co-op always keeps the enemy mid lane low on resources, so it gives you a lot of opportunities to kill the tower.
That's a cool point. That's a cool point. I feel like there are heroes that can counter Queen of Pain, and I don't know. She doesn't really like playing into Lycan that much. This is a very interesting one. I mean, Hoodwink is a really low HP hero and very hard to catch. So I do feel like Queen of Pain loves playing against Hoodwink. And the thing with Heroic is Schofield does play Quap. This could be a Quap 4.
Could be a Whisper Quap as well. So for now, they're just keeping the flex open to see the two heroes that BB team is going to pick. They need some kind of a control. I don't think having Hoodwink as your control is going to be enough, because this is not a reliable control. Maybe in Save's hands it is, but also Lycan doesn't provide you with much. But again, if we talk about the Lycan, this hero gives you very strong time. Gives you like 12, 13 minutes Helm of the Overlord as well. Then you're going to be pushing with your Wolves, you're going to be pushing with your Shard. A lot of ghost pushing that's going to be happening on the map, which means that the lanes are going to be in a good position. Which opens up potentially you going for Tormentor, collecting all that information. One of the reasons why this hero is first pick.
Ну аж.
Yeah, we love being able to open up the map for those objectives there.
Жаб фонтан 58.
I just don't really know where they go for this. If there is this comfort that needs to be relied on, or if you're going to try and go for something that is going to be catching someone off guard.
I think BB kind of have to just like pick their heroes. They don't really know the lanes, right? It's very hard to tell what's the lane, but they have to pick their position 5 and their carry.
Because
right?
they're picking twice in a row, so I feel like they just pick a really strong lane. I'm trying to think like what can they pick that will hype.
Casual disruptor, I think, is fine.
Dota.
Потому
что играть больше не во что. Нету игр, которые...
So they are deciding to pick the mid lane right away.
Ну, давай так, нету игр не жанра ММО, то есть ММО мы исключаем, которые долго как бы существуют, и там интересный геймплей и стабильно нормальный онлайн. Сюда относится только CS, Dota, Overwatch, например, в целом, плюс-минус. Можно отнести. Что еще?
Yeah, he loves an anchor, for sure.
I mean, this is like one of the best duels, right? I remember seeing these two together.
Ну да, вот все.
Yep.
The combinations, disruptor and Lycan.
И выбираю между вот этими тремя, только тут. Ну, лол еще, да, лол. Лига. Лига в том числе, но... Выбираю между CS, Overwatch, выбираю ничего. Точнее, выбираю Marvel Rivals, а потом убираю Marvel Rivals, а между Лигой и Дотой выбираю Dota. Ну и поигрываю в Лигу.
I would say that this is relatively natural response to what they do have.
So I guess Oshaker's going mid now?
Yeah, I assume so. I think this Queen of Pain will be shifted to off lane, I would say.
Yeah, it's very similar to like the Bat and the Phoenix that he plays, right? He plays all these like range heroes that deal a lot of damage, aiming to destroy you in the lane. I think that's probably the reason why BB team felt like they are more comfortable waiting for the carry pick to fully understand what is the lane matchup, because that's what Heroic like to do. They like to destroy the safe lane.
They do. They're always having that strong offlane. That's what we guys talked about coming into this one. And so it does make sense that they're looking to try and hold off, give Pure the best game, because he hasn't really been having the greatest showing. He has a lot more potential than what he's been bringing to the main stage so far. So we'll see what exactly gets taken out from the side of Heroic. What are you worried about? What is a Pure hero that could do so much damage to their lineup?
I feel like if you know you're playing into Queen of Pain in the off lane,
Lifestealer, Abaddon?
Abaddon would have been great. Lone Druid does very well against Queen of Pain.
Oh.
And I feel like that's something you should be afraid of, not necessarily because it's the best, but because it's very good and it's BB team.
But does it depend on who's your 4 as well, right? Maybe the right position 4 would enable the co-op against that specific matchup.
I don't know if there is a position 4 that enables co-op versus Lone.
I mean, some of these melee position 4s, if we're talking about Tusk potentially coming out, but for now it does seem like they are thinking that this... I mean, Marcy is kind of the same type of the hero if we're talking about melee position 4s, that they do have stuns. Queen of Pain, Marcy could be their offlane duo.
Yeah, just pick another carry, right, if they want to.
Yeah, that's true. That's what BB seems to think. They're banning out the carries. Yeah, Marcy Quap is definitely a very strong lane. Disruptor can feed in that relentlessly.
Yeah, so that Queen of Pain and that Earthshake still having some questions, but now I feel more confident that a Marcy is going to be a support. So yeah, just straight up banning out what carries are good here. So both of them trying to get the best lane matchups, the best possible last pick.
Yeah, but Pure gets to see his lane, and he gets to see the carry-to-carry matchup first too. So.
I mean, if you're picking a carry, I kind of feel like it has to be like a more general one, like something like Gyro or Heroic. I mean, yeah, for Heroic.
Yeah, I like either that.
Because you don't
or
really
like
know your
Assassin.
carry matchup. You want something that TA. Yeah, you need something that can maybe fight a lot more early and just help your team. You know.
Gyro Chen would do very well against Lycan in lane.
Yeah, you have the flag for the creeps.
Yes.
You have the armor.
I think.
And it's an excellent gate hero as well. I think Heroic loves to have a carry that can come through the gates to unleash their offlaner Whisper.
Welcome. Добро пожаловать, ребят. Сегодня я вам расскажу про систему 50% или это гадная система 50% в Dota 2. Что это такое, как с этим бороться или не стоит, ли вообще бороться. Ребят, итак, смотрим, мы открываем
It's just too scary in the hands of a team that's willing to.
Победа, поражение. При этом у меня были как лустрики, так и лустрики. Но думаю, думаю,
Would that really be that gyro, though, or do you
плюс-минус
lose a
у
little bit
многих
of
есть.
faith?
Так
That
вот,
was the magic.
смотрите.
Gyro in lifesteal is a bit
Ну,
complicated. I
это
don't think you
информация в
can
основном для
beat the
новичков, но,
lifesteal
может быть,
later.
кто-то не в
What
курсе.
about picking up the life
В
steals
Доте,
themselves?
когда у вас идет несколько побед подряд
Wow,
или
well, that
несколько
answers
поражений
my question.
подряд,
Yeah.
в следующей игре вы наиболее вероятно должны прервать этот стрик. То есть, наглядный пример. Вот у меня идет 5 побед и еще 3 победы в кубке. И, следовательно, видит система, что у меня много побед, и меня должны в следующей игре закинуть, ну, короче, сделать так, чтобы я проиграл. И причем несколько раз подряд. То есть, ну, примерно, условно, учитывая, что тут у меня шли победы, то есть поражения, потом много поражений, победы, то здесь должно быть примерно 4-5 поражений, скорее всего. Как это делается? Тебя закидывают именно напрямую. Ребятулечки, всем привет, добро пожаловать в Доку 2. Сегодня я хочу рассказать гайд, мини-гайд на то, как отмыть ЛП, не играя в ЛП. Как вы знаете, когда вас зарепортили какие-то гандоны, зачастую безнаказанно, вы получаете сначала временный бан на поиск игры, там самое, минимально, по-моему, полчаса, вот, а в среднем это 4 часа и больше. И затем, в зависимости от того, как часто у вас происходит,
it's gonna go totally the other way for PRA.
I see. Okay. I mean, this is a
co-op counter in the lane.
This is a lane dominator against Queen of Pain. Although I will say.
Wait, do you change your lane matchup right now? Put the
антимаг, блять, мы уже видели антимага.
Yeah, they're doing Scofield
Преимущество Доты.
On Queen of Pain. And Bristle versus AM.
Ну, просто приятнее геймплейно.
Smart. Very smart.
То есть в той же Лиге Легенд геймплей как будто бы... Ну, какой-то вот он... Не очень удобный.
I feel like their lineup is slow with the anti-mage, but if you can actually win the lane, then it kind of compensates for that fact. But Heroic is noticing that how important is AM needs to win his lane, so they're swapping their heroes down to try to destabilize that. So I think I kind of like what Heroic is doing here, and I feel like this AM won't have time to pump.
Yesterday against Falcons, this anti-mage was level 2 in the mid lane, trying to go for the gank. I think this time around things are going to be slightly easier for him, but overall, when you think about how much control they do have against this anti-mage, there's Earthshaker. That's pretty much about it.
That's true. I like the switch up. I think Heroic has 3 winning lanes. Earthshaker should also do very well against Void Spirit mid. The question is, like, it is GPK. He seems to win matchups that he shouldn't. Does that factor in? But I love the switch up.
I mean, it's not just the lane, right? After the lanes, they're going to group up with this Shaker and Chain Creeps and the BB in front. How is the AM going to stop the push? Like, they're going to lose their towers, they're going to lose Roshan. They're on the Radiant side, Tormentor is going to go down. And I feel like AM is going to need too long, and he's going to miss his timing in this game.
Well, is there a timing on the side of Heroic now that we're seeing? Is there a moment where you feel like they might lose some power and kind of fall a little bit short? Is there that time limit?
I think this is where Lycan comes in, because this hero comes online so quickly, so it's going to be a lot on Miro to be able to do a lot. If he's not shut down, it's going to be him and GPK buying just enough time so that Anti-Mage can be able to push back, because this is not an early game-oriented hero. Even with the Helm of the Dom, I just want to see how good of a start you're going to be having on this AM.
Alrighty, we're almost ready to get into our game. Before we do, we're going to head on down to the stage with Tsunami and the coach of Heroic.
Thank you very much. I am indeed joined by Caps of Heroic, where I've got some questions about what you made Scofield do this game. You picked up the Queen of Pain, decided to turn it into a support. What's the idea here?
Well, I think everyone that plays high-level ranked know that Scofield plays a lot as a core. And Queen of Pain is one of the go-tos. He's always playing co-op randomly. And I think he plays really well on the hero, and we needed that for the draft. We're doing that a lot this tournament, and I believe him. I think he's going to show he's good on the hero.
I'm more than happy to see that become a reality, and what you're doing for the draft is working consistently. You put Analog on Shaker. I'm biased, but that has been my favorite hero to see him on. I'm happy you're making it happen. What was the reason in this matchup?
They picked the Void Spirit. It is a flex for them, because Spirit already plays. And we figured that if we pick Shaker and we have Co-op, we can have 2 good lanes against Void Spirit on both mid and off lane. So we could double flex and just play for that.
It kept him guessing. I need a one-word answer for this last one. Anti-Mage, 25th, 24th pick. Are you scared? Yes or no?
Nah.
He's not scared. Let's see if it happens as we get into game number 1. He's not scared. Let's see if it happens as we get into game number.
Damn.
Scared, going this deep into the international, elimination on the line, but no matter which way this series goes, history is about to be set, Avery. We either have BB team outdoing their previous performance in 5th, 6th in 2023, or a South American team top 4 for the first time in the history of the international.
So many TIs have come and gone, and they have never gotten that far. It would be historic indeed. A lot on the line for these two teams, and one series to prove they are worthy to advance farther here. This is quite a game 1 draft we have in terms of how much skirmishing, how much team fight.
King Junglers First Blood. Хорош.
Already the action commences.
Кто ставил King Junglers на
KJ on that bottom lane. Exactly what you want to see if you're a Heroic fan. This is a team that plays better when the action is fast, chaotic, in your face. You don't know what's going on. Classic South American style Dota.
And Pure, he's gonna fall as well. Heroic.
Бля, очень жаль, Heroic победят.
Just as they intended from their draft.
This lane swap is really
Не, ну ладно, есть Люкан.
We saw how much damage this AM suffered yesterday on the hands of Pure. I mean, he had one of the worst lane stages I think he's ever had in his career on this hero in that last pick situation. He got lane swapped into another rough situation.
Much worse than the last
У меня есть ощущение, знаете, какое мнение, что Пюр просто доигрывает этот турнир, и, возможно, он уже не в этой команде по факту. Потому что у него какие-то странные эмоции всегда. Но, грубо говоря, он выглядит как выебанный просто, или заебанный. Тоже его мув вчера, что когда его обоссали на линии, он пошел на 3-м уровне в лес, это, конечно, прикольно. По-моему, вроде и стаков не делали, ничего. То есть, как будто он играет обособленно от команды. Вот. Но, тем не менее, они же как-то обыграли Нигму, да. А это просто Heroic.
Teamfights as Heroic try and push the pace, and the howls are already coming out.
Collective 10 denies already from the Heroic side. You see not just the things, and it's only escalating from here. You're going to expect that, particularly with the Earthshaker matchup. And the fact that the Bristleback is able to get as many denies as he has as well. BB team are going to be walking into this early game behind in gold, but certainly behind in experience.
Heroic got the lanes they wanted. They should be confident pulling ahead in this laning phase, particularly with that Shaker matchup mid. You have Shaker against a melee hero. You should absolutely free farm. You should get the denies. Fight for the Lotus will go BB team's way here.
KJ, he's going to try and hold on. It seems like Pure, he'll take some damage, but in the end, gets that Lotus. And how did that fight with the Chen? I have to imagine KJ actually was able to sit there. He was able to force BB team back, so he got the Lotus on the safe lane.
Big win for them. Putting mana into these two side laners for Heroic, really important here between the Bristle
especially
and
with the jump. Yuma, he's going to make expert use of that mana. Pushes Miro out of position. Helping him out of damage. The Bushwhack, the only thing that saves his life there.
Putting the pressure on these Helm heroes always feels good. You just delay it a little bit, it counts for a lot down the stretch. If you can pick up a kill on this lane, it would be amazing for Heroic. Extra experience going into this Chen would go a huge way for KJ in this game. Get those auras up, your team fights a lot stronger. Another jump, another rebound, another toss.
Beautiful double hit, the Lotus. Bit a heal going the way of the Lycan.
Will survive to the Helm though, flying out now. Feels like Miro got through at least the tough early portion of this lane. Analog feeling heat of his own. This glimpse is coming for you, just out of range.
Almost got him. Has to hit him with the Ren. It does manage to do so. Now the glimpse is in range, but it's not even required to get the kill.
Nice little rotation from Kataomi. I mean, that top lane not going well at all. Try and make something else happen on the map. And this will skew that mid matchup that was going Analog's way. Now it's going to swing back to GPK. We saw how much of a rock GPK has been for this team. If you're going to put resources into one lane in this game as BB team, it's got to go mid. Enable this man, let him carry you, let him carry those early mid game fights. He's your one playmaker. He's got to create space for this Lycan in this AM.
Look at this body blocking. KJ, true to his name, king of the jungle, but apparently not good enough as Kataomi continues his roaming experience.
As a glimpse.
The disruptor with the glimpse ready to go. 1 kill, looks to turn to 2. It's an immediate bushwhack after the glimpse, guarantees a double for Miro.
This double disruptor rotation completely broke that stranglehold Heroic had on the early laning phase. They're topping the CS chart, but the net worth is starting to swing. And more importantly, there's just not the equivalent pressure going into the AM. The helmet's flying out for him. He's getting some decent net worth on that top lane. Top CS. Way better start for Pure than we saw that other time around.
Yeah, the fact that BB team is actually up in gold now, is that, how concerning is that for Heroic, considering the fact they put in so much effort to win the laning phase, and it seems like the latter part of this has not worked out for them?
Still fine. I mean, you can still snowball this game. You can still put pressure on the lanes with Chen rotations. You can look for the Shaker Blink. You can look for the stacking on the triangle too, right? Schofield trying to just deward these sentries to free up the camps. It's been a nuisance for them. So no stacks created at the 6-minute mark. Could hamper Analog's momentum here. You can't find kills. You got to go back to that jungle. And if there's nothing waiting for you in the jungle, then where are you going on the map?
I was expecting to see teams put more resources into blocking out these camps, just because it has been one of the reasons that Earthshaker has been so highly valued, right? You just pick this hero up. Even if you lose the lane, you have this guaranteed fallback. And if you win the lane and you get it a bunch of ancient stacks, you're just so far ahead of anybody else, it's hard to fight.
If I see Shaker or Saiyan King mid, I'm going in there and I'm blocking those camps as much as I can. That's your biggest accelerant going into that mid game. Analog definitely getting slowed down here. Whisper trying to make up for it, doing some creep cutting. Very hard target to all in and bring down.
They might be able to get him here.
And they're going to try.
He had a decent amount of mana, so Pure can do some damage, and with the Void Spirit, it's guaranteed. They pull him back in off of the glimpse. And GPK nets another one. Analog will cut what waves he can just to try and deny some golden experience away from BB team, but the damage has been done. Pure, despite Kataomi's roaming around the map, is 33-7 in CS. This is, I mean, he had this similar CS score in like 15 minutes last time around.
Oh, he's cruising here. Way stronger and more fluid early game for BB team than we saw yesterday. They're picking it up here, and this is the right time to do it, and against the right team. Again, you do not want to fall behind in this game. You get those helms up, your laning is really solid at that point. You can start to push heroes off of the lanes. You can threaten the towers. Those gank rotations are going to turn into objectives if Heroic can't battle back.
And they need Analog in order to battle back. The faster he gets his Blink Dagger, the better. Good glimpse. Make sure the Kataomi stays alive. Schofield is getting a little behind here in experience.
I was just looking at it. This Queen did not want to take a lot of the experience off the lane from the Bristleback and has done some stacking. So Schofield's going to be the one super far behind in this game. I mean, he can absolutely make up for it in the fights, get that experience back. But he is a big playmaker for this squad. And it hurts to see him on this super sacrificial role. Maybe he'll leech a bit off the stacks here. I mean, you got to pay him back somehow, right?
Kataomi certainly knows this is going on. He secures the power rune for GPK. Question is, will GPK go into the triangle at the right time here? The Earthshaker has been missing for such amount of time. He's got to be careful not to get too close, though. Analog is going to hold on to the Echo Stem for as long as possible. BB team will manage to soak some of that experience. Now GPK, now the stacks are cleared, he goes in for a kill. He'll chase after Schofield, misses the Remnant this time around, still got the glimpse on him. 2 seconds till the blink is back up. The bushwhack lands before the blink can get him away to safety.
They did get some of that experience leech. Kataomi getting to level 5 off that stack being cleared. They sapped it across both heroes, I believe. Pretty decent win for BB team. It's really tough to get in there and contest the actual creeps, but if you can get the experience, it's a huge boon. Schofield will recover his game a little bit, also pushing up to level 5. Very even across the board. Just be a matter of Analog finishing up this blink, and then you can look for some aggressive plays onto this Void Spirit, potentially. Quick smoke here from Save. He wants to get GPK's momentum built even more here.
Dynamic duo of Save and GPK. They have been the ones on BB team who have secured them or brought back many a mid game. Just these two running around finding kills. They're looking for one on Yuma here.
He's tanky.
He is. If Yuma had some sort of creep to jump to, he might have been able to get away. But even after the rebound, there was still the glimpse. BB team brought in Katomi, 4 heroes in the bottom lane. And why not? If they get a kill like this, if they clear out this bottom lane, the tower is free for the taking. It's a Lycan, it's a Helmet Dom, it's kind of guaranteed.
It's just dying. Double troll summoner down here. All this skeleton rally on top of wolves, on top of each other. So much tower damage. This tier 1 just got shredded.
Trying to secure power runes here. Instead, going for the kill on Katomi. A Fisher will help out here, slowed down by the Hellbear. They certainly got it, but the trade-off. GPK trying to do some damage. Sonic Wave just got picked up. Big damage on Save in the back lines. They focus on GPK, though, and they've got the Sentry in place. Despite the Invis Room pickup, they still hit the kill necessary for Heroic, as it felt like things were slipping away a little bit.
Really nice connection from Schofield. He hits 3 screams plus the Sonic Wave on 2. Max damage coming out from that fight. Your Queen of Pain right there. Hits his mark. That's exactly what you want from this support. It'll get him to an early fighting item here. And a really nice connection with the cores.
I will say this combination of mids that are able to go hit jungle, the Earthshaker, Beastmaster, the 2 that come to mind, clear out stacks, giving an opportunity for supports that fall behind like Schofield did in this game, and just give them the mid lane for a while. Right? It has done wonders for a lot of these 4 positions that have found themselves a little bit starved in experience trying to give solo to their offlaner.
I agree. They did a nice job recovering. Schofield here prioritizing and do not want that Sonic Wave on off the bat for too long.
Straight up Echo is the burst damage. There it is. They got him with the trio of Whisper, Analog, and Schofield. They pick up that kill, but the pressure from BB team is still on. They may be finding kills around the map for Heroic, but BB team are taking towers.
The rally continues here. Glyph already popped this tower. It's gonna fall really fast, and you use that Echo top, so they're very confident to push. In fact, they want more. They want mid and a kill top, looking for the glimpse, plus the sharp shot.
Managed to get the shot on him. He's gonna be broken into the static storm for the guarantee. Not messing about whatsoever. As Heroic back away after taking the tower of their own, they lose a core.
This is a really fast-paced game right now. Everybody's just looking for more off of the initial play, and those are generally the games where Disruptor thrives, because you always get that +1. You always get that secondary kill off the little tower of the fight. Kataomi having himself a very strong early game here. Sonic Wave back up for him.
Got him, but they used the glimpse, so unfortunately a bit of overlap there. It doesn't matter. GPK, thanks to the amp damage, had more than enough to bring down Schofields and another outer tower pressure. The kill combo of GPK and Save, combined with Miro and his efficiency in taking towers, is taking map control away from Heroic at a blistering pace.
This is where this anti-mage looks so much different than past iterations of the hero. I mean, Pure has contributed with this helm to a lot of pushes. He's been stable on that top lane. He's farming incredibly fast. You picked him off twice, but he has not slowed his game down at all.
And you simply can't say the same about Yuma's Marcy.
Nope.
Another break onto the Bristleback. Underneath the tier 2. This just cannot happen. Sonic Wave goes out. Already got the dissimulate. Nice hit from Yuma, though. Lands on top of the Void Spirit. Toss him back into Kataomi. They'll finish off the support, but can they get the core? This is a crucial kill. GPK trying to hide away. Goes to the desperate teleport out, but there's a Fisher. That'll stop him in his tracks. Heroic, they do strike back. Just about to point out the fact that Yuma, despite having top net worth, has not really been an active force in this game, but he shows up at the perfect time.
The points he has chosen, though, have been very good. That mid-fight where he helped them get extra kills, and now this top lane, you help pick up the Void Spirit again. He has shut down the Void Spirit's momentum off of the carry roll. Can't really ask for more. He's had himself probably his best tournament ever. I think that is easy to say. He's continuing to put the pressure on here. Quick smoke from Heroic. The pace just does not stop. They want to free up some space to finish the Marcy BKB. No Sonic Wave for this play, but you do have that Echo Slam Blink Dagger available for Analog. looking to find his mark. Would love to find a big core target off this smoke, especially if you're bringing multiple cores. This could be Whisper just farming that Ags. Instead, he's looking for the aggressive potential. Scan hits.
All right, as he's on top of the Ancients, perfect opportunity for a big Echo Slam. A ton of damage. Miro, he's going to go for the shapeshift, and they don't have enough stuns. In fact, they're going to turn back around. The Earthshaker's in trouble. A static storm on 2. The Quap runs out of it, but the cores are stuck inside. Schofield makes his blink away. A glimpse to pull him back to his doom. They thought the opportunity. Miro was farming up Ancients, but the damage, they underestimated just how tanky this Lycan truly is.
A total disaster of a play for Heroic. They just didn't have the Ags on the bristle. You're missing a lot of damage. There's not that many creeps around for this Echo Slam, and that Wolf, he's got over 2,000 HP. That is not an easy target to go in, especially without that Sonic Wave. Again, you made that play without the Queen of Pain ulti. If you have it, it's a guaranteed kill.
With the Lycan coming online, with his Helm of the Overlord, with the Void Spirit picking up a shard soon. We've seen the way that this is just kind of clears out waves or neutral camps wherever he lays this Aether Remnant. And all these outer towers gone. It feels like Heroic is just going to be shoved into, you know, their own little 1/3 of the map. And it's going to be BB Team owning everything else, which is really scary to think about when the Battle Fury is completed for Pure. All right, he's just going to be hoovering up the entire map.
And their catch is really limited. This is a great catch team, but you only have so many spells to try and find this AM with. And as you said, there's a lot of units that are going to be on this map from both teams. A lot of Doms in this game. You have Chen creeps, you have Lycan Wolves, a lot of scouting potential to help you rat if you really want to. And that is part of BB Team's game plan here. They want to free up the space for the Lycan and the AM to just get these side lanes in. They're going to be ghosts on the map. You're not going to be able to catch them. This next 10 minutes could be really difficult for Heroic to find the type of team fight they're looking for.
If they can find that fight, though, the BKB on Marcy
it's good
should
right now.
ensure they win it. Like, I feel like they do win on 5-on-5. It's just unlikely they get the initiation for it as BB Team continues to pick them off around the map. Schofield shot down right in front of his mid-tier 2. Not even the middle of the map is safe.
And this is the issue. This kill team can play around that mid lane. You're going to have issues shoving it back out unless you commit multiple cores here. And the whole time you're worrying about this situation, AM's farming out top, Lycan's farming out bottom. Side lanes are getting pushed back in from units. This map is not fun to play right now.
Analog will be able to match the Void Spirit's ghost shove that he's able to do with his own Fissure spam.
Yeah, but look at how clumped they are. Afraid to go on GPK. I mean, especially with the shield rune, he's just unkillable right now.
Yeah.
But you're getting corralled. A lot of heroes by this bottom tier 2. You have to regain some map control here. Either smoke out, get some wards, look for the pick off, or back each other up to get these lanes out. You have more information to play off of right now. This is turning into a lane shove game where the AM has free reign, and that is not the style of game you want with this Heroic lineup.
No, not at all.
Here's that smoke. They have everything available. Sonic Wave gives you the extra damage right now. And that BKB timing on Yuma, really powerful if he can just lay into some cores.
It feels like if this smoke doesn't land...
I mean, how do you land this smoke, though? This is the issue.
You just got to go blind. But if it doesn't land, I feel like they are almost going to be forced into late game scenarios. Right? It just doesn't feel like they're going to ever get enough map control to take over the mid game the way they want to.
This might land. Smoke from BB going straight into them, unaware of the positioning.
And it's 2 supports, but they throw it inside the Fissure pit. They do not hit the 2 supports that are on the side, but thanks to the Bristleback cutting in from the side, they should be able to still get them. Schofield makes his blink away, but he's still going to tick out in the end. Pretty clumped. Miro's going to chase after him here. Echo Slam attempted, but GPK's already jumped away with it to Dissimulate. He's got a haste rune here. Oh, they're trying to blow him up with the Marcy, though. The Fissure goes down. They've got the damage. 2 swings from Yuma, 2 rounds of that ultimate. And the Void Spirit, he may be tanky, but not enough there. Winning a fight right outside the Roshan pit. You couldn't ask for a better situation for Heroic.
Very awkward start. They thought the smoke broke because they were doing Roche, so you had to kind of blink in blind. But it gets the job done. This Shaker's just such a menace in these early team fights. And both the supports going down for BB team early means you lose all your control. Your cores are not that useful if you don't have stuns to back them up. The Lycan's a threat here. It does force a buyback out of Schofield, but Schofield's happy to commit this buyback to get a fight into that Roshan. It's just such a big win in this game when you were getting ratted onto these side lanes. And Pure not confident enough to go in here with limited resources. Not great mana void targets this game. He doesn't want to be dragged into these fights right now. He'd rather have the game just be split up across the map. He was having a great time. Now all of a sudden, Heroic pick up some steam. They're going to get another aura on the Chen as KJ will finish mech on top of the drum. A lot more sustain coming into this already pretty tanky lineup with the 2 brawlers on the front line, plus the Marcy, who now is an Aegis.
Momentum shifting back over to Heroic side after that team fight. The smoke, it worked out beautifully. Now it's time to see if they can actually be a little bit more on the offensive, if they can actually get some of that map control back. Some of the ways they're trying to address this, they've got Schofield going more lockdown in the Rod of Atos. Pure, he got hit by the stun, push back in. So much burst damage.
Beautiful connection there. That's a very limited window to hit that. They hit it absolutely on point. Yuma making his presence felt again. And that was Pure getting a little greedy, trying to kill some Chen creeps and Dom creeps. He actually mana voided them too. It just shows you how much it takes to get some of these off the map sometimes.
Oh yeah, he's been mana voiding neutral creeps probably every 2 minutes or so.
Yep.
He hasn't done it off cooldown, but he has been done it a number of times this game. Probably feeling like if he can just get to the late game, he'll be able to win it for his team. But farming that area in particular, I think, is dangerous because you know that Heroic, considering they have the Aegis, they're going to go for the Tormentor at some point. They're going to play to that side of the map soon.
Straight into the Queen of Pain, rewarded for the buyback earlier, and a nice shard to pick up. Silence could be really influential in this game, especially against the AM against the Void Spirit. This is a super nice game for the Queen of Pain shard, especially when you're on support. Like, you can just aggressively blink in, go for the silence. If you trade your life for a core, that's a win. You're not a core Queen of Pain, who cares?
Found the Disruptor. BB team maybe trying too hard to get control of the map. The Disruptor very far forward there.
Oh, their momentum has been killed in this game. Heroic starting to take a lot more control than I expected.
Save spots KJ, trying to take some Lotuses, and he's got no allies in the area. He's definitely going to die. And BB team know it too, thanks to this lane ward they have in bottom.
Awkward area to end up as the Chen.
Yeah.
He's getting farmed though. And you got to remember this Chen lineup. At like 30-35 minute mark, you get that third aura item on him. You have Hand of God to back it up. That's a lot of HP for this BB team to get through. They have pretty good single target focus, but their AoE team fight is really lackluster. So they have to pick their mark very well. They have to all in that first core that they see. Potentially even reset the fight after that. Getting one kill is not going to get them a team fight victory here.
Save, getting a bit of information. Spotting some heroes, maybe trying to block any potential smokes. Playing off this ward.
I would be surprised if BB want to fight right now. It just doesn't look possible.
I mean, the way that Katomi is playing into Heroic, I don't know. It's a little different. You know, 5, 6, 7 minutes ago, yeah, BB team had full control of the game. They may be able to pick off Analog here. Yeah, he is shot down, just too much damage.
Playing around that one ward they have down there, super nice find. Felt confident with the shield rune plus Hand of God, but the Vessel off of GPK will negate a lot of that potential healing to come through. It gives you confidence to go for these pickoffs, and that's where this lineup will thrive. Just keep finding solo kill pickoffs. Don't let Heroic group up and take objectives or force the team fight. You're going to be a lot happier around the map. We see what the anti-mage is doing top. He'll instantly get pinged. I mean, you can ping him, but to go and kill this man takes a lot of time, takes resources.
Yeah, if you don't kill him right now, he's going to have a Manta, making it even harder to pick him off when you get that jump, like that silence from the Clop, for example.
Interesting smoke from BB. Going through the gate. Almost like they're reading some sort of play that was going to go on the AM, and they were trying to back him up. Instead, they just run into Whisper.
Yeah, it's just a Whisper. Now he has a BKB. He pops it now. He's got his team joining him. They've got some stuns on Pure. Pure is the one who has to blink away. And what they get out of it, still 250 gold off of that Helm of the Overlord creep. Something to work with.
BB team just out. Continue to farm the map. No reason to take that fight head on. And that'll waste the Aegis period here for Yuma. Time's out. The next Roshan potentially in 3 minutes. You're looking at that. And you really want it if you are Heroic. You got to gear up for that fight. Could be a fight that BB easily contests if they have some nice item timings for it.
I don't know. I mean, you're going to get Aghanim Scepter on the Void Spirit, but is that going to matter if you're matched up against triple BKBs?
The BKB timing is going to be tough for BB to fight into, but they potentially have Nullifier on Lycan, that Ags on the Void. If you can get to another item on the AM, I think that team fight is absolutely doable. Again, you're looking to go in, get a target, or pop BKBs, reset, kite that fight out, re-engage. It's not just an all-in slam.
Sure.
For Heroic, it's a lot more straightforward. I mean, you can just go in and slam.
Yeah, see hero, stun hero, all in.
Especially Yuma. If stuns connect on a target and he can get in there with the rebound, he's just going to shred anybody in this game. This Marcy AM matchup is not fun for AM until, you know, 4th, 5th item. You can start to kite the fight out and maybe survive.
Even then, I don't think it's
still
ever
good for Marcy. Yeah, I don't think it's ever good, but at least then you have a route to take the fight. Right?
Sure.
You can try and dodge and play away from the Marcy, kill other heroes, kite him out. But Yuma's got to be really confident in this matchup, and if he can finish this data list, which is coming out very soon, it's going to take 2-3 seconds of stun duration. This AM's gone. And there it is.
There's the data list and the damage buff up of the Vlads from the Chen.
Could also potentially find an Alpha Wolf in this game. You could buff his damage considerably here.
Yeah, and Bristleback won't say no to that either, right? We have 2 big physical damage hitters. And because we see this Bristleback scale up, we've unfortunately seen a battle for Bristleback even, but the Seeing Red facet is no joke going into the late game. And even the Earthshaker. A lot more magic damage out of him, but that Enchant Totem still hits pretty hard. This AM is not going to be protected in this game.
So I think you have to almost go 4 or 5 items on Pure before you take the head-on fight. I just don't think he can enter it. Maybe you get a really nice Mana Void target after BKBs are out.
They know he's here, but the Fissure just a little shy. GPK able to get a jump away, and now Schofield is an easy pickings for BB team.
Well, their long-range poke and kill is so nice with this trio.
Yeah.
Just so low committal. You can't turn that play. There's nothing to turn on.
Yeah, much harder for, I think, particularly for Marcy, who is kind of the shortest range core of these initiators. Like, you really need... You can't really contest this, like, 1,500 range that BB team is working with.
No shot. The fight for Heroic has to be within Yuma's range, and it has to be centered around that Marcy damage. And every time you overreach or that fight gets stretched out, way harder to connect with your biggest damage source. So more time for BB to split this map. Game continues to be dead even.
Yeah, well, look at that. I mean, Whisper... He's thinking the same thing. Yeah, I need to get on top of these heroes. He buys up a Blink Dagger. Yuma buys up a Blink Dagger. Double blinks for Heroic, trying to solve the gap close issue.
I like it. More mobility in the fight to find your core target. More instant damage follow-up on the stuns from the Shaker. That could be a big problem for you in this game. The blinks should fix that. And Analog, he's going to find a gift down here.
Yeah, what is this? Pure, once again, farming just a little bit too aggro.
See ya.
They are more than willing to drop double ultimates to get a big kill like this, particularly when Roshan is in that spawn tier.
That's a huge find. Absolutely huge. Just gifted. I mean, I think that was a look of surprise from Analog. He's like, wait, this is real AM just sitting here farming.
Yeah. And that Roche will be in 30 seconds time. So Heroic are going to set up for it, hoping it'll spawn sooner rather than later.
That's a really long spawn for them. A little unfortunate here.
But it also means they can just keep trying to take fights. We'll run into some wards, clear out the area. Thanks to a gem on Yuma, not even the Wolves are safe to scout out Heroic.
Max spawn. You try and force it now. 15 seconds on the AM. There's a window here. I mean, they have a lot of physical burst to put into this.
I also feel like it's easy for them to do it with just 1 or 2 heroes. Not a ton of risk in that regard.
Yeah, you just man up here. I mean, again, BB's pit fighting is pretty lackluster. Even if you're clumped in that pit, what's to punish you? Static storm drop on a mass BKB lineup? Who cares?
And even the Wolves, if they're not killed by the Marcy, they're converted by the Chen. Schofield I mean, he's been punished a number of times for these aggressive blinks. Apparently, he just does not care. The smoke wraparound, though, is coming from BBT. Moving up through the river, and Heroic have a lot of heroes inside of this pit right now. This is pretty dangerous. They're just all inning for it. Trying to finish up this Roshan now, and they will be able to do so before BB Team strike. Now, a Bushwhack grabs a couple, Sonic Wave goes down, and with Whisper blinking up to the high ground, it's hard for BB Team to get through. Nevertheless, they get on top of the Static Storm and take away the 2 supports. But do they want to fight this Marcy? After all, he's got BKB, he's got the Aegis, but it looks like Yuma has called it quits. He wants to back away. Whisper doesn't want to do the same. Nullifier placed onto Yuma as he's being hounded by the Wolf, but they go after the Bristleback now, who's just barreling forward still, refusing to back away. Now he pops his BKB, but it's a bit too late. The physical damage, it's stacked up, and he's dead.
Gem on the ground. Beautifully played fight from BB Team. They got the angle. They take the Chen down first. That's your biggest target. Take the sustain, the auras out of the fight. You get the other support on top of that, and then you're able to kite it out. And there's just no ult for Yuma halfway through. He's got to bail in that situation.
Yeah, I don't mind Yuma making the call to bail, but why are they not on the same page? Why is Whisper pushing after kills and Yuma backing out?
It got very disconnected very early. The start wasn't terrible, but they could not protect their supports, and this Lycan is doing some work in these fights. He's just chasing people down. There's no real control for him. Nobody wants to commit on that target. Big team fight when, even though the Aegis will go to Yuma, he does keep it here. It's something Heroic can play around, but not the team fight win they were looking for.
I mean, I think the bigger loss, I think the Bristleback dying, you know, that sucks. But I think the loss of the gem,
it hurts.
It hurts so badly when you're the ones wanting to take team fights. We already saw the last Aegis expire without a big team fight forced, right? Oh, they're coming through the gate. Miro, you see this, right? You see what's coming your way. You just took the Tormentor, but you might just die for it to get the grab on him. Hit him with a stun, lock him down with a Rod of 8 Toes, and once again, the Unleash combined with the Sonic Wave, they've got him. A Bushwhack, grab on a 2, though. See, he's gonna burst down KJ, and he makes a break for it. He's out of here.
Nice little pickup from Save. That is a 7x streak on that Lycan. And
okay, Analog's not messing about. He could have waited for that Ghost Scepter to fade away and just Enchant Totem hit him, but he didn't want to take any chances.
That's a very hard exchange to evaluate. I feel like it's kind of worth it for the Lycan. The Shard went to the Hoodwink. That's the one you wanted here. Wants to use that Boomerang to pick up another support kill. Like, that exchange is okay, but that was a big streak on the Lycan. A lot of gold going into the Queen of Pain there. Still, it's time for Pure,
who does have a Butterfly. So he has an answer, kind of, to the Marcy for a little while.
But he has to pick his blink target perfectly in the fight. Like, if he blinks in and he just ends up in the middle of the bristle of the Marcy, his fight's over. Yeah, nothing to bail him out of that situation. So he really has to let other heroes go in first. He needs to see the fight develop and come in later. He cannot be the first point of contact for BB Team. And Heroic will take that every time. I mean, if they see Pure, they're jumping him. They're all in him. Marcy is just going to slay him.
2 minutes left on the Aegis, and the lanes are actually kind of in Heroic's favor. They're getting them all over that mid line of the river.
They have some map
See what they can do with it.
I mean, it's likely they will try and smoke during this Aegis period. I don't think they are confident enough to push mid tier 2 straight up. That feels a little brazen, given how these fights are going.
Whisper trying to catch Analog. He gets him with a blink for it, hits one stun. They need detection. They really want to get this gem back into their favor and should be able to do so. There's just no outrunning this situation. So the gem is back on Heroic's side. That means that they can make these movements without wards or wolves scouting them out as often.
That was the easiest gem recovery of their life.
Kind of was.
Surprise Save was out that far carrying it. Could have given it to GPK or something. I mean, this gem is just so valuable for the wolf scouting. Having confidence about the vision going into the team fight, and you give up pickoffs like this, it's going to lead to objectives for Heroic. They're going to feel a lot more comfortable grouping. This will be a free tier 2 top, as Pure gets a free tier 2 bottom. Santimage picking up the rat action.
And I think he asked a rat because I still don't believe that BB Team are going to be able to take the 5-on-5. You've got, even with the Aegis expiring, you've got this Shen who's going to pick up a shard, right? He gets one of those golems. That aura makes this squad, this triple strength core, so tanky. I just kind of don't believe that Pure has the damage to deal with that.
He doesn't want to take the fight straight up, but if you can rat, you can put Heroic in an awkward position. Maybe you get a numbers advantage somewhere. Maybe the single core pickoff that we've seen BB do a bunch of times with the damage from this Hoodwink comes through and gets a hero really low, forces out early BKBs. This kind of chaotic situation can create openings for the anti-mage to come into that fight later. Again, you're not looking to go in here and man fight the Marcy, but he can do a lot of damage. He is incredibly farmed in this game. Helmet Dominator, Battle Fury anti-mage is doing what it does best, pushing towards that level 25, getting incredibly farmed. There's a full Abyssal Blade. That is something that lets you fight this Marcy. In fact, you probably have the advantage right now with full Abyssal plus Butterfly before the MKB comes out on Yuma. In fact, well, he just finished it, actually. He's also very farmed, so...
Yeah, I
didn't get a fight out at this exact timing. That's kind of what they're looking for, right? You get this Abyssal, you're like, okay, I can go in. I can Abyssal stun this Marcy. I can give us a little bit of a bigger window.
Whisper, he's going to be one to break this smoke. They do not want to go after this bristleback, but maybe they have to. Oh, go! They actually can go for him. Still, no, the Echo Slam hits on Miro. He gets off his BKB, and Yuma does not get a bash. He couldn't get the lockdown. A glimpse back with the BKB lasts just long enough for Analog. A Fisher as they try and retreat backwards here. Yuma does not see the opportunity. They may have to leave behind KJ, whether it's a Void Spirit or a Glimpse. Maybe they can protect him still with the Fisher as he gets up to the high ground. Pure with the Helmet Dom spots him, but Disruptor too far away for now. So in the end, it's Whisper to die. Not much else out of that fight. I guess Schofield did buy back once again. He is certainly not making a whole lot of progress in that network chart.
Just huge burst damage coming out on that first target they run into. No bristleback back interaction. They just go heads up, chain stun him off the Bushwhack Remnant Abyssal. Overwhelming damage. Trying to pick up Save again.
Yeah, Save once again not expected. Ooh, at the Sonic Wave. He tried to push him back into his team. That's okay. All is forgiven as long as the outcome is still income for Heroic.
The crazy thing is they took that Bristle down. They have Heroic on the run, and you're still hesitant to straight up chase with the AM.
Oh, yeah.
Because you don't want to blink into this Marcy just yet. Will be 25 for Pure. And that'll be Mana Void cooldown. Nice little talent for him. Thinking about BKB here. That would give him a lot more confidence to go in early in the fight. Not afraid of the Shaker chain stun potential.
Now he can Mana Void even more neutral.
That's efficient. Brought the Shaker down bottom, plus the Marcy, maybe looking for a quick pick off on one of these waves. They will only find illusions. This feels like the point in the game where BB wanted to get to with this lineup, right? You stalled out the early momentum. You fought through those first two Roshans. Now you're getting to the late game with the Anti-Mage, with the Lycan split push. You have a lot of scaling to fall back on. You have a Disruptor Ags you can get into. You have 3 more items on GPK that he can eventually build into here. A lot of room to scale.
I feel that way for both sides. I mean, the Void Spirit, known to be quite the menace in the late game, and they've got some very solid supports behind it, but Heroic also have like this tri-core lineup. It's not just all in on the Marcy. I think their biggest problem is going to be, yeah, that man right there, Schofield, and how well he's able to progress. Having to buy back 2 different times, and the sacrifices he took in the laning phase means that he is not scaling the best. But even he is working towards a Scythe of Ice, and as long as he's got levels, he'll have damage.
Smoke coming through. BKB done for Pure. He buys out for this moment.
A fresh blood right for Analog. This Octarine opting for that over the Refresher. They're going to spawn Whisper and try and burst him down again. Whisper wants to make sure he gets off the BKB first. But it does mean that the commitment from BB team, they can just go in and out. Oh, the Echo Slam whip there. Analog takes a bit of damage from somewhere, stopping his blink forward.
He got clipped.
Covers them with the Fishers. Miro. Okay, they managed to get the glimpse back. And all in for the Earthshaker. The Mana Void is ready to go. Pure will use it, puts it to use, brings down the mid lane of Heroic. Now Schofield in some trouble, looking for his blink back inside the base. Heroic again losing the fight, but also still limiting their losses to 1 or 2 heroes. These fights, they just are not clean one way or the other.
Can see what BB team are trying to do though, right? Go in, get that target, kite the fight out. They threaten the Chen. You have to BKB Lycan. He gets out of there. There's just no clear jumper target for Heroic. If that Echo Slam lands, it could be a very different story. But Analog is really struggling to find the window here. It's just units constantly on him. There's random damage sources. It's not clean. GPK continuing, just trying to get something out of Heroic right now.
And Yuma is not a threat without a basher. Nope. Like this Void Spirit and this Lycan just keep on going into the fight, and there's nothing to control them during their BKBs. You have to get that BKB piercing disable for Yuma. I think there's no other way.
You have Hex on the Queen now. I mean, most of the control that Heroic have, especially with the Hex online now, is them initiating. Them finding the first target and letting the Marcy go in on top of that. I don't think we've seen that for probably 20 minutes.
I think it's always difficult to do, right? That is one of the advantages that Lycan gives you.
100%.
All these Helmadom creeps plus the Wolves, they just always seem to have vision over you. Combine that with the Disruptor.
You have to just smoke and jump off the smoke. That's your best chance in this game.
This may be the perfect opportunity. BB team very brazen in their attempts. It is going to be interrupted by GPK here, but if they get the jump on the GPK, got him in the Echo Slam. A response from Kataomi. It's not good enough. He got a good static storm, but the BKBs are already out. Pure, he's going to go for Whisper once again. Hits a big mana point. Whisper, not dead yet. He gets a little bit of heals out of the Chen, and he's staying alive for now. Pure, he has to back away. Nero's right in the middle. They all jump in, but Echo Slam, nah, it doesn't do much. Pure, he finishes off Analog, but the lock-in, Rod of Atos, and BKB is gone for Miro, and so is his life. 2 cores dead on the side of BB team for the one of Heroic. Heroic had the advantage for Roshan, but now it's switching over to the other side. Oh, God, the shield rune. Right in front of Heroic, the Scythe of Vice doesn't stop the rune grab here, but they do have an fire. Oh, what a beautiful bushwhack on a 2! They try and blow up Yuma, not quite. He blinks after him, hits him with another bash, and finishes him off. Now Whisper, he's up next. Rod of Atos holding back for now, but he's got to blink up. He'll chase after Whisper. And save once again with the bushwhack. A glimpse back, pulling him back to his demise. Here working him through. A Scythe of Vice and a buyback. This has to work for Yuma, and he gets it. A monster kill on the enemy. Stops Kataomi as well. And that means Heroic. It was a risk, but it pays off. They have control of the pit.
Sick bushwhacks from Save, but BB end up overextending into the Marcy buyback, not ready for Yuma round 2. And Whisper dealt so much damage to that anti-mage. He bursted him down with the Quills, 11 stacks, 2,000 going into Pure. He just could not survive the physical onslaught.
The buyback, I think this is coming too late.
Oh, they're committed.
Try jumps inside the pin. Can he try it? He's got it! GPK! He rips it away from Heroic! And now, it came at a cost. It cost them the buyback. If Yuma dies here, he's in trouble. He got the BKB unleashed. Now it's Pure. He's in trouble. Gets off the man to hit by his stun. And Abyssal Blade goes off. A Fisher to try and stop him, but he's away. And now, danger time. BKB not up for Yuma. He's a dead. A dieback. 2 minutes. Heroic kept the fight on without him. With just 1 core to do it. And being hounded by the Wolf. Miro chases after them all the way back to their fountain. All the way back if necessary. They will find that 3rd core. And Heroic now on the brink of death. They've been cleaned up all over, and BB team had full control to push as many buildings as they want.
What is there to say? One time and time again, this team goes to GPK to make the plays. Absolutely salvaging that team fight, steals the 2nd life away from Yuma, destroys his presence off of the buyback.
Will it be enough?
The chase down. They pass Cheese over to Pure. It was a beautiful itemization usage. Gives him the strength to keep pushing on, and they just want the game here.
As always, Pure has called to end the game, and it's going to be an Earthshaker buyback to try and hold it.
Without the Marcy, though, it just feels impossible. No Bristleback buyback available.
They simply just do not have the damage. Nothing will stop BB team at this point. Try as he might. He tries to go in with his BKB. They pop the glyph, but it is delaying the inevitable. BB team, they have routed you, they have outfarmed you, and they will take game number 1.
What a game 1 it was. These teams are just here to brawl. There's a lot of creep action going around in the it slows all their pace down, but once that switch gets flipped, this team is on and they are terrified.
35 minutes of farming. The Animage has come out of the jungle. He says, I'm done farming. It's time to end the game. And Pure does just that.
Ну, ГПК,
The acceleration
ГПК.
from BB Team
Solid,
closing
solid.
out this game. I mean, an Aegis snatch is really what turns the tides here, Lacoste, because there's all these fights around mid, a back and forth between the two teams, but it all comes down to that Roche.
One thing I always loved about BB team is that they're ready to use their buybacks, come into the fight, and make sure that they're going to be ready to, like, they are a team that's, I would say, out of the other teams that are still left at the International, that are willing to risk it the most when it comes down to the buybacks. We saw like 2 buybacks in Enigma series, but they are on point. They use those buybacks, and they're going to be winning the fights off of that.
Yeah, that game was awesome. That was like a UFC fight where they just like brawl right at the end, and then one guy gets knocked out. That was S-tier cinema. Like, I love the buybacks from Heroic. I really like that they were trying to like risk it all there. That is well within their character. But on the flip side, BB Team is, like Cap said, this is the team for just, we're going down mid, boys. Yeah, throning right now. Even if it's like really risky, they're gonna go for it. Like, you cannot give them that opening. They will take it.
Yeah, they know exactly when to take it, when it's offered to them. We're going to go towards that earlier part of the game here, though, Lacoste, because there was so much done by this Disruptor to really help out the lanes, to really help Miro, which you said that Lycan was going to be a big question mark in biding the time for this anti-mage lineup.
Yeah, and he was throughout the whole game. I think Kataomi understood that top lane wasn't really playable in terms of who he's laning against. He was laning against Bristleback, which is not the lane that they want to play to. They got one early kill relatively early on, but he is ready. This is level 3 Disruptor, 4 minutes in. Kind of leaves Anti-Mage alone in the top lane, gets a really good pick-off, and then moves to the bottom lane 20 seconds after, which is going to be resulting in another good kill. Kataomi was pretty much involved in most of the kills at the early stages of the game. That's why this Disruptor pick, when we talked about it, it gives them so much value. Like, you're trying to get out, Yuma's going to try to go with the rebound, but Disruptor's going to be able to catch him anyway. And the Miero, they needed a good start on him. I think Miero had an insanely good game, and in this type of a matchup, we know that Whisper, he's not the biggest enjoyer of the Lycan. He only has 18 games so far in his professional career on Lycan. The trade that they got, getting this Marcy for Lycan and giving it to Miero, who's one of the better Lycan players in the world, I would say was a big mistake.
I mean, the Lycan just made so much space for the AM, right? He could just single-handedly pressure. I think the lanes was like a huge problem. The waves are always pushed out. Lycan's pressuring on a tower. It just makes it very, very difficult for even the Chen to move forward on the map, right? There's this battle going on in the mid lane. The Lycan creeps is in the mid lane. The Chen creeps is in the mid lane. They're both trying to shove up the wave, but it just gave AM so much time to farm after that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a really interesting thing about the Dom meta in terms of how it's progressed is support's understanding that if they have a safe lane core that is building into Dom, you have these items that give you regen and like health and stats in the lane, so you can actually leave the lane. Like, you can get active. It's the Dom is not just affecting the meta for the cores, it's also very affecting the supports as well.
I mean, do you think the matchup actually should go that well? Like, part of why the game went kills.
I guess I'll respond to a question with another question, which is like, your understanding of the matchup, isn't that based on a meta where anti-mages weren't going Dominator? Because I feel like that changes things a lot in the calculations.
Yeah, it just changes so much of the viability of anti-mage. That's been one of the biggest questions about us seeing so many more heroes being picked up in that carry role. What really makes it viable? Something, though, that we weren't really too sure going into this one was if Yuma was going to be showing up today, right? He's been having an amazing series, an amazing performance on the main stage, but for this one on the Marcy, there was a lot of great fights for him, but it was rough to come up against a Lycan in lane, and it required him having to do so much more for the team earlier on.
Yeah, he was doing a pretty good amount of work, honestly. Like, you know, we talked about the Yuma rotation through the portal, but even going into the early to mid game, he rotates quite a lot. And on Marcy here, like, he needed to be the hero that's going to deal the damage. Earthshaker has some burst. They're waiting on a Blink Dagger for a while. You know, he's got to get in there and do things. And he was active. Like, this was pretty much the only reason that Heroic was able to stabilize this game past the laning stage.
A big key factor for them. And then we go into more of team fights, something where people are bringing more of the numbers, because that's something around that Wisdom Rune, right? The 7 and 14 minute, it feels like not everyone's committing the numbers, Lacoste, but when it comes for a big objective like a Roche, that is where you're going to see the first big clash of a 5v5.
Yeah, the team fights in general, like Anti-Mage, he doesn't provide you with much. He's never going to be ready. Pretty much he first joined 35 minutes in and making sure that he has his 6 items. This hero pretty much is never ready. One more. Do you need more time? Yeah, just one more big item. And these are very expensive items that he's buying. You know, he's buying the Butterfly, he's buying Abyssal, BKB. He's never going to be ready. And this is the fight where they're going to pretty much get the perfect initiation. Look at what the GPK is doing. He goes in, gets out, and turns him around with the Remnant, and then ready to join. You can see that Pure, at this point of the game, he has...
Look at this very closely because I wasn't sure exactly what clipped analog here because he had a really great, like, big echo opportunity. Look at BB all stacking together in the top right of the screen. What was it that clipped him? Oh,
it was Disruptor.
The Disruptor Q. Okay, extremely heads-up play from Katomi then. I mean, we talked about how he performed in the early game, making the rotations for his team. But we can see from this clip that his impact in the fights was more significant than we were even noticing on camera.
Yeah, the Disruptor from the early and now what feels like into that later part of the fights is massive for Disruptor. Yeah. But that Earthshaker not connecting with his Echo was so impactful. They were actually kind of lucky that BB Team didn't take more off of that they had a second chance where we saw a significantly better Echo Slam take place, and that's what led into that next Roche fight and ultimately the Aegis Snatch and then into the BB Team victory.
Yeah, we have to take a look at the Aegis Snatch. I mean, that's a given. Like, it's so funny. We talked about GBK as being the stable one on the team. Like, he always seems to do something clutch to keep his team in the game, even when things are not going so well. This was such an important moment because Heroic was committing all of these buybacks for the fight. Like, this was their Hail Mary. Yeah. And BB is like, well, okay, we also need to take a Hail Mary. And GPK in these moments, I don't know what it is, but it seems like he always seems to be able to pull it off.
I mean, this was like the game ender right here. Once they killed the Marcy again, I think the game was like practically over already for Heroic. There's nothing much left they could do in the game. The anti-mage is unkillable. You don't have the Aegis, and yeah, I mean, this is just, you're just thinking about the next game at this point.
I do wonder, as amazing as seeing an Aegis Snatch is, and we obviously see the outcome of that, how much would this have differed if we had have seen the Aegis go to the side of Heroic and have all of those buybacks come out from BB?
I still feel like the BB side are going to be happy with the situation, even though if they don't get the Aegis, but they felt like they could have just ended the game there. That's why they are a very special team to watch, right? I think most teams would maybe just prefer to, okay, we have AM, we have the better late game, let's just not use the buyback and
slow it down.
Right? Play slowly. We're still going to be able to win it, but Pure says, no, I want to end the game now. GPK, please go and get the Aegis.
That's because he finally had his items. He's like, guys, I can finally fight. Let's just do it. And of course, GPK going to be our standout player for this game one. You just can't look past it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that Aegis steal and also the itemization that he did go for. He understood that they need to be able to punch back at the early stages of the game, so didn't go for Aghanim Scepter. Instead, opted to go for Spirit Vessel. That gives him a little bit more tankability. Yeah. Gives him extra bit of a damage. Like, once you finish off your Spirit Vessel, once you get to tier 2 neutral items with the Strength Treads, you basically have 2000 HP. If he didn't steal that Aegis, I would say that Miero, like, he's kind of my MVP because of how well he moves across the map. And this guy, it's pretty much his meta. I think I said it pre-series that this guy enjoys playing these heroes, and they got a very good pick for him. And also understanding how far he can push the limits of his hero with that wolf pack, getting extra 5 seconds when he gets the kills, and also itemization. Like, this time around, he didn't go for a relatively early shard that we usually see, opted to go for different items, picking up that AC relatively early on, understanding you're playing against Bristleback, you're playing against Marcy, there's going to be a lot of physical damage coming out, so making sure that the whole team is tanky enough.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at this game from a different point of view. We're going to head on over to Purge, who's going to give us some more details.
Hi everybody, I know what you're here for. It's about Chen, right? That's why you're here? Yeah, he's one of my favorite heroes sometimes, but something that was really interesting about what King Jungles did this game, he got a completely different facet. Every single Chen player that I've seen grabs the Sagers because it helps them control the early game. But there's little things that are interesting about this early Hellbear. It gives an aura for everybody's attack speed in the early game, and if it dies, it gives your team 120 attack speed. So this means you can actually fight your opponents in the laning stage. And Heroic drafted this knowing that draining the Lycan's mana is not that big of a deal, and instead they can use this Hellbear to fight. If you kill the Hellbear, your heroes attack fast, and so you have to go for hero kills instead, and this allowed them to get a really early first blood here. That big chunk of damage, by the way, was the bodyguard linking these two guys together and save attacking him once. So he got attacked a couple extra times. So early first blood gave them a really nice advantage. Look how strong this facet can be when he fights. He contests the Lotus by himself with his summon, and he uses his third skill on him, which is going to give him and his creep 5 bonus armor. So 2 different heroes actually get zoned by him by himself with that facet, and he offsets the minus armor from Lycan just by casting that third skill. So look at the pressure that they're able to put on Miero in the laning stage. It's actually kind of a miracle that he was able to recover and have such a good game, because this lane pressure that came from this different facet on Chen was huge. And when the wolves come in, you steal one of them, the one you have has 300 more HP, so they basically just took away his first skill and all of his skill points. Great lane pressure there by Heroic. And then how this transition was really interesting here. They used this Ogre to stack. Basically, King Jungles focused a lot on farming because he wanted to buy aura items, like plus armor items that made them more resistant against the physical damage that was being done. And something really cool about this, about the Chen that got buffed recently, look at this damage for Clap here. He's level 5 and this thing's doing 250 damage. This is his special one that he summons here. So he's basically using this facet to not only win the lane, but also increase his farm speed and counteract his opponent's minus armor. And then he's using his creeps basically just to push out the lane while they go get ready to do stuff, because now he can do this much faster than Helm of the Dominator can. And by pushing these lanes, what it does is set them up for a perfect Roshan. So they basically just stop every single creep from getting in Roshan while they prep to do this, partially using the lane push, because all of those lanes got pushed in really effectively. So everything they send in there to try to kill it gets destroyed, and that's why they were able to take this Aegis before BB Team was able to respond in time. Great use of map control, the summons and all that. It was a shame it didn't work out good enough, but it was some cool new tech that we got to see.
I love to see when a hero has so many viable facets, the way that you can play the lanes so differently. Of course, we see that Disruptor really helping Miero the Lycan get back into this one, but it's crazy how different of a game it would have been just based off that one Chen facet.
Yeah, he's right. I've never seen that one before. I had no idea that the Ursa Creep did 350 damage when you have it maxed out. That's kind of crazy. I mean, obviously it falls off. But for the early game, if you want to farm, you are going to get your auras faster.
Yeah, maybe something that people who like to spam Chen might be starting to pick up for themselves. This arena, by the way, is very full. There's a lot of cheers for both the side of BB Team and Heroic. And someone who's down there right now with our fans is, of course, Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. The house is packed here tonight. But as I had mentioned at the very beginning of the day, it is a bit solemn. We have to have eliminations. Such is the nature of competition. And for every single iconic moment we've had in Dota, there's always been a team on the receiving end of it. So I'm sure Eastern European fans, do you remember the $1 Million Dream Coil? S4, Puck. I know, it's tough memories for the Na'Vi fans, but the Alliance fans remember it fondly. Meanwhile, Chinese fans are still haunted by the voice of Seb!
And South American fans, yeah, South American fans, we have a lot of these. I mean, there's no TI for South America yet, right? But there's one play that is still in our hearts. Allow me to set the stage, Tsunami. All right. TI-11, there's the howl. TI-11, Singapore. The smell of chili crab in the air. And more importantly, hope. For Thunder Awaken has made us the farthest they've ever done at a TI. That's it. Liquid, one of the best teams in the world, fighting in the lower bracket, literally for their life. Last game of the best of 3. Income Sacred gets the black hole, Pango inside of it, 1 HP. 1 HP, and every single South American fan skipped a beat as they saw the Pangolier roll away infested by the life stealer of Mickey. all hearts broken, many Liquid fans would cheer, but Thunder awaken, and all of Peru will forever remember this day. But that's what they are, resilient. We are the 1 HP warriors. We're the ones that survive. We're the ones that make it through. 1 game loss means nothing. Heroic can do it this time. Let's go!
If there's one team that's going to benefit from a crowd bomb, it's Heroic. And these guys have looked fantastic when they've been on that verge of elimination. They've got to be more comfortable, right? And I think hearing all those cheers out there from their fans, that's what's going to bring them that energy. I'm hoping they've had the time to really put their heads in the right space here, Lucas. Think about it and come back and be more chaotic than ever. Make sure that we're seeing what South America is really made of.
Oh, for sure. I think this team comes in very well prepared. They have like double coaches that are working quite a lot. Like it's always nice to see from and hear from them because they always give good insights. They're not afraid to show it to the rest of us. But I think a lot of teams that are still in the tournament have hidden strategies. And I want to see something else that is going to come out from Heroic because this one I really didn't feel that much coming out from this Queen of Pain. Yeah. I feel like there's been good flags that they kept until the end. Even like the damage numbers, if you look at it, I believe he dealt 17,000 damage on Quap, pretty similar to Earthshaker, but something was just not clicking. I want to see Schofield on a bit of a different hero, something that can be more annoying. Even Queen of Pain, she does have a Blink Dagger, but some of these melee position 4s that he really excels playing at, Clockworker, Tuska, I want to see them on heroes like that, something that can buy time, something that can relieve pressure off his mid lane, something that can have a greater impact.
To me, yeah, it's not chaotic enough. It doesn't create enough space on the map. And honestly, I thought Queen of Pain was completely imba about like 2-3 weeks ago, but the meta has changed so much since the road to TI. There's people building all of these DOMs. You know, Lycan is very popular. Like tons of summon heroes. I don't think Queen of Pain is that good anymore.
Is that because of those items you're saying that Queen of Pain has kind of fallen off?
I think but you also have to look at the reason, right? Why did they want the Queen of Pain there? Because they wanted a hero that could be moved around, flex, and confuse their opponents. But I think they didn't really count for the anti-mage at the end. Or maybe they did and they figured that, oh, we could just do the co-op support, but it didn't work out. Because for their lineup to work, they really need to get away with like some sort of early game advantage so they can snowball.
Yeah.
But they just didn't do it in the game.
It felt like it was leading up to that for the support Queen of Pain, but we see double buybacks throughout the duration of this game, and I think that's going to slow. It doesn't matter what hero you play, that's going to be.
Well, Schofield's going to do that regardless, no matter what hero he's playing.
Okay, all right. You know, maybe I'm a little bit misguided on that one.
Yeah, I feel like it just came down to like the strategy that they chose, right? I think in the first game of the series, it's fine if you have some idea that you think it might work.
Yeah.
When you try to use a flex pick, but maybe your opponents are not aware of, and you try to lead them astray with the draft. Okay, fine, didn't work. Next game, you have to just keep your heads up, held high, and go for something else.
Our teams are waiting in the wings, eager to come back down onto the stage here, get back into their boots, and focus up. This is elimination. Heroic, if they can make it back in this series, they will have the best placement that a South American team players have ever gotten. On the side of BB team, their expectations are high. Coming into this one, especially for Pure, who achieved so much at last year's TI, it would feel like a disappointment to get top 6, and it's a feat in itself to even get this far.
Yeah, and I think BB team are also a team that having one game advantage in a series is pretty scary. Like they're willing to pull out some crazy stuff. I think that they also play better with confidence. Pure in particular is not going to have one of these like 1 in 17 anti-mage games after just winning a game, especially with the anti-mage. You know, like he's gonna pop off in the next game. So.
I mean, also for Heroic, right? Every time they lose the first game, they kind of lose the series, right? They haven't really played any 3-game series so far, So this is definitely going to be like a huge challenge. How are they going to overcome this BB team?
Well, that's funny because BB team right now on the main stage, all they've had is 3-game series. So it feels like what exactly is going to win out here in these two teams? Because BB team, there is the confidence that carries over. 100% agree with you there, Jenkins. But sometimes it's a little bit of overconfidence. Maybe they try and think a little too far ahead.
Yeah, it's possible it's a blunder against Heroic because Heroic does like to play chaotic. If you play overconfident into that and you give them some openings, they will definitely take it.
one scary thing about BB team is whenever we talk about them, this is one scary team that has an extremely good early stages of the game. We haven't really seen that so far at the TI. I would say that this is something that they've been lacking, but if they can start doing that as well, that they've been doing ever since they've been formed pretty much as a squad, this is going to be a very, very scary team. They already are, but imagine if they can really push the limits, win the laning stage, have that 5k gold advantage 15 minutes into the game.
Yeah, you're right.
This is the team that is extremely aggressive and knows how to close out the games early.
Historically, they've dominated lanes and then snowballed that into a dominating game, but that's just not how it's been so far.
I felt like they've been a lot more patient than compared to a couple of months before, right? I feel like whenever they were having this sort of lead before a couple of months ago, they would try to push it maybe a little bit too far, hence the the throw-in nature of the team. And in this event, I feel like they have sort of addressed that. They played more defensive when they could just sit back and farm. And
they muted Pure's mic.
Yeah, and when they needed to go aggressive, they would have tried to use their buybacks and do something aggressive. So I feel like I like that balance. I like that change, and it certainly paid off. So far.
Anything else though? When you guys see this, it could potentially be Heroic's last game on a TI main stage. There's going to be some staples that you guys are eager and itching to see.
I mean, you're dangling it in front of me. I want to see the Pudge if that can come out. Like, I would love to see an early phase Meepo. It wouldn't even surprise me if BB is expecting this and that they first phase ban like these cheesy specialty heroes. I feel like Heroic backs against the wall. Like, they're going to take risks that we have not seen before, because this is them right about to be eliminated.
Yeah, if they have to play like a normal game, I think it's going to be difficult for them. They have to throw things off the balance and try to surprise them.
Just first pick the Meepo. Just whip it out.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing KJ going back on that Shadow Demon as well. I know he still had a really good early game for the Chen, but there was so much when it came to team fights on the way of trying to pick up that hero. But we don't want to discuss Theorycraft anymore. Our elimination series continues between these two teams.
BB Team versus Heroic Game 2.
With BB Team up one game, they're feeling confident, they're in a good position. Our draft has already begun, and the bans and first picks coming out already, where we're going to see a Nature's Prophet for the side of BB. And of course, here we have an Earthshaker for the side of Heroic. They're going back for it. They feel like they've not lost confidence in it, and maybe it's more open to be flexed now.
It still does a lot in most of these games. So, like, you could see that BB team wanted to invade enemy triangle. They saw him going into the triangle, but they were keeping the distance, not allowing them to get instantly killed on one or two heroes potentially, but wanted to get something out, knowing that Earthshaker is still going to be very low HP after clearing those Ancients, because you need to drag them close together. But again, you get very good timing on a Blink Dagger after taking the Ancients, and Analog, he did have a very good time in terms of killing the enemy carry hero. Pure got killed like 3 or 4 times by Earthshaker because he got that early Blink Dagger.
Nature's Prophet to me is such a classic Game 2 hero, because especially if you win Game 1, because I feel like BB thinks that they are just simply the stronger team, and if they can win the lanes, win the early game, they can absolutely up the tempo with this hero. Nature's Prophet is a lane dominator almost against anything, and very few carries can TP around and get kills and take the towers like he can.
I mean, you sort of see like a heavy emphasis on carries that can be around the map to push out waves, right? I think that's why we see it in a resurgence in anti-mage, because he's probably one of the best, right, outside Nature's Prophet to push out those lanes, and we saw how much he could influence the state of the game by just chopping out lanes and making it difficult for your opponents, and you give your team time to get objectives.
This is very interesting, the bans that just happened, seeing that they are banning out Spectre, which means that this Nature's Prophet is definitely going to be a core. So far, BB team didn't have much success with it. They only played it once, they lost that game, and Nature's Prophet at main stage TI also didn't win a single game. He's been played 5 times, didn't find much success. I think the nerfs that did happen also are not in his favor, and now you're going to be playing into Earthshaker, into Clockwork. These are 2 very difficult matchups for you, allowing you to get on top of him, having multiple stuns, so he needs to do a lot. Even though he builds into Hurricane Pike, he builds into a BKB, still not an easy matchup by any means.
If it is going on Pure, I am also wondering about how susceptible it is in that early laning phase, because that has been the biggest weakness so far for Pure, is how punishable is this Nature's Prophet in that first 10 minutes.
It will depend on the core that he's playing against, because Clockwork needs a core that will like actually jump on top with him and kill the Nature's Prophet. Although, great Timber pick, excellent against Clockwork, high strength hero, excellent against Earthshaker, high strength hero. 0% win rate though in the main stage.
Yeah, but why are they showing here right now? That's like the question, right? Like, if they wanted a hero like Timber, wouldn't he be better at 18? Unless there's something that's going on here, you know, like maybe one of the heroes.
I think this is a statement from BB Team. They are picking a hero that has 0% win rate on main stage and 0% win rate, 0 out of 8 games, road to TI playoffs and main
why,
stage.
the reason I'm confused is because they chose to ban the Puck, right? So they seem to think that the Earthshaker is not going to be mid. And now they're picking Timber, I presume, against the Earthshaker, which he wants to go mid against the Shaker. That's what I find a little bit confusing here.
I mean, one argument is Miro is level 30 Timber. It's easy to talk about, you know, the Amars of the world and forget that Miro is, like, he came onto the scene playing Timbersaw every single game. So maybe it's just a confidence thing. I also think it blocks Meepo a little bit. You don't feel as good playing Meepo into this, and I think Heroic could maybe bang it out here. We'll see. I mean, they have last pick, so they could look to get it there, but it's not going to make it through the second phase ban, or the third phase bans.
No, I don't think so at all. That's something that everyone's very cautious of about letting them get their hands on. A Bane here as well for BB Team. Kataomi's done wonders when it's been picked up. That's something that gave them success so far on this main stage as well, is when he's on that hero.
Yeah, Bane plus MP is absolute pleasure to have. You know, as a teammate, you're playing Bane. You want someone that can just come to you instantly when you catch a hero with your sleep or your Fiend's Grip. Even though it might seem like counterintuitive to pick Bane into Clockwork, because Clock is one of the worst matchups in the game for Bane. But I do feel like they put a lot of emphasis in enabling this MP. That might explain the Timber, you know. Maybe they are feeling that we need some offlaner to keep shuffling the wave and pressure. So you draw the attention to you, and then the Bane goes to you, sets out with the MP TPing in. Maybe that is the idea of their first 3 picks here.
Yeah, BB is definitely prepping to be really active, because Timber also is a hero that loves being left alone in lane. So that means they can pick a support that can run to the mid lane, play around GPK, have Pure on Nature's Prophet TP in, and Miro's just chilling, farming.
Yeah, Hero seems to agree that the Timber is going to be on the off lane, picking the TA right away. TA is like one of the better heroes against Timber in the lane. So let's see if like maybe BB Team try to, you know, adjust, try to move the Timber away, or they have to try to figure out what type of support they pick to enable the lane. You know, TA is just going to be, I think, a very strong lane matchup into the Timber.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot, allowing them to have a super strong laner, and this is not gonna be an easy game for Bane by any means. He might need to shift priority. He might need to play as a position 5 in this one, because you're playing against Earthshaker, Clockwork, One Fisher, Clockwork with the hook shot, the trap silence from Templar Assassin, just the global silence in general is gonna make things a lot more difficult for Bane than maybe he expected.
Yeah, that's a nasty silencer pick. Like, even Timber, Arcane Curse, he hates playing against this. The lane too, like just the silencer versus the Timber in lane, I think is a winning lane almost no matter what carry you have.
If you're forcing Timber to deviate from his build, okay, that's why I felt like the Timber is there's gonna be something interesting with the Timber. So they're moving the Timber mid, they're picking a Darkseer, changing the lane matchup. So they are trying to outfox Heroic in the lane. So Darkseer against TA, that's a pretty good matchup here in the lane. They need probably strong position 4 to make sure that the silencer can't really bully the Darkseer too much.
They could still get a very good matchup for them if they want to get something like a Lifestealer maybe for themselves and use this Nature's Prophet as a support plus the Bane. I know that the Darkseer loves to have, you know, something that he can run in, some Tiny, some Tusk potentially, but overall they don't have the last pick. But after seeing this Templar Assassin, I think they use Nature's Prophet as a bit of a bait to see where the heroes are going to go and try to counter-react it, because I'm seeing Enigma as well. This is one of the few matchups that Lifestealer doesn't like to play into, and also another hero that I think overall Whisper plays really, really well, and it would give them the momentum. I think having Templar Assassin building into Deso, having Earthshaker from the mid lane, 2 supports who can easily rotate, and they want to rotate to get that +1 for Silencer. Clockwork wants to be active. Could be that they just want to shut down the tempo that Heroic is building up.
I love the Hoodwink ban because that could be either
a carry
or the 4. You have to ban it for both. Because I agree with what you're saying. Maybe not lifesteal. Like there are also other options. Faceless Void is an option there as well. Like I mean, any hero that builds a Manta style you want against Silencer, and something to win the core-to-core matchup against TA. I guess TA is kind of solved by the Darkseer.
Do you split your band then, or are we still looking at a potential strong position forward to come out? Because you've given a lot of good carry potential for the side of BBT. Is it that easy to take it out? Is that easy to all in that's the last pick that is required?
It could just still be a 4 for save. That's also possible. We're just thinking of like interesting flexes because they don't have the last pick.
I mean, he usually likes to play like range heroes on save. We've seen him on usually Grimstroke, Rubik, Tau Hill, Muerta.
I mean, Bat Rider is banned. Okay, well, that would have been great. I'm just trying to think, what are the ranged heroes that play well with Darkseer? Willow?
Yeah, Willow is okay.
It's like Bat and Willow are the two good ones that you can actually Ion Shell.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like they want more than one initiator. Right now, that's only Bane, right? If your core is going to be MP, Timber, and Darkseer, you kind of want more stuns and catch for your lineup.
And Save Lion is a classic. He lanes well with the Darkseer.
Yeah, Lion's actually really nice for their overall composition here. You have the vacuum into stun combination. So it's going to be the Dark Widow. So you have instead of the stun, you have the vacuum into multiple brambles, which can be really nice in the laning phase.
Yeah, peels through the TA refraction eventually as well between the brambles and the Willow ult.
Not a very conventional hero right now.
No. Yeah, it was prior to the international happening. Pro level pubs, people were spamming this.
That was before the nerfs, I think. She did take some nerfs to the Shadow Realm.
The regen in the Shadow Realm, yeah. Doesn't feel as broken as it did before.
So what is she offering in the lane? Because you guys said that needed to be something that was really going to help the Dark
She's a pretty strong laner at level 1. One of the best level 1 heroes.
I was wondering where this hero's made. The mid Leshrac, it deals so much damage. The Blink Dagger, you just jump in, suicide. It's like, I'm going to kill you or you're going to kill me, or maybe both.
Oh, they definitely upgraded the draft from the previous game. This draft kind of plays itself out. You're never going to be lacking damage. You have enough stuns. You have a global presence. You have very good scaling. You have heroes that come online super fast. Lashrac going for the Blink Dagger. You have Templar Assassin with your Dragonlance there. So it does feel like they're going to be ready relatively early on to be able to punch back against what BB Team is bringing in this one.
What I love is that they have 3 extremely high burst cores with a silencer. Like, if they cover a jump with the silence, they will kill like 2 or 3 heroes potentially. This is very strong. I think the pipe timing for Miro on Darkseer will be very important. Like the pipe in Crimson aura timing.
Yeah, they have to make sure whenever the silencer global comes out and with the Earthshaker jumping, they need to survive that initial burst. If they can actually do that and make the fights drag out, then it'll be really good for the Timber and Darkseer. But overall, I feel like execution-wise, it's a lot easier for Heroic here. I feel like their team fights are just pretty straightforward. Laning phase also pretty straightforward. They're very, very solid lanes. So I think we are actually going to see a game 3 here.
Winter, I feel like you changed your viewpoint. You went from not sure if Heroic were going to be able to bounce back in the series to loving exactly what they're bringing in game number 2.
Yeah, you gotta love if someone gives you something you like to see. You know?
What do you love so much about this one, Lacoste?
I like that they are shutting down the cores as well. I feel like with the picks that they do have, it gives them a lot of momentum as well. And BB Team, they are picking heroes with very low win rate. These heroes are low win rate or have no win rate whatsoever for a good reason. Nature's Prophet didn't win on the main stage. Neversaw didn't win a single game. And they're really trying to push the limits. This is also a bit of a test. If they are going to be managing to win this one, it's also a bit of a statement for the rest of the teams that are still left in the tournament.
Yeah, I like that you're bringing up those statistics. It hasn't been working for other teams on at least 2 of their cores on the side of BB Team. And so I feel like we need some answers exactly what that coach and how this draft is going to play out.
And I can make that happen. And that, yes, I am joined by bulk of BB Team, where I do have some questions about your draft. Timbersaw gets picked up. I don't know if you know this, 0% win rate in this tournament. It has been picked 8 times so far. Why do you like it?
Тимберсон на этом турнире выбрали уже 8 раз, но у него винрейт 0%. Почему вы продолжаете его выбирать?
Мы захотели исправить эту ситуацию и поправить этот винрейт.
we want to fix that win rate.
No more 0% win rate after this game. Makes sense to me. Last game, I asked Caps if he was afraid of your last pick anti-mage. He said no. Are you afraid of the analog last pick Leshrac?
В интервью тренера после прошлого пика он сказал, что он не боится вашего антимага. Боитесь ли вы их Лешрака?
Нет.
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. What was it again?
Нет. No.
No.
Oh, no, that's what it was. I see. Well, then, let's see if it happens in this game number 2. Good luck, Bulk.
And luck may be needed here. It seemed like the panel liked the changes that Heroic made to their draft. I personally like to see that Whisper. Taken over the Earthshaker, and they got Analog a Leshrac pickup. That felt like a nasty last pick here, Avery.
There's a reason Timbersaw has been struggling this tournament, and now he's going to have to go up against another hero that can just absolutely burst and chunk him down. I'm looking to Analog to step up his game in this game too. I think he struggled the most in that game 1. It wasn't all on him. It was just a really tough game to find the angles for those Echo Slams against so many summons, so much scouting, a long-range poke lineup. You're against the anti-mage. Not the easiest Shaker game here. He gets the priority in that last pick. They put him on a super high damage dealer that can just get in the fight, play against a lot of heroes that he can just take down instantly. Looks like a great game for the Leshrac, and he has the silencer to cover him. I mean, what a silencer game. You're against Timbersaw, Darkseer, Dark Willow, Bane. This curse is gonna hurt in the team fights. The global silence can bail out the grip. Looking at those two heroes for Heroic to have big games here in game 2 and force this into a game 3. And if you're BB team, as the panel mentioned, you are trying to play some heroes that have not been too successful so far. Doesn't mean they can't work here, but they have been struggling.
Save in some trouble. Already used the Shadow Realm. Unless he could juke through the trees, he is gone. That's going to be first blood to Yuma. And that is quite the boon because the off lanes on both sides are suffering. Schofield will end up going down. Both supports will die, but it's Heroic who walk away with the extra bounty in first blood.
And there's some money tree action going on.
Wait,
Nature's Prophet looking for the gold bags. Not a facet we see a lot, if at all. But if you start snowballing with it, it's definitely a little extra income. I did not have this on my TI bingo card.
No, I didn't either. I do remember that it was so bad they had to buff it up, but it seemed like it's still, the numbers still weren't quite right. I guess in this matchup, it does kind of look like a free lane for them. So if you don't need the extra lane sustain out of the heal, why not, right? It's a double range matchup against a double melee matchup. Like, surely you should win this scot-free. Oh, vacuum pull back in, trying to go for KJ Fairy Fire. Ooh, he walks back into the Ion Shell and will be run down and saved. He's already healed up enough. Refraction from Yuma is quickly burned through, and he'll have to back away. No rebuttal here. Schofield, meanwhile, a Fairy Fire of his own is going to be popped to stay alive.
This double melee offlane's really suffering against the double range, plus the presence from this Furion. Look towards Pure to have a big game for BB team. He can set the pace, he can drive tempo around the map, he can TP into all these plays, give you the extra gold off the money tree sprouts. Those can go either way too, you know, anybody can pick up those bags, so you really want to snowball off this facet if you can. True. At least have some bigger presence in the earlier team fighting. Particularly if the other lanes are going to be a struggle. This Darkseer lane is not going the best for PB team. And Yuma has had an incredible start on this TA. Despite some of the early skirmishing going both ways, he's absolutely free farming down there. And they picked up the early kill. So it's going to be another strong laning phase for Heroic. The Leshrac's going to free farm. The TA is pretty much going to free farm down there. And if they can get something out of this double melee off lane, it's another really good start to a game where they can pick up the pace. Be very interesting to see who rotates supports into mid lane first in this game as well, because you are really eyeing these 6 and 8 minute power runes, and this is an explosive matchup. Start taking some of these later points in Edict, just so much damage on isolated targets fighting for those runes, or if you get an early haste or arcane, Leshrac can be devastating with it.
And frankly, if the Earthshaker is already kind of struggling, and he can maybe do some Fisher shenanigans to pull the lane back, why not move the Clockwork, say, into this mid lane and try and help the Lesh win that matchup?
I think Schofield has the most freedom here. Decide what he wants to do. Trying to deny the water rune.
Miro chased down. The teleport will be canceled. A little bit surprising there. They were a bit low. Schofield brought low by the Nightmare. Katomi continues to menace this opposing support as he just cannot seem to use his cogs effectively at all. Every single time he tries to go for the cog hit, he just gets nightmared and hit a whole bunch.
Getting outplayed in this early game. Will at least deny the water rune out from GPK. It's a little minor win on that mid lane. That was his goal here, but another slow start for Schofield. And once more have to make it up. And this is not a game where you're going to get a huge amount of stacks up with this clock.
No,
you're able to fall back on that. You have to find some action around the map. Action continuing in this lane.
KJ not respecting the Shadow Realm Ion Shell combination. Maybe Yuma can, if he gets the kill on the core, it would all be worth it. But it's taking a lot of time off of lane. He still hasn't got to put the treads pick up. That'll help give him some extra movement speed to get the kill, and he does not get caught in the brambles. Perfectly manages his way through. Whisper alone in lane, does not die. He still had some stick charges and a Lotus to burn through.
Third kill on this lane for Heroic, and a lot of solo experience going into the TA. Honestly, I think KJ, he's more than happy with that exchange. His TA is going to be ginormous. Already almost level 5. Level 6 on the Leshrac mid as well. I mean, it's Whisper being sacrificed up here a little bit, but this lane was going to be the toughest lane no matter what. You pick these heroes for the mid game, not their laning prowess. You just have to survive through it here.
Considering how well Yuma is doing, I halfway expected the silencer KJ to go through the gate, maybe help out this top lane, but he's opted against it, instead playing for power runes.
They're just too weak up top. Too many resources got burned out there. That play is not available. You can look for the mid clash, however. Again, these power runes are super valuable for the Leshrac if you can secure them.
I love that, though. They already have the ward in place. They will run down KJ first, go back for the power rune, which spawns top. Works out well for them. Analog would have gotten it otherwise, but instead, Katomi gets an amp damage, and he's going to pull the Leshrac underneath the tower. Now it's going to be the Clockwork who wakes up that Leshrac. Leshrac going back in with a dive ball, doing massive damage onto Katomi. One kill and trying to get out. No stuns left. Save has already blown everything there, so Analog will be able to get away. Support for support trade-off.
Money bags collected for Pure. He's happy about that. Analog, did he overstep into the river?
He certainly did. Not having dive ball, he's in trouble. Sounds goes out though, and now GPK is the one who has overextended himself. Analog, he'll tick out. Analog didn't have to run forward. KJ will collect that kill. GPK offering a respectful tip to KJ for the rotation.
It's just such a good silencer game. They got it really late in this draft. He has great core matchups, great heroes to punish with the curse, and a great target for that global silence later. I expect a big game from King Jungles here. Pure feeling the heat of a Yuma rotation. Rocket Flare gives a little assist, but
yeah, a bit too late. If it had caught him as Pure ducked away into the trees, maybe they could have killed it, but now Whisper has been baited to go for that Pure kill. Templar Assassin can't jump into this, not with GPK. Timbersaw is showing. Analog still going to show up, though. He is so strong right now. He's going straight to Pure. That's a guaranteed kill. What else can you get out of this one? GPK tries to pick up a Yuma real quick. The refraction, blocking the damage, and missed the Timber Chain. Meanwhile, Analog, he cuts him down with that long-range chakram. The Facet comes through in the clutch for GPK, and he still has plenty of mana to work with. No more diabolic eating, so GPK has free reign of things. A triple kill for him.
That's the kind of fight you wish you had that silencer involved in a little bit more. 3 points in curse. He could do some serious damage to GPK in these skirmishes.
He thought he was going to get involved there. Instead, Nightmare pulled into the chakram. Analog, he goes for the Pure kill again, but around these ancient stacks and 2 heroes behind him, Analog can't go for another kill on this Nature's Prophet. Pure trying to get nice and aggressive. They know the ward's up there on the high ground, thanks to the Nightmare from earlier.
And Whisper comes to defend these stacks. Does not want to lose anything. Does not want to split the experience. He needs this Echo Slam to recover. He will get it here, uncontested.
Yeah, Schofield's going to block out Katomi. No way that he ever gets close enough. In fact, if he tries, he'll just add more experience to Whisper's coffers. Slowed down, but lightning a bit.
The hasted Timber.
Yeah, that's a little scary. Oh, that's hit for the Shadow Realm. Not good enough. GPK.
He wants
Are you going to try for it? Timber chain up, and he runs him down.
GPK boss gets that steal in game 1, and he is off to a 7-1 start here at the 8.5-minute mark. Just pure destruction coming out from this mid laner right now, who is He's on a warpath in this tournament, man.
Yeah, is there any doubt? He has to be the team, the player that is carrying his team the most in this tournament.
He is MVP in my mind right now. BB team are not here without his plays on the main stage. He'll have to go back to heal, but man, what a start for him. Playing into some tough heroes too. These are not easy heroes for the Timber to skirmish early. He really just played the fights well. You end up in... not the easiest Timbersaw game in my...
He gets that kill on Yuma, and that top lane rotation, that could have been just pure dying again. He's kept Analog down a bit, but he will be the center of attention for Heroic. Hook shot does land, and really no way out of this one. Nope. The cogs lock him in a cage, and the silence prevents any spells. Analog, he knows that he's going to have to stay one step ahead of this Timbersaw if they want to push this to a game 3.
And these smoke plays are so strong. They're not going to have a lack of damage like we saw in that game 1 where
Whisper
that play
block
got
off?
turned around.
Not needed. Whisper already has his blink dagger. He gets in front of Katomi, and they chain the stuns for another kill into Analog. Now second in net worth, and Yuma is topping out the charts.
This is a perfect pace for Heroic. They love this style of gameplay, and this draft is built for it.
You just showed so many heroes, though. Yuma, he's left alone in this bottom lane and run down by a simple 1-2 punch of a Miro wall and save with the Bedlam. That is going to cost Heroic a decent amount.
Gotta respect this Helm creep with the Darkseer Ion Shell and the potential Vax Stomp that could come out. It's been a while since we've seen this combination, but it'll be live in this game. And all that space that the Timbersaw created allowed Miro to catch back up. He was doing farming. He was doing big stacks in the jungle. So this Darkseer's absolutely back in this game. They're trying to pick up the pace themselves.
Quell and Blade pick up, but the creep is on top of him with the Ion Shell. Echo Santos go out. If they can trade this out to get the kill on Pure, it'd be massive. Whisper doesn't have enough damage by himself. Oh, what a Cox hit! A Sprout over to the other side, and Chan Totem to stop him, though. And Pure, he's dead. As aggressive he's tried to be. Multiple of these rotations have resulted in his death, and Whisper is taunting him all the way to the grave.
You gotta have some respect for BB team. They went in this game and they're trying to play Heroic style of Dota. They are just taking the clash, just getting aggressive, but this is a terrifying team to play this fast against because they'll take it to you every single time. I mean, these are some of the best skirmishers in the world. Schofield in his element right now.
Smoke breaking, Schofield. He'll just wait it out. GPK runs right into that brick wall.
Now try and smoke the supports around. Tower goes down. Scan still hits on that hill. They're looking for a bigger core target in the jungle. They want Yuma right now with this grip.
Is this two-man squad good enough, though?
They land the grip. They're going to try it all in.
They got him. And a long-range hook shot. The grip is stopped, but the burst damage is still there. Now Schofield, big whirling death hit underneath the tier 2 tower. Cogs on cooldown, but BB team, they'll respect what Heroic have to offer. Backing away from the cliff and the multi-shot of the tower, not worth the risk for a simple support.
First part of that smoke did not succeed up the high ground, but they get the nice flank. Yuma just not expecting 2 supports to be taking him down, but Wrath of Nature gives you that extra damage on all these plays. There, however, is the Blink Dagger for the Leshrac, and this is when this hero becomes the scariest hero on the map. You pop the Edict, you blink on anybody, they're just gone. It's way too much damage for an isolated target. Expect a quick smoke out from Heroic. Still have that global silence to back him up too, so if you go in super aggressive as Analog, you can take that kind of fight. You can rely on KJ to bail you out of a really tough situation or some grip deep in the formation.
Did he have that global for the Fiend's grip on Yuma earlier? I have to imagine if you did have it, right? You would have popped it, right?
It's true. We have not seen it used.
Maybe Yuma expected he was going to get some sort of bailout here, but let's hope that global silence is put to better use here.
This is the same smoke path. They scanned it, and they have this ward still on the high ground. Their sentry in range never killed it.
Yeah, this is insane that this is still up. BB team unaware and caught out by it once again. Global silence just in case.
I think that was a little wasted global there, but
yeah, that did not feel necessary at all. They had that kill guaranteed. One courier. And a second Pure trying to juke it through the trees. Analog and Schofield, they try their best, but distracted by the courier, they still got it. But it is Whisper dying on the other side of the map. As the aggression from BB team, they see all these heroes on the other side of the map. They're going to go for the Wisdom Shrine, expecting that Schofield will work. But they're going to to go for the Wisdom Shrine, gets the quick kill on the support. Can he get to the Wisdom Shrine in time? He opts for the stun. He does not want to go into melee range of this GPK Timbersaw that has been menacing the map the entire time. He takes the experience and makes a run for it.
Hook shot in 7 seconds here.
Save. He knows I think he's given up his life to block the pass. Miro, he's run down by the dodgeball. That TP is not going to work for him.
One more.
And it's GPK, the only man perhaps who can make it out. Schofield spots him. Oh, that hook shot. Just barely off the mark.
That is still a fight Heroic will gladly take in exchange for that shrine. They got so much of that. Some extra in for the silencer. It's up to 7 brain drain. And that Darkseer, he was the most farmed hero going into that fight. Miro quietly just having himself a game here, farming up at a very fast pace. Big kill to give away. It's your best team fighter on the side of BB. He just got locked in the cogs from Schofield, who chose to go to that fight over stealing the shrine. Absolutely the correct call. Arcane rune in the river. Huge rune for both mids. Analog snags it. GPK not getting all the power runes he's used to. This is almost the downside for him having the best start out of everybody is, yeah, this Timbersaw went 7-1, but you can't push your advantage into this lineup. There's too many spells that counteract you. You need defensive items. You need either super fast Lotus or super fast BKB, and I think it has to be the BKB he's eyeing up because there's just way too many disables for you to play into.
He also couldn't really use that momentum, not just because of the counters, but because his own supports don't start the fights. They can't really guarantee that heroes will stay inside the Timbersaw AoE, whether it's because of the global silence. Frankly, Heroic's heroes are just better for that, right? The Clockwork and the Earthshaker, they're going to be much more active at starting fights for their mid than BB team could be.
Control is just more reliable here. It's also longer range. Fissure plus hookshot, you can start the fight from anywhere. This Dark Willow Bane has to get in pretty close, and that's super risky against this lineup. There's a lot of interrupt. That grip is 0% guaranteed against the global especially, but even if the global gets thrown out, there's still a lot that can stop you.
Deso online for Yuma and puts it to use. Does not get the last hit on the mid tower. So missing a bit of bounty there. Analog, meanwhile, working his way through the jungle with this Invis rune, spotted out by a sentry. Did BB team with the night vision of Kataomi. They certainly know this is coming, and he's going to be so far forward. He's going to be caught out the global silence. It hit, but the hook shot did not. Baited in by BB team. Analog will overstep himself, and his team might be punished for it. Schofield, the Force Staff, gets him away from Pure. They will not lose anybody else for that blunder.
All 5 heroes were there to punish him. Even the Furion coming in, landing a little helping hand, and the damage is just overwhelming. Even though you get global to bail you out, you're stuck in the brambles. You're stuck in the chalk room. Just can't get out of there. You have BKB, I mean, that looks way different, right? But that is a ways away right now.
Slowing this down is crucial. Any pickoff because of the Deso could lead to Roshan, right? 100%. The faster you get this early Rosh on a Templar Assassin, the happier you'll be, especially if you could do it during this night cycle where it is on the Radiant side. You can continue that cycle throughout the rest of the game. You'll always have that outpost advantage.
You just want to find any sort of pickoff right now. Keep hunting, keep abusing the fact that Lesh is super strong around the map and you have good initiation. Any sort of big skirmisher fight will lead you into that objective. They'll find a little Kataomi. Nice little pick off there. I don't think this is enough to instantly force the Roshan, especially where you are on the map, but you can chain this into something else as well. And you look at the vision right now, you would love to get some deep vision on Dire's side of the map if you are Heroic. The more information you can get of where BB team are sending their heroes, the faster you can set these plays up.
Pipe complete for the Darkseer. BB teams...
Yeah. Pure almost just TP'd into Analog up top, but they actually had a Dire ward on that camp, so they saw him.
Oh, so he was teleporting to the ancient camp,
and he was then about to go in there and farm. It would have been instant death. Nice defensive ops, saves Pure's life.
It does. Now that's the sort of pickoff that could have led to a Roshan scenario, but as it stands, Heroic, with the team fight item complete of the pipe, can't just force this. The game is beginning to slow down.
A very strong pipe game. The TA is your one solution to that pipe, but the TA is also not the hero that wants to go in and just be in the middle of all the Ion Shells, the Brambles, the Dark Willow, Chakram damage. Like, it's a little overwhelming for Yuma right now.
Until you have BKB, that refraction isn't going to last long.
Just going to say, there's a lot of heroes who are going to want an early BKB in this game just so you can take the fights with confidence and ignore a lot of the damage coming out from both lineups, because both lineups are going to struggle against early BKBs here. You're negating a lot of control and a lot of spell damage. Huge amount of survivability to come out. Both teams playing a little scared right now. Clumped on the map. Again, there's just a lack of deep vision on either side of the map. You see how many sentries were spammed through these jungles. Yeah, it's ridiculous right now.
It is.
It's just both teams are kind of playing blind, looking for the next objective, which will be this Tormentor up top. BB camping it. They're a little early to the party, but...
I mean, better to be early than late.
100%.
That's what it feels like Heroic's going to be. Are they not... Do you feel like they're at a disadvantage for contesting BB team? I don't think so either. I'm surprised they're playing so passive right now, but as we say that, both teams are going to go for their own smokes. Not going to be surprised on a Tormentor. Instead, they will clash inside the dire jungle where BB team do have the ward advantage, but the initiation, it's going to be jumped onto the dark side with the global sounds over the top. 2 are wiped off the face of the earth, and now Heroic want more. Can they get that? Whisper, he's going to chase after him here. The silence wearing out. GPK, he gets the Timber Chain out of there, and Heroic call it quits. Good enough for them, I think, to do the Tormentor.
Gotta take it away right now. This area is entirely Dire's vision control. So you win fights here, it's super nice. Get a chance to D-Ward, get a chance to take that objective, save. Wants to get something going.
Good Force Staff. I mean, this early Force Staff picker has done wonders for GPK, though. He was pulled in by this, and there's too many stuns.
Overreaching, trying to find a little opening and stall this objective up. You end up paying even more of a price. The damage is overwhelming from this lineup right now. There is just no way to take an easy fight if Heroic are the ones jumping you. And that was a very fast hook shot cogs, very fast blinking from Yuma. They have so much confidence to go in with their cores before all these BKBs are out because they have the global silence to back them up, whereas BB team do not.
And this jetpack could actually do a lot of work for Schofield. Helps him get out of Sprout, will help him find some of these supports, and maybe even the Nature's Prophet as he's been ratting around the map. BB team going to play to try and take this Wisdom Shrine. This is a crazy play. Schofield, he'll be Fiend's Grip right off the start.
Still gets it.
He still gets the Shrine. He will die. That's going to be triple ultimates used to kill this Clockwork. I think Heroic's perfectly fine with that.
If they can dodge fights when Global's on cooldown, that's the MO. And that's why BB team were getting aggressive. They want to fight when the Global's on cooldown. Massive opening for them, but we're just seeing, just dodge them on this cooldown, and then you can regroup when you have it up. You should have BKBs by then too. Though I say that, and Yuma opting for Daedalus instead, just wants more damage. Feels like the Global will cover him enough, especially with his other cores going in besides him.
There is a trade-off. I can see both sides of this, but do you believe this is the right item choice for him?
Honestly, yeah, the way these fights are going, I think if you get the BKB on the Lesh, he can go in, the Shaker can go in, you have the clock to create space. The grip should automatically be canceled every fight. You're not too worried about that. I think just ramping the damage faster here is going to be amazing, especially if you get an Aegis on this TA. That's when it will pay off, right? If you get 2 lives on Yuma and he went this Daedalus over the BKB, he is going to be an absolute beast in the fight. It's a very scary item for BB to play against because they just don't have the physical mitigation right now. You don't have like a Shiva's on Timber. You don't have an AC on this Furion. You can dice these heroes up.
GPK backs out right as Heroic.
Oh,
wait, no, the Echo Slam starts things off and he's gone.
Too easy.
If they have your Shaker and the Leshrac on one target, it doesn't matter who it is. Schofield finds the extra. He's going to jetpack, keep the vision on save, and eventually his Blink Dagger should catch up to him. There's the Fisher. And a Shadow Realm trying to dodge. They're actually maybe thinking about fighting this one. Miro's going to try and TP in. This is a little crazy, though. They still have the global silence.
Yeah, what is he doing?
And now Miro's in the middle of no man's land with nobody to help him. He tries to go for his own wall. Dead again. BB team, what is going on? They're bleeding out hero after hero in fights that should just be simple pickoffs.
That is a massive blunder. You're going to feed some heroes away while Roche is on this side of the map. That is an instant draw. for Heroic. They will claim this objective, and that is why this Daedalus build is going to pay off. Yuma, he knows they're stronger right now. He knows they can win the fights into the Roshan, pick the Aegis up, scale the damage. Way too fast for BB Team's lineup right now. They are now in a position where they have to find a way to stabilize this map, slow this game down, get the split push going, get some pickoffs going. That's 8 Deso charges on a minted Daedalus Templar Assassin at the 24-minute mark. That is not a hero you want to run into right now. It's just baiting the rune. This Lesh pick has been nasty this game. 9-2 for Analog. He's absolutely struck back, and there's just no clear answers to it in the short term. Now, you could maybe outscale it with Furion in the ultra late, but with Global to protect him against the limited control you have, I don't see anybody taking down Analog early in these fights now that he has BKB. And if he gets more items here, he just becomes an absolute god. I mean, you're looking at that Sanjin Yasha, you're looking at Shiva's guard. You're going to prevent a lot of the physical coming out from Pure. This Disco Pony dancing it up here.
He's getting strong, and BB Team are forced to concede parts of the map. Something you never want to hear if you've got a Nature's Prophet carry on your team.
You have your aura timing right now. That was Greaves done on Miro. He has Greaves plus the pipe.
I just don't think Pure, he's willing to fight against an Aegis, especially without his BKB.
Oh, no way
He needs another 750 for that.
But even then, you're still not winning this man fight.
Yeah.
So you still have to find a solution to Heroic's team fight. Or just continue to rat the game out. And if you're Heroic, you now have options because of that team fight dominance. You can leave Yuma alone with this Aegis. He's not going to be a target they go for. You can let him push. You can look for the smoke gank across the map. You can try and hunt the Furion. You can also just force the high ground and make BB come back. It doesn't mean you have to commit to that high ground, but you can get a lot of information off this and then go for that same smoke play. You have so much catch between the clock and the shaker. These kind of moves are easy. And you still have this tier 1 mid.
Every time you cross the river, you run the risk. There's just so many blink daggers, so much initiation, so many stuns. Heroic is bound to catch some of these heroes that cross over into their side of the map, catching a courier on the way too. BB Team, they're doing what they can to rat the map and try and prevent the loss of some of these objectives. Their tier 2 towers, though, will start falling with 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Is there any world that Heroic would ever hit the high ground to see how BB Team respond, or are we just going to systematically work our way tier 2 to tier 2?
Rather get the tier 2s off the map right now, but you can absolutely hit that high ground and try and force some heroes back. The thing is, Pure is always going to be farming. So you have to weigh this economic advantage you're gaining versus what he's going to take off the map. If you can catch him, I mean, that's the dream. Catching any core out on the map right now. Schofield doesn't have a read.
He just slips right past Miro.
That's insane. Still, Yuma taking matters into his own hands. Kills.
The Terrorize goes out. Timbersaw will try and take advantage of this. The first life of Yuma, they're burning through this refraction. BKB goes out from Analog, and a quick echo slam from Whisper. Knock it down 2. Miro, he gets a force tap to save his life. Analog's fighting up against the physical damage. Pure pops no BKB. Down. He makes the commitment to the left track, and he gets it. Meanwhile, Yuma, on his second life, almost dies here. Goes back against Pure. Knows that BKB is going to wear out. Knows that the stuns are coming in with the cogs pushing him around. They do have this nightmare in the back line, so Yuma just can't get down to this cliff. Schofield and Whisper, the 2-man tag team of stuns. They can't get the kill on Miro right away, but they'll get it on Pure, and Yuma cleans up both.
The control tag team from Heroic getting the job done where the damage falls. This shaker was massive. Double echo slam coming out from Whisper off the minted refresher. Absolutely feeling himself right here. Just decimates that fight that was once looking good for BB. Gets turned around with overwhelming damage from this offlaner. That's a buyback on the Bane for no result. And there's a little high ground poke. That was a scary fight for Heroic, though. They got caught on that ramp choke point into some wall illusions off the TA. The Darkseer Ion Shell was doing a lot of work there. Pure had a pretty good early start to that fight, bringing the Leshrac down with some decent damage out of this Furion. That got a little dicey.
They were able to kite around this Templar Assassin a lot, but this was your one shot. This was where Yuma was maybe a bit out of position and doesn't have that BKB. You won't have another opportunity like this.
The BKB is going to be done by the next time you go for a team fight like this.
And a lot of that echo damage did go into the Darkster who had that pipe, so Miro was able to tank it. At this point, kind of, if you can get out, it's an okay-ish outcome, but man, the control from Heroic is just overwhelming, and there will always catch you. Power of the clockwork here. Schofield's just in the middle of you, causing chaos, not a target you want to focus. Sets up the return from Yuma, collects some more Deso charges here, up to 16 off that fight.
Oh yeah, he's huge. Analog. He runs into him and the Yules. Save. He's faster than Analog. The BKB will be forced. You got to get out of here. Save. He does manage to get a helpful force staff to get away here. GPK is going to go for it. Now that Analog's BKB is on cooldown, but the global sounds over the top of that BKB. GPK, he is left with no offense, no bite.
Whisper has an Echo Slam here.
I can't believe they're right next to each other. Jesus, what is happening? A Fissure goes out, and Whisper is getting some stuns and Echo Slam on the two of them. GPK is in trouble. He got baited into a fight he was not prepared for. Not with Yuma. 1,000 damage crits raining in on BB Team. Another stun. That'll stop the Bane. There goes the Dark Willow. And BB Team on the ropes now. They managed to hold on with their barracks left alive because of the glyph before. Now there's nothing left to protect their base.
This is a lane for sure. Yuma's gonna clean house here. Another great Echo Slam from Whisper. Probably not the way he wanted to get it, but he'll take it. An immense amount of damage going into the Timber. Yuma cleans him up. No BKB on GPK because he used it earlier, and the Global Silence canceled the grip that was on the clockwork on the back of that fight. So you don't have grip to throw into those cores later on. I mean, this silencer is just ruining the Bane's day.
Oh, Fury's walking into a ward.
Oh, they see him.
He's got a BKB, but they've got the stuns. They've got the instant hits.
Yeah, that is some overwhelming damage.
Double wards in this jungle area. Heroic knew exactly what Pure's playbook was gonna be when he's behind like this on the Furion. He's gonna play to your side of the map, and Heroic were more than prepared for enough for that.
Just look to the camps on the sides, right? There's only a few places he's gonna go, and he wants to go to some of those ancient camps. They've been setting up for multiple times in this game, especially with the vision from the clock and the TA traps. Put wards on top of that, and you have a lot to play with. This game is have the Terrorize off the Dark Willow, you have Brambles, you have potential Centaur Stomp off a Dom Creep, you have Chakrams that can go through and dice everything up. A massive vacuum into a wall, create a bunch of illusions, make that fight chaotic for Heroic, could be another pathway to victory here, but I think it has to be one of those two options.
I mean, that timing is tight. Vacuum into Terrorize?
Yeah, it's not easy against the BKBs that are now available for Heroic.
Heroic will lay claim to that Roshan and that Aegis, but allow them to go high ground once again, take the outpost as well. Every little thing you could ask for is going the way of Heroic.
Тоже Бэйна законтрили с Сайленсером.
All that's left is another pick-off to make it that much easier for them.
I've been watching Pure TP. Pick the one camp that is not spotted, then try and get out. That is not the one.
No, that's not the one. That's not the one. That's not the one. Whisper. Oh, this could be the death blow. Back-to-back side of the map pickoffs on Pure.
Read him like a book. It's just nowhere to go. It's just playing Minesweeper out here. Too much vision control on Radiant side of the map, and you don't want to keep farming your own because your team also has to get something right now. Nowhere safe to go for this Furion. Nowhere safe for GBK either. He's going to be forced to pop BKB. No teleport available. Is already canceled.
Knows his life is forfeit. Does a little dance. Whisper, he's going to be chased. He do manage to catch up before the Blink Dagger comes back up. He turns around the Echo Slam, does what damage he can. His team is making their way here. KJ's now here. He slows him down. Thanks to the Force Staff, Whisper can turn back around. The BKB will last long enough, but save. Big hit there, and a Fisher to finish him off. They couldn't get the Earthshaker. They'll catch both Save and Katomi. Worse comes to worse. They're losing their tier 3. They're losing their second lane of barracks, while Pure is still dead for another 30 seconds.
And there's a refresher on the silencer. Why not? Windows in that early game, but since Analog has been playing decisive, it has all been heroic. No hope in these team fights, no chance in the skirmishes, no ability to contest Roshan, and this game is just going to end before the 35-minute mark.
They have pummeled BB Team to a pulp on this one. And BB Team are not equipped to be able to stop this one. It feeds for a three-man Pogs. Why not? Schofield, land things in style. We are going to game 3.
This has been a really fun series to watch, and game 3 is going to have it all on the line. When the pressure is at its greatest, who will step up to lead their team to a historic finish between these two squads? You have to remember how much is at stake here. None of these players have made it to a top 4. And you are one game away from making history, potentially for your entire region. It all comes down to this.
They've been here before. Game 3 on the line for top 4. What is going to happen when we go to game 3? Well, let's first break down game 2.
Уже 6.
It is a game 2 SA fans around the world are going to remember. They were one game away from elimination. Now they're one game away from making it to the top 4, the highest placement for these players. And what fashion they do this game 2 in. It felt like there was just nothing stopping them from all of their heroes doing exactly what they needed to do.
I agree. Completely incredible showing. They went from playing against a team that made them look like they were getting pub stomped to pub stomping BB Team. Analog ran around on Leshrac owning noobs like he was smurfing. But it's easy to forget that this is one of his like staple heroes. He's played this time and time again. You can see the comfort. And what's really impressive to me is that, like Winter said, it's been 2-0 all the way for Heroic. This is the first time in a long time that we've seen that they win a game 2 when they haven't won game 1. So this bodes very well for them as a team.
What an execution of the strategy. After seeing their draft, we were all like, okay, this looks so much better than what they did have in game number 1. Whisper on the Earthshaker, he had Pure's number throughout the whole game. Every single time he shows up in the side lane, you have 2 supports who can actually hunt him down. That's why when we saw it, this Nature's Prophet opener and seeing Earthshaker and Blocker, who said he's not going to be having a good time. And there's also a reason why Nature's Prophet is not winning, why Timbersaw is not winning. He got that ultra kill, but guess what? Heroic, this is the team that's every single time they're going to be bringing in numbers. How many times so far at DI we've seen them use early buybacks, make sure that they have the numbers. They're bringing numbers into every single fight.
I mean, the Timber was kind of the only hero that was keeping BB Team in the early game. You know, he had like a 7-0 start. He was like having a pretty good time. But then it just came to a point where when the team fights, the actual real 5v5 started to happen, you could see that it's so difficult for them to fight into the Shaker, the Global Silence. And when you look at BB Team's lineup, the Darkseid and Timber, they don't really have a lot of synergy between their heroes, right? It's very hard for them to start the fight. They can only maybe rely on the Bane if he gets a good sleep, or a grip after the Silencer uses his ulti.
Yeah.
It's basically a lot of things need to be going in their favor for them to be able to start the fight, you know.
Yeah, when you're in these positions, the easiest execution is what you want. Comfort is definitely what you want to be feeling in this one. And looking at these replays, just seeing how quick Heroic are to react on everything that BB Team is trying to do. It felt like immediate rotations all the time coming out for them. But Jenkins, leading into this, when the Lesh came out, you absolutely loved it. We see Analog pop up on it. Where did this hero go? Why is it finally now making its face at the stage?
I think it was a perfect draft for it. The pure damage that he does, not speaking of pure, speaking of analog, goes through all of the barriers that would come out from the Darkseer. It bursts through the Timbersaw's reactive armor. It's very good at jumping and killing Nature's Prophet. There's not much he can really do when you get on top of him. And the global silence coming out, it is risky. I think that's why Leshrac has fallen off. It's that, like, if you don't get a good early game, he jumps in and he tries to kill you and he feeds, right? You just have less HP, you have less stats to work with than they do, and they just kill you before you kill them. So you need to snowball, and he did. It requires a lot of comfort, especially in this situation where you're lower bracket. You're about to get kicked out of International right now, and you're potentially breaking a record for South American Dota. Like, there's a lot of pressure there. So the fact that he's able to do this under that pressure is very impressive.
Yeah, especially when they have never, came back from losing the first game. This is like
Not
do or
once.
die for them, and so being able to actually turn this around takes a lot of mental strength.
Yeah, Jenkins, you mentioned how good of an early game Leshrac needed to have to make impact. Let's go have a look at that, right? Because the lane went so well for him. He actually ended up helping out everyone else on his team, or at least shutting down what BB team were trying to do.
Yeah, this early game was kind of like the battle of the mids. I think GPK's rotation here was very good because Analog was also making the rotation. Of course, Timber versus Lesh is not so easy, so Timber was level 6, Lesh level 7. That's max Edict with the pure damage. It is quite significant. So this was a very chaotic fight. Going back and forth, I think GPK ends up with a triple kill here. Analog gets some kills as well. But I totally agree with Avery when he said that you are playing Heroic's game. To run around in the early game and engage in this chaos, like, you are entering into a chaos pit with a team that they were born there.
Yeah, probably that's why we saw in the first game how slow they were taking it. They did not want to risk it too much. They were trying to mimic some of the rotations as well. Again, GPK on the Void Spirit in that game number 1. And coming into the third game, I think they're going to need to address this issue, not fall into a trap to try to play the game that Heroic has been playing. And also for this second game, they really didn't have a way to initiate a fight, especially if you're playing it from behind. Who's going to start a fight? Timbersaw jumping in and be like, yo, guys, I'm here, try to, maybe use some spells on me, but they do have the overwhelming damage that we talked about, having this Leshrac with the pure damage, having Temporal Assassin. Yuma had an insanely good amount of farm, and we talk about the team fights, but you now have Global Silence to counter any kind of team fight, even if it happens, but there is none on the side of BB team, so they will definitely need to fix the draft coming into the third game.
Agreed.
Yeah, struggling to initiate, but it also felt like they were struggling to disengage. Heroic thriving in that chaos, and they kind of just got to chase whenever there was an attempt from BBT. They get to keep getting more out of a team fight, out of a pickup.
Yeah, there were a lot of Benny Hill type situations in this game, which I think favors Heroic a lot. And you could tell that when they smelled blood in the water, they continued to strike and strike and strike. They did not only take this kill on GPK in the mid lane, they figured that the rest of BB, well, they had to be positioned somewhere here on the map. And also, they know that if GPK is going down as the most important hero, that the rest of BB is probably going to retreat. So they get kill after kill after kill. BB might stand for bleed because they're bleeding out in this situation. That was kind of the entire game. Like, it was just BB team bleeding kills. It looked like a pub. I think the elephant in the room is that their draft was almost disrespectful with the picks. You heard Bulk at the start. He's like, nah, we're gonna up the win rate.
Yeah, I think the data leans very heavily one way for a reason. We also look towards people who are specialists in certain heroes. Are they picking it up? Are they also just as confident? It doesn't matter where in the draft you pick it up. It's still going to have that question mark. Is it good? And for both the Nature's Prophet and the Timbersaw that has bad win rates on main stage here, you open your draft with both of them, and there's no actual real flex potential despite seeing everything else that comes out from Heroic.
Yeah, and also the bans, right? Because they banned the puck, which is really confusing, right? So they thought that the Shaker was definitely not going to go mid or some reason. But then why would they actually show the Timber? Because I would only show the Timber if I'm absolutely certain I'm getting that specific matchup. So everything itself needs to be looked at, and maybe a little bit of overconfidence after winning the first game. So they felt like they could, do whatever they want in the second game, and they got humbled.
Yeah, they really did. Nature's Prophet on stage doesn't have a good win rate. I know a lot of other people, though, putting high priority on it because it's a hero that once you shut it down, it's still able to find farm anywhere in the map. And I think something Heroic did so fantastic was having defensive wards, being aware that the Nature's Prophet will want to still be looking for that farm somewhere that he possibly can.
They knew exactly where he's going to be farming. Like, these are, I would say, anti-Nature's Prophet wards. There were a couple of them in the bottom part of the map as well, as you can see on the mini-map, that they are ready. Because this is where Nature's Prophet, he wants to farm. Like, he knows that he can just show up in the lane playing against Clockwork, playing against Earthshaker. They can easily initiate it on him, so he needs to find the farm somewhere, and they caught him every single time.
My thought process with this, and maybe this is a reach, was that like Heroic is so dominant in their region that they play a lot of these qualifiers where they have a huge lead. But there's a lot of these pub players, right? Like, people are really high skill from pubs that they're still playing against, and they know where to farm. So Heroic is very good at stopping a team from farming when they're behind, because from their qualifiers, they're always ahead to this degree. Because this was not just like a win by Heroic. This was a stomp. And Heroic, because of their regional dominance, is actually very good at stomping teams if they're ahead. Like, BB's not going to come back.
There's a lot of competition going on here at TI. It's not just our players vying for the Aegis. It's also, of course, all the creative people at home that are doing some submissions for our short film contest. So we're going to take a look at one of our finalists.
Sunstrike.
I love the creativity that comes out there. I mean, I had the arena when it showed up that there could have been Pudge being removed from the game.
It's never going to happen. This is the most iconic Dota 2 hero.
Yeah, I loved it. The dual use of the Lincolns and the Lotus Orb there as well. He was making sure there was no way he's getting removed from that game. But in our series, he's not showing face at all. The only time we're seeing him is in that band.
Yeah, he's kind of removed from the game.
True, in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we get to see him. Hopefully.
Yeah, I know Jenkins would love to. I'm sure Heroic, if it got let through, they would love to play it. We've seen it on two different positions for them as well, whether it's in that carry, if it's in that offlane as well. But we talked about the overconfidence of BB Team. That's something they haven't gotten overconfident in. They're still very strong and standing by, taking out these niche and unique heroes from Heroic.
Yeah, I don't think you let it through. I mean, especially game 3. I think BB is gonna straighten up. You know, this is what they tend to do. We've seen this time and time again in their tournaments. They're still an incredibly strong team, and I also don't think that Heroic, they're of course going to play with confidence. They're a momentum-based, emotional team, so the win is very good for them. But you gotta still keep respecting BB, because they have. This has happened so many times before, and they just end up winning the series. Like you said at the start, all of their series have pretty much been 2-1s. So.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a switch in the draft when it comes down, because they gave him Earthshaker twice, and I don't think they're going to want to give them Earthshaker one more time. If they have first pick on BB team, they're definitely going to take it, because they do play it from 2 different roles as well. This is the team that really excels at playing that hero, even though the last 3 games that they did play with the Earthshaker, they did lose them. 2 against B-Vision, 1 against Nigma Galaxy as well, but this is the hero that allows you to have such a good game. In previous game, Whisper, he didn't have BKB. He went for Refresher. Yasha Kaya into Refresher, making sure that he has just unlimited amount of stuns, making sure that those stuns are coming in instantly so that they cannot react to it.
I mean, also their own drafts, right? I feel like that's on the enemy's draft, right? But for BB's draft, I think they need to maybe prioritize pure mode, you know, give him the later picks. Don't show his hero out, because I think in most of the games that went long, he has a really good carry-to-carry matchup. He has a like the strongest hero in the game. That's why they tend to play a little bit more slower. You know, they're like, okay, we don't have to rush. We can just take this late. We only go when we reach our timing, so it doesn't feel like they're going to be forced to make a lot of moves in a game.
Yeah, is that something that's also dependent on if they get first pick or second pick?
Yeah, of course. I think with the second pick, maybe they feel like they could do it more. And on the first pick side, I still think you can do it, but maybe just don't open the draft with his hero.
Well, I mean, a few weeks ago, you could just open the draft with Nature's Prophet, and it would still feel like the strongest hero in the game. That's just how overpowered it was. But, you know, nerfs come into play, and the meta changing comes into play. Like, the Dom meta has really changed everything because everyone is reacting to that, and because of that reaction, Nature's Prophet maybe isn't as strong.
Yeah, but it also depends on why, how they're diagnosing the problem. Right? Do they think that Nature's Prophet is the problem, or the other pieces that were picked
I
after
think the whole
Nature's
composition of that team was the problem, but also picking that hero so early, and also with the bans that they did have, removing that Spectre that one time Heroic did use with the Helm of the Dominator to have that global presence, which again is a really bad matchup for Nature's Prophet. But then again, we had a lot of those heroes being countered in the previous game. You do have Bane, who doesn't like to play into Clockwork, doesn't like to play into Global Silence. Then you have Dark Willow playing into Leshrac. I feel like every single hero on side of BB team got countered by what Heroic did have.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to first pick a hero and then you have to use some of your bans later for that hero, then it probably means that that hero is not suitable for first picking. Because ideally, you first pick a hero and then you don't really care what the enemies are going to pick.
Yeah, that's definitely where the flex could come in too. You just run it as a support, like 4 or 5 position. And maybe that's part of why Nature's Prophet has not looked so great as a first pick in this week compared to like the couple weeks before it, because people were flexing to 4 and 5 position if it was a bad game for it, but the core Nature's Prophet is what is better at killing the Dom creep, so people started playing it more as a carry. I can say as a support, yes, you can sprout the Dom, but it's a lot harder to kill it. So maybe that's the thought process, that like in this meta, it's just not as good as a support as it was previously.
And I also think that there are supports that are way more impactful. We're seeing them do so much more of its team fight securing lanes than what the Nature's Prophet could potentially add. You're relying a lot more on your second support to offer more in the way of team fight or setup.
Yeah, and also to go back to your point about Held with the Dom and Nature's Prophet, you're playing against Heroic. This team is an honest team. They will only buy Dominator on ADCs.
Heroic is an honest team?
They are. What do you mean?
When it comes to Helm of the Dominator,
they want to win it by picking the heroes, team fighting. They want the constant brawl. They want the chaos. This is what people want to see as well.
I can't believe you're calling a Meepo team honest.
They did not get a single Helm Dom that game though. That is quite impressive.
It's nice to see teams doing well, though, not picking it up, because one of the narratives coming here was how broken is it going to be? How many people are going to be picking it up? Will we see every role be able to play with it? And while some teams are still favoring it and having impact with them, it's great to see that this lineup is going to run over it, right? Heroic still know a way to play around it and without it, too.
Yeah, they have their own style. And, it's exciting to see that their style matches up so well against a team like BB, who has for this whole year been incredibly dominant. And as we saw, they've been incredibly dominant against Heroic this whole year. So it's like Heroic kind of stuck to their guns, and they improved it, they refined it to the point where now we have a very interesting and fun team to watch.
We do this series as well, going to a Game 3. This is actually the first time in TI and Road to TI that we're seeing Heroic go to a Game 3. Every other series they've played has been either that 2-0 or that 0-2 win or 2-0 loss for them. So it's like, now how are they going to be managing the energies, the expectations, the pressure of an elimination Game 3?
Do they have the stamina for it? I mean, they've only played for a couple hours here or there. Now we're getting to that 3-hour limit, especially if this game goes long. Who knows?
I mean, it's Dota players, they can play 10 games a day. I'm sure they'll be fine in this series, And on the other hand, BB team, they are quite used to playing 3-game series so far. They've been playing a couple of those. They've come out on top of those. I'm sure they know what they need to do to just calm down, make sure that they can play a clean game in the last game of the series. And for Heroic, they are going to be in totally new territory. So how are they going to play?
This has also been their arch nemesis, I would say, when they start to feel that they need to fix things and they're unable to fix them, when they start losing on the brink of elimination, one game away from it, it could definitely affect a team like BB team. even though they definitely got better over the last half a year or a year because they started to win the tournaments as well. They kind of got into that territory of being able to breach the barrier and win, but still on a big stage of TI, you could definitely feel that they are also feeling the pressure.
Yeah, the main stage series, when it has gone this way, if they won game one, they ended up losing the series. If they lost game one, they ended up winning it. And I wonder if that trend continues or if there is going to be that reverse. How are they going to be able to bring it back from here? Is it as easy as being like, way too over?
Sometimes it's not just like about fixing, right? Sometimes you just have to remember in the games that you win, what did you actually do correctly in those times, right? And you just go back to those games and just do it again. There's nothing to fix sometimes.
So what was it that they did right in game one that you want to see them go back to?
I feel like the draft, the hero matchup, they left Pio's hero till last. He got a good anti-mage game, and they were able to play calmly, and they knew that they were going to outscale them.
So it was more that rather than the execution aspect?
Yeah, I think it definitely affects. I mean, the execution is definitely something. They didn't really play a perfect game. But you can't expect your players to play perfect.
I mean, GPK tried in that game. They had a 0% win rate hero. Timber's just, it's bad after the nerfs. Like, this is an easy excuse that Bolt can say, my bad, guys. Pick Timber, G next. Let's go.
Yeah, expectations, you just have to throw them out the window right now because no matter what you think you're going to get, one thing you can know for certain is it's a game 3.
BB Team versus Heroic. Game 3.
Is it going to be the same from BB Team? Confidence coming in and sticking to their guns about what happened in game 2? Do they just straight up open for something that is not a conventional opener? The answer is yes. A Queen of Pain is going to be the first pick.
I think this Queen of Pain is just a statement. We want you to pick Earthshaker, and our Queen of Pain most likely is just going to be following wherever your Earthshaker is going, make his life miserable, use that Shadow Strike, try to push him out of the laning stage, maybe try to invade the enemy triangle in terms of not getting killed by Echo Slam, but try to block them, try to be annoying, stop those stacks from going off. Maybe position 5 can go into the triangle, try to battle it out with a position 4 on the enemy team. But yeah, Queen of Pain, like even on that position 4, Schofield did look good in the first game, but his damage was pretty much on par with the Earthshaker. But we'll see where it's gonna end up going.
I do believe that is the best role for Queen of Pain right now, is to follow a hero and just dominate it in lane. There's a reason I think that she's fallen off since the Dom meta has sprung into Dota. I honestly don't mind Queen of Pain against Templar Assassin. As long as you win the Sentry battle in lane, a lot comes down to those supports, because otherwise she can meld dodge the Queen of Pain dagger. If you're winning the Sentry battle, then TA gets destroyed in this matchup. If you're winning the Sentry battle for TA, then Queen of Pain gets destroyed in this matchup. So a lot of pressure on the supports here between these picks.
Yeah, the support heroes are going to play a really, really pivotal role. Like in the first game, I felt like the BB side were able to kind of rotate around. Remember the first game where Disruptor was like running around 4 minutes, he ganked mid, he ganked bottom. It's all because of the hero lane matchup that allowed him to do that. So if I'm BB team, I'm going to try to replicate that. I try to have maybe the corp, keep them guessing where my corp is going, and then try to figure out a way how do I get a favorable lane matchup so that my supports can move around. I mean, this TA is definitely a very good answer to it. Like Andrew already said, you have a lane matchup where you're not worried that the corp can pressure you, and you're like daring them to put the corp in your lane.
They are removing Silencer. He did one hell of a job, even though they didn't have too much of a team fight to break the team fight. Not even ways to start a fight in the previous game, but they're going to give it more respect in this one. Disruptor is still available. You did mention it. I think this could be very good against Queen of Pain in general. It makes your life so much more difficult to play. One bad blink, then you can pull back again. Unless you have some kind of a save, it could be very difficult.
Are you surprised that they still banned the Earthshaker? Because I was with you with the way you rationalized why they first picked the corp, right? To kind of block the Earthshaker, but right now they're still blocking, they're still banning the Earthshaker.
Probably thinking about it and maybe deciding it's better to remove it.
Don't give a whole second phase of picks to also protect the Earthshaker. Because I do agree, I think it's worth being worried about it in the first phase, you get some bans out, but BB team, they are one of the first teams that was using Queen of Pain off lane. So I feel like this as a pick, it doesn't just have to counter Shaker. Like, yes, you can use it as a tool to not have the first pick Shaker come out, then ban the Shaker because it was too good in both games, and then later on you just have Queen of Pain and Miro plays it. It's one of his best heroes.
And do you think it tells you that Quap might be a support? That's why they're banning the Shaker, because they don't want her to go mid?
I don't think for BBT. I feel like it's almost guaranteed going to be Miro playing it, unless somehow GPK in the end of this draft still has a good matchup for Quap. Then he'll take it. BB will make these plays in the draft.
Well, now with these teams picking up their supports, we thought the Disruptor could have been good for Heroic against the Queen of Pain. We saw its impact. However, BB team are going to go back for that Hoodwink, picking up Saves Hero a lot earlier in this second phase, along with the Disruptor. So double support showing.
Do you like the lane though, if Quap's going off lane with the Hoodwink with the double range?
I was thinking about that. I think it's fine. I don't think double range is that bad. Like Quap as an offlaner honestly acts as a tank anyway. You get the strength talent, you blink in with Blade Mail, you tank.
It's a lot of damage, a lot of cheap damage on low cooldown inside of BB team, so they can keep fighting. If they want to be matching the aggression that Heroic did bring in the previous game, that's also doable, because we have seen them kind of lacking that in the previous one. When there was no Diversaw, they couldn't really help out when Heroic was running at them. And this is also relatively cheap, long distance, low cooldown abilities that can stop Bane's ulti from going off. Like Disruptor with the Glimpse, Hoodwink with the Bushwhack as well could easily stop it. Queen of Pain later on with the Shard. There's a lot of things that the Pain doesn't like to play into.
I do think BB needs a mid that is more like an offlaner. Some DK, Void Spear, Hangolier type hero.
Turns out it doesn't matter what you guys like. The audience is enjoying this Enigma pick.
Everybody loves Enigma pick, you know. It's an explosive hero, very strong team fight.
One of
very
Whisper's
fun.
best heroes too. Oh, where did this hero go the whole time?
Is that a position for Dawn?
I think Dawn in any position is good against Enigma. So maybe and Silencer is out of the pool, so maybe they pick it to block the Dawnbreaker coming out as a response to the Enigma.
And it's also a pretty good lane here. Dawn plus Enigma. You're gonna have a very, very strong lane setup here. I think even if the enemy has a gyro, the lane is gonna be tough.
I like what Jenkins is saying a lot, because you're asking where this hero went. In the road to the international playoffs, Dawn had an abysmal win rate. It was something closer to 30%. It was below 40, and it was struggling so much. And that's because people were leaving that silencer in the pool.
I think the counters to Dawn are such hard counters. Like the two big ones are Silencer and Nyx Assassin. Anything that can stop her from ulting in.
The next one is not even that easy when you get the X, because it's so quick. Sometimes you just don't get it in position in time to stop it. But
Yeah, it's true. And you can get a BKB.
Yeah.
So it's not like impossible to play.
Silencer,
that's a hard one.
Yeah, that's very difficult. But we do see the gyro here, so like standard hero against Enigma. But Heroic definitely had some plans towards dealing with the gyro. They probably feel like with the Dawn, the lane is strong enough to handle the gyro and Disruptor.
It's a super strong lane. Enigma plus Dawnbreaker, you have the slows for your Eidolons, you have multiple stuns plus the Blood Grenade. If someone's getting caught in that lane, either Disruptor or Gyrocopter, they could be definitely getting the kills. And with Enigma, the lane is going to be closer to your tower, so you can kind of always play aggressive.
Yeah, BB does have one problem, which is they lack a melee hero. They
Frontline.
They do not have a guy to just run in and be tanky. Queen of Pain is not terrible at it, but it's also, you're still an inch core. Like her stat gains are really good, you build a lot of stat items, but it's not like a Brewmaster, for example, or a Bristle, which have both been banned out.
Yeah, they need like some sort of aura frontline hero. Underlord kind of hero, someone to stand in front.
Tide Hunter, something like that.
Centaur maybe, you know, someone that can actually be a frontline for the gyro, buy some auras. Gyro loves heroes that buy auras and can do the mission for you. So I think those are the heroes probably we will maybe see from BB team here.
I think they need a Blink Initiator. I think they need somebody to go in and just stun people, because starting a fight is going to be a bit hard, something that they did struggle with in the second game. Sure, you have Queen of Pain, you have Disruptor, Gyrocopter. He wants people to be kept inside of a certain area to be able to go in and just to, you know, keep them in a place, so that Gyrocopter with the Flak Cannon, Queen of Pain, Centaur is getting removed. This is, I would say, one of Miro's better heroes. I would say that potentially Mars is okay, but you have Enigma, you have Dawnbreaker, Sanking, there it comes. Sanking is the hero that could give them that just Blink Initiation on lower cooldown.
It kind of does both. It gives you a hero to run in and be tanky and start things off. and then also be a blink initiator and a team fighter later on in the game.
Yeah,
I like this a lot.
I also like the lane setup a lot more here.
Yes,
with the hoodwink.
It's a hero that plays much better with the hoodwink, and honestly, any like try pairing of the heroes on BB has a lot of damage, a lot of stun, a lot of catch. This is a very solid draft, very magic dependent.
Gotta start them young. You gotta get all the information you possibly can. Give them all the lore. Know that they've been to all the TIs.
Have you heard this one before? I didn't know Arteezy was in the audience. That's
gonna enjoy that one.
That's a classic. That's a classic right there.
I mean, do you guys like a Dragon Knight here? Dragon Knight against Quark, and then you have Dawn with Dragon Knight.
Good call.
An amazing prediction from Winter. What are some of the key reasons that you wanted to see it being picked up?
Lane matchup against the Queen of Pain, and it's also really good with the Dawnbreaker ulti. It's a good setup. I think it allows them to play together as a unit.
I also think if he's going to be going for a Blink Dagger, potentially Mage Slayer, you have Mage Slayer plus Pipe coming out from the off lane, and
so good.
You might be having a lot of issues in terms of dealing with damage. This is something that Sanking really hates to play against. There's also going to be Queen of Pain. Sure, she does have some pure damage, but most of the damage that they do have is going to be magical early on.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much all magic damage. Even Gyro doesn't like playing into a Mage Slayer plus Pipe combo.
I'm looking at where these heroes are going for Heroic. And it's the Enigma position 5, which I feel like has not been seen as a support in so long for competitive.
It doesn't work most of the time when you see it. It doesn't work.
It's like a Chen, right? In a way, it's a
Is
weaker
it?
version of Chen.
Yeah, if someone's going to pull it out, it's either Insania or King Jungle.
I mean, so basically they're doing this to avoid the Enigma against Gyro matchup, right? They're trying to improve their odds of winning the lane, which I can understand why, but it means that their whole draft is slower, a lot slower, I think, with the Enigma position 5, because you don't really offer much to your team early game.
So then how are the lanes going to be looking if we feel like this Enigma might be good in lane, but not towards the later part? How important are we going to see BB team focus on having those lane wins?
I think this is solely because they have this DK plus Dawnbreaker ulti combo in the game. They want to accelerate the game, give Dawn a core role, so they can keep doing this when they get the X early and just keep finding pickoffs on the map and play around that. I think they're hoping that would actually carry them through the game.
They have very good counter initiation as well. You have this Dawnbreaker, Aghanim Scepter is pretty much your core item. You have Dragon Knight, you can blink in, Enigma. Eventually you're going to be getting the items as well on this position 5 Enigma, because you can always go to jungle, try to get some farm. Maybe stay in the lane a little bit longer depending how that lane's going to go, but you know, we always talk about Sanking not being the strongest laner. I want to see how much he's going to be able to get out of that lane.
And some final thoughts from you, Jenkins?
I think in that lane, he can get a lot. Against TA, you peel the refraction charges off, you got a hoodwink in lane with you too. You're against Enigma 5, it's pretty easy.
All right, with our game number 3, we've already talked about how important this game is. It's elimination for Heroic. If we see them advance, it could be the best placement South America has had. Before we get into this game, of course, we're going to hear from their coach, Caps.
Thank you very much.
Так, обычная 75.
For game number 3 of this elimination series. Caps, you seem pretty pleased with the heroes you got on the board. Tell me about what you got. Or we can just soak this in. Guys, are you ready for this game number 3? All right, let's get to the Dota. 5 heroes on the board. Tell me what you got.
We've been practicing this for some time. I love the draft setup. KJ is a fucking beast on Enigma. I hope he can deliver.
I think he just might. And since it is indeed elimination, and we heard it from Nat, if you win this game, this will be the best a South American team has ever done in South American and TI history. And you are no stranger to being a champion. I know in October of last year, you brought South America to their first ever LAN victory in Wallachia. Are you ready to get these guys hyped up? Tell me what you're gonna say to this Brazilian crowd, to all the South American Dota fans out there.
Can I get a mic?
It would be my honor.
I want to try something. Who is cheering for Heroic? Stand up. Who is cheering for Heroic? Stand up. I think we got more than 50%.
I think you did, Cass. Now let's get into game number 3.
A top 4 on the line for a South American team. A game 3 that is sure to be a banger because the last time we were in this position, Avery, we got the 1 HP Miracle or Curse, depending on how you look at it.
That is a fabled game to bring up right now. A game of dreams, a game of nightmares. That is what TI always seems to deliver. And these guys have delivered some insane games so far on their run in this international. It all comes down to this, a final game to try and set history. And it's going to be an absolute barn burner because this is just skirmish city, man. Team fight on skirmish on more team fight.
Oh, already snags the first blood. BB team, I had a fear for Heroic going into this, that they might just be overwhelmed by the pace that BB team have picked up. It is a lot of run at you Dota they're going to be bringing to the table, but if they can secure a laning phase win, that would do a lot to bolster their mid game.
You got the first blood on this gyro pick. This pick to me says, I want to be able to fight. I want to be able to have a strong lane. I'm going to skirmish. Everything about this game points to fast-paced fighting Dota. That is Heroic's wheelhouse. Once more, BB have decided to meet them on their ground, on their turf.
Schofield does everything he can to teleport away. They got the damage.
Very
BB
close.
team will return the favor. Kill for a kill in the top lane.
I don't think Pure wants to...
Ooh, almost falls as well. Turns Malphite back around on the Sand King. Does end up going down to save in the end.
There's going to be a lot of kills this game. It's already pretty fast. These teams are just going to go at it. And I love it. I mean, we might not even see some Helmet Dominators here. Dare I say it? Everybody just wants to fight. They want to take the team fights. Very low cooldowns in this game. I would love to see some of the early magic resist items for Heroic. The panel talked about the pipe, the potential Mage Slayer on the Dragon Knight could be super influential against BB. And if you're BB, you want to get this gyro online so he can contribute to the team fighting, and you want to make sure that GPK has a big game because, man, this guy has delivered and time again. Last game, I think he was way too stifled from the draft. This time around, he has a very strong hero in that Queen of Pain that can always scale, can always find teamfight impact. Can he deliver one more time?
He does feel like, though, he is still a bit addressed, right? We've got some single target stuns that are rough for the Quap to be blinking in aggressively into. We've got the backline Fiend's Grip, we've got the Dragon Tail, and he also is going to be walking into some serious team fight between the Dawnbreaker and potentially the Enigma. Now, this Gyrocopter is pulled out of position a bit. Whisper conserving his mana for now. I mean, this is a offlaner that wants to get kills, but you've got to be very careful in how you use your mana.
Still has that Lotus victory, though. That'll go a long way for the Stormbreaker in the off lane. A lot of resources at Whisper's disposal. Schofield tanking a lot.
If they don't go soon, Schofield's just going to die without anything in return for Heroic. The momentum now beginning to shift into Pure's favor in this safe lane.
And I love seeing BB get aggressive on their safe lane for once. It's felt like they've just been trying to survive in this lane for almost 2 series now. Yeah, pick a hero like Gyro that has Barrage. Run at your opponents, deal the DPS. You're going to take some back. I mean, that's a guarantee, but at least you're getting something out of this lane. Pure having a much better time in this game 3, at least at the start. Whisper trying to get some
wants one more hammer on him.
Out of range.
Katomi doesn't have the mana for the glimpse back. They were going to try and sandwich him here on the trees.
Oh,
they got the hammer on him and he got him! A teleport away denied! Pure, the walk of shame for him.
You almost should have just taken the death and been able to TP back with full resources, right? It's not as if this lane was going terribly for you. Now it is going terribly. That is going to be a lot of time off the lane for the Gyro. Big moves from Whisper. Getting a lot of experience off these kills as well. There is that walk of shame.
Oh God, with
it's
no
a slow
boots,
one.
it's so slow.
No boots, no smoke. It's just playing Dota the hard way right now for Pure. I felt like this game was going to be a little better, but it seems this man is destined to struggle this event.
It really is.
Mid lane matchup, let's talk about that. 18-11 compared to the 22-3. So the Quap walking away with a lot more denies, so should have the experience advantage, but Dragon Knight still getting some good gold out of the lane.
I don't think it's just lane for the Queen. GPK just winning that CS battle early, putting him in a really good position. You will have to get value out of these Sonic Waves, though. That's the biggest thing. If you're BB team, you want to be playing a fast-paced game with the glimpses and the bushwhacks, but Queen of Pain's your biggest early game damage dealer, particularly when that ult is up. Got to get GPK involved. That means focusing on those power rings, making sure his lane is good, and making sure Analog can't just push into that tower and force the Queen to sit here on low resources. Some situation like that is not going to feel great.
Save already marking his territory here. He's just going to camp out for 30 seconds if need be.
There's a triple stack potential for these Eidolons right now. KJ eyeing it up. Can he get them all?
Oh, yeah.
A little tricky.
As Cav said, they've been practicing this, and maybe this is exactly how a triple stack for KJ.
Absolutely beautiful. This is the stuff you have to practice in lobby. Nail that timing exactly, especially with all these camp timings changing every patch.
Still, at the same time, GPK did pick up the shield rune, and he has the level 6 advantage. So let's talk about, you said you have to get value out of this Sonic Wave, particularly if he's going to rotate out of lane, because that means the Dragon Knight will hit this mid tower. What's the plan for GPK? Where is he looking to make this use of this ultimate?
I mean, you're either just trying to kill the Dragon Knight with rotations into you if you think you have the damage. Might be a little iffy with the lack of really strong newts from the supports. Otherwise, you wait out this Dragon form, and then you can maybe TP turn around one of these aggressive plays from the Dawnbreaker. That's kind of what I'm looking at. Like, punish Whisper if he tries to go on Pure again.
KJ, what are you up to? Sneaking his way in. Is he going to go for the Wisdom? No, he's not. He's already got the scan on them, so he knows not to contest that. Instead, just plays to make sure that they can invade the triangle when the time comes to contest this gyrocopter.
Blocks the camp, gets vision up, trade out the shrines. This will pay off later, especially if these get stacked up for that Sand King. You can go in there and contest it with full vision. Could be really influential down the stretch here. Still, Yuma coming out on top of this laning phase. Top net worth hero, getting solo XP now. Potentially can also have some ancient stacks built up for him and waiting, and there are. I mean, there's all those stacks in the jungle as well. KJ just playing an economy game. He's not really playing the lane. He hasn't been pressured to sit on there too much. He's not using the Eidolons into the Sand King. He's just using them to stack. Could potentially get another triple stack up in this Radiant jungle. They're sitting there, they're waiting. This would be a huge boon for that TA when he moves in there early. And not something I think BB expect. This is not something you're looking for right now.
No, certainly not. And this is, I love that you're doing this in a game 3-2 because BBT,
again.
All right, he missed one of them. But
I mean,
a double stack this time around.
Good
Nightmare
enough.
pushing him up the cliff. Katomi in a bad spot now with Whisper cutting across too.
Miro's
They
here.
ensure they get that kill, but now with Miro with the epicenter, the Dawnbreaker ultimate, the Sonic Wave has to be used to finish off that tanky Dragon Knight. And now Whisper, victim of both the ultimates, will fall as well. Miro cutting across the map to make this happen. A big win for BBT.
That's a beautiful move from him. Not something heroic expected at all, but BB are bringing the heat in this game 3. They are not going to get outnumbered. They are not going to get out-fought. And you have to respect the Dawnbreaker's capability to join these fights. Barry's just in the river, but that can easily be a Solar Guardian to protect that DK on mid. So you need the numbers. You need the ults to go in, and a beautiful Sonic Wave connection. You caught Whisper going into it after the ult. That's just pure juice.
And then Pure being able to go into their triangle takes the hard camp stacks. We'll see if they're prepared to deal with the other stacks that Heroic have managed to build up themselves, but that combination of plays was huge.
This will still be a really nice accelerant for Yuma. Because he doesn't want to go to that other ancient camp this early, but now this jungle is just pre-stacked, super efficient for him. You can give the bottom lane to the Enigma if KJ can stand down here without dying.
Yeah.
If he can just leech some XP, use Eidolons for some CS, he'll be happy. PB do not want to let that happen.
Yeah, they will punish KJ. He steps a bit too far forward, caught by the bushwhack, and gives Miro another kill.
Yeah, he had to be very disciplined down there, just hide in the trees type scenario. There's no way Save is going to let you leech experience on this dead lane.
They're going to give the Ancients 2 Whispers, so they're not just going to funnel it all to the Templar Assassin, which I do kind of like.
Yeah, he's already doing stacks himself. Like, it's just an insane amount of stacks coming out. Downside of all the stacking, though, is that Enigma didn't get to play the lane as much, which gave a very good game to the Sand King. That Miro has already put that to use, and his game is going to be a little slower. So there is a trade-off to this economy right now for Heroic.
No! Whisper, not now! Not on the main stage of TI!
Not his finest moment. I'm sure we've all been there, but not on this stage.
Meanwhile, on the other side, the opposing offlaner, he's clearing out stacks and has his Blink Dagger. So BB team are about to pick up the tempo more than they already have.
so farmed, man. This TA has 112 CS, and this Sand King is above him in net worth right now. It's crazy. That is a ridiculous start for the playmaker here on the side of BB. Maybe they insta-smoke with this and try and look for the play, because he has Epicenter available as well. Max Sandstorm is strong. You would love to fight around one of these tier 1s to transition into an objective. If you combine the Queen of Pain plus the Sand King right now, you can win any fight. It's an overwhelming amount of damage.
What a move from BB team, abandoning the off lane here. They baited out KJ. King Jungle sat in that safe lane expecting BB team to go on him again, but
so
two-man smoke is going to be spoiled, and instead they'll try and take the off lane tower.
There's that smoke.
Here comes that blink dagger. KJ
nice
going to try and stop it as best he can, using the Eidolons to tank the tower. The siege wagon chips away at it, and BB team will reveal some of their heroes. But the full extent not known by King Jungle's, not hit by the Burrow Strike, but the Bushwhack will certainly land, and they'll still have a glimpse back when necessary. Pull them back in a little bit. BB team are very scared to go in on this. They just don't know what's behind King Jungle's. They had the right idea. The Heroic was behind him. They finally commit. A bit of an overcommitment with GPK dropping the Sonic Wave.
I mean, maybe he just wanted to kill, but he didn't even get it. That was a lot overcommittal. I mean, this is a super important spell in this early game. If you don't even get the tower out of it, you're going to feel a little bad with that usage. Nonetheless, you did save the Epicenter, so you can continue to move Miro around this map. Turn him into a massive threat, and another double stack on this triangle. Just gotten out of control. There was the early ward placed there. Still up, by the way. He's never got dewarded on the cliff.
Is Heroic capable of contesting, though?
It's tough. I mean, you have Bane and Enigma. How do you get your supports in here and let them do anything, right? And your cores are not really contested. They're going to smoke for it. They're late to the party.
Schofield, he shows himself first, trying to get Katomi. Instead, the Static Storm for him. But the smoke wrapping up the side, that's going to be the bigger move. Miro committed his Epicenter to kill this Bane. Dawnbreaker ultimate still coming in. Schofield somehow is still not dead, while the Heroic backstab does not land yet. They're still searching for these heroes. Okay, they managed to find save up here in the jungle, but at the same time, oh, the Black Hole is going to whip on GPK, and here comes Pure. A host of magic damage that should bring the Dragon Knight to his knees, and KJ soon to fall.
Such strong cores for BB to skirmish around a defensive choke point like that with their tower and support coming in. Pure can easily clean these fights up with overwhelming spell damage. And you just glimpse the Dawnbreaker out. It's such a big factor. Whisper, he joins that fight. Looks like maybe you can turn off of his strength. Glimpse straight back to top lane. You're just missing numbers. Yuma's not in the middle of that, giving you overwhelming physical damage. The Deso's not done yet. Felt like that was just a bit of a forced engagement. Yeah, you see them taking the stacks. Yeah, you want to contest this, but your heroes are just not built for it at this point in the game. And you got to respect the damage this Gyrocopter can output. This is a fighting carry.
Particularly since you had another option that was very clear, right? You've got a Dragonite. If they're going to back off and take off, their jungle, their stacks, then you've got a Dragonite to pressure these towers. But instead, the tier 1 mid and the tier 1 safe lane are still up for BBT.
You're also just close to big items. Like that Blink just arrived for the DK. That's a clean initiation when he runs up the hill in the Queen of Pain. You can maybe make a play off that. Instead, it arrives now after that play. You were closing on the Deso. It just felt like the wrong time to try and strike BB. Gain a little momentum off that team fight and save, looking for more.
Yeah, Katomi, he tried to go for the Wisdom Shrine, see if he could sneak a Nightmare play. But he will be caught and killed on that.
Imp damage rune top as well, GPK. Pick it up for free right here, closing in on that level 12. Such a powerful rune at this point in the game for this hero.
Not only is BB team getting the kills, obviously, with a score of 11-4 to their favor, but it feels like they're actually catching up in stacks.
They definitely recovered the stack game. Early, it went Heroic's way. Now, mid-game, it went their way. And they're just continuing to play off of Miro's strengths. Absolute beast in these smoke gangs. A lot of early smokes committed. That might be something that comes back to haunt you when the Roche is a contestable objective later, but for now they are working, and it's giving you a lot of map control, especially if you get this tier 1 off this play.
And Pure's going to make sure they do get it. With Miro behind them, ready to go with the Epicenter, it's not possible for Heroic to stop this.
Taking advantage of the fact that the Enigma's just not that strong on the map compared to the outrange of the Disruptor. Hoodwink, Pure. Listen, man, your games have been a struggle a little bit. Not make it any more difficult than we need to.
Yeah, there's no need to draw even more enemies on the field than you already have.
Here's the Blink Dragon Knight move. With the form already committed, they need to get something out of this.
Just using the blink, they know they can catch him. Dragon Tail, Bean's Grip if necessary, and they feel like it is.
Big kill. That's a 4x streak, almost 1,000 gold to the team after that kill. And some early Deso charges for Yuma, almost level 13. Really nice clean pick off there, abusing the fact that tier 1 went down early in this game.
Speeding these cores along to BKB seems a necessity for Heroic, though Analog's not going to go for that.
Mage Slayer.
Mage Slayer instead for him. You actually think that's the better choice?
It's just so good against BB's lineup. Like, I don't know how you can turn it down. Maybe it's a little slow, but
I mean, by that same argument, is it BKB really good against BB's team?
Yeah, it is. It is for sure. This item's a little cheaper, a little better of a farming item. You can kind of build some momentum with it. That's
he was just about to get his Aghanim Scepter. He buys it out, but in trouble. Tries to pull himself away from the epicenter. Turns back in with the Starbreaker and the ultimate. He's going to drop it on Miro, and Miro might be the one to be bursting here. Instead, though, the glimpse on the Templar Assassin stops the damage. Miro survives because of that. They claim Whisper's life. Take the tower once again. BB team, every single time it feels like there's a full plan out here where they are giving a kill into an important objective.
Like, everything is going through the Sand King right now. Like, all these fights in place start with him going in. It's just not a hero that Heroic want to commit into, especially when you're getting heroes glimpsed out of the fight. If you bring the whole team together, you take that fight head on, you can take him down. You can win that 5-on-5, but not when you're trickling in one by one and Katayomi just gets the punish. You have to be a bit more disciplined around this glimpse in these team fights.
The smoke is going to bypass the ward, but Yuma, he drew on the map. He knew that this play was coming, and despite the ward offering some false security, he will not be caught in this trap, and instead, they'll place their own little play here, a high ground ward, and wait to see if BB team walk into them.
His map reads have been immaculate this event. Absolutely one of the hardest carries to kill this international, and BB trying to accomplish the near impossible. Will not find him. Have to just gate top, but who are you going to find up here? Just Eidolon's pushing the wave.
It does at least ensure that the tier 1 goes down, but they've left Pure alone here. Heroic, they catch him on this Ancient stack. It's hard to do, though. There's a defensive ward around that Ancient stack. The Watcher is up. Instead, they're going to spot save. Much easier kill. Dragon Tail stays pretty tanky, but they get the Nightmare to pull him back in. Whoa, got canceled there. Fiend's Grip, he'll finally go down.
Nice little pick off this ward in their own jungle. This is designed to do.
And slowing down the vessel is going to be huge for Analog's game.
Definitely helps. I mean, they have a lot of defensive vision right now. Heroic just trying to play on their side of the map, play around these wards that are giving him a little extra info, let BB run into them. It's kind of been the MO of this game so far. They have one ward across the river, and it's that Radiant ward bottom, which sees literally nothing, by the way, because it got replanted on by trees. So not the most useful in terms of information. And there's the Ags for the Sand King. Incredible timing here. 5-1 and 4 start. He is going to do some serious damage in the team fights if he goes unchecked.
And I don't really know how you stop him unless you give the initiation, which Heroic hasn't really managed to do in this game.
Yeah, it's really dangerous to try and counterplay this team against the glimpse, against the AoE damage. There's just so much waiting for you when you drop in. Maybe the one upside for Heroic here is if the game slows down, like, their team is the one that can kill Roshan very quickly off the TA, whereas it's a lot slower for BB.
Yeah.
They're a lot more magic damage AoE oriented. That Rosh is not so easy to bring down, so they can't, it's a little difficult to force objectives right now, even though they feel like they have the team fight advantage. They will likely take Tormentor here. That's the one they can do. There's BKB for the Templar Assassin. This is contestable.
I really thought they were just going to accept that they would give up Tormentor in exchange for,
I mean, look at
playing for farm, but
the item timing, right? You got BKB on the TA, you got the Mage Slayer on the Dragon Knight, and you have Blink Dagger on King Jungles. This could be a super pivotal item. The first fight where that Enigma has Blink, sometimes you clump a little too much, he gets that big black hole.
BB team are not doing the Tormentor. They're waiting and waiting. Patience.
may just pay off here. Schofield, he's going to be the one to break. They got the vision on him, trying to get a ward up there. Does manage to spot out at least the Sand King. Analog blinks over the initiation. He got the Dragon Tail stun into a little bit more of the Stormbreaker on JPK, but it goes away. And JPK, not dead yet, gets off the Sonic Wave and stays standing.
These glimpses have destroyed them in the fight.
How do you stop them if you don't have BKBs on all your cores?
Still a black hole here.
He still has here. Black hole goes out, immediate glimpse. Still the Whisper, he is the Starbreaker. Oh, this is pure. One more metal cannon, they've got him. Whisper, he runs headlong into BB Team, accepting that this life is forfeit. He'll help get Yuma out of here. Will Yuma complete the escape? KJ, he'll make sure that Yuma backs away. Yuma, you gotta get out of here. Oh, he's turning and fighting. This is insane. He's got Schofield trying to help out. Tries to blow up the save. Meanwhile, the Fiend's grip on JPK. JPK does end up going down. Yuma fighting for his life underneath the sandstorm and winning with the buyback coming out from the heroic support. They'll find another. That's two down. Make it a third. What the hell was that? Yuma and Schofield make the call. A 2 versus 4 to turn the whole damn game.
You have to play with confidence, NTI. You have to go for the big plays. Yuma says, I don't care if we lost the fight. I'm going to make my own. I'm going to win my own. What a turn and what a call from the heroic carry. They're going to get this tournament.
That could have been the game just being over for Heroic. Instead, they've given themselves the lead in a game 3.
Such a difficult call to make, and they played it perfectly. And this black hole, that's as much as you can get there, right? It goes off just long enough that you're able to secure that gyrocopter kill. That's what you want. You're going to have to pay some price to bring him down. But man, I was like, why is Yuma lingering here? There is nothing left to be done, but the Bane coming in with grip is just enough to give you confidence to go for this play, and nobody could cancel it.
Yeah, what happens if Miro was able to, if he had Burrow strike up to stop that Fiend's grip in the first place? It could have been such a different fight, but instead, Heroic, now they've got quite the lead. 2,000 net worth up. Schofield, he'll be picked off by BB Team, who were threatening the Roshan. Schofield got some information on that. Get it.
Looking for the glimpse.
Not quite.
I mean, they were threatening Roche, but this is a very slow Roche.
Yeah.
Again, they can't force the issue when they feel strong. That is the good news for Heroic. And man, Yuma is massive now. Level 18 on this Templar Assassin, 12 Deso charges. He gets this Daedalus, he is going to cook them in the fight. This lineup has a big weakness in it, which is the man fight potential, the ability to stand there and fight a BKB carry. The Gyro cannot deliver in that department for some time, which is why he desperately wants this Aegis right now.
It's slow, but BB Team confident that they could still win the fight. Oh no! What a fast reaction from King Jungles! Pulled back in, but he's completely went down on that Static Storm. Still though, wait, JPK's in trouble once again. Do we see this one before? But the Bushwhack saves him this time, and an epicenter demolishing Heroic right in the middle. Still though, Yuma had a chance, couldn't kill Miro. BKB TP out, Whisper dies as he gets run down. Same as Schofield. BB Team, they hit right back.
Saves Hoodwink is so goddamn good. It is ridiculous. He has delivered time and time again on this hero. He always finds the Bushwhack at the exact moment BBT needed in the fight. They get a swift Roshan into a team fight victory. The momentum swings back their way up 2K, and now this Gyro can take the fight to the Templar Assassin because he has 2 lives to do it. Ags online, Manta online, and then Ags delivered for the Queen of Pain. That will be GPK's item of choice to try and scale into this one. Could be pretty nasty against this lineup that's already a little clunky and doesn't have that much mobility along all 3 other cores. You get hit by these daggers, it's just going to kite you out. It's going to make your life miserable. You're going to be stuck in the sandstorm. This team fight is not getting easier for you right now. Do you have a black hole available? Go for a quick solo pickoff.
I mean, the Sand King is everything to BB Team. So when he's dead for this 45 seconds, it does give Heroic free reign.
Nice find. Absolutely drop this Enigma ultimate to take a core off the map. That's a lot of time to recover, get the farm back up. But I will say Analog's road ahead of him looks difficult. I mean, this Dragon Knight 1-4 start. He went the Mage Slayer, didn't get the team fight victories out of it. Yeah. Now this item feels like he should have gone for something that's going to scale a bit harder. Very tough position for him to be in. He's just going to have to play on the front line, use his strength and tankiness to deliver a teamfight victory for Heroic while Yuma cleans him up with the damage.
Do you think that that the Dragon Knight's lack of scale right now is why the game favors BB Team so much? I mean, they've given it a 70-30 matchup. Well, why do you think that is?
Their cores are out ahead, and they're going to be able to kite the Dragon Knight out. The Dragon Knight's not delivering enough damage. This Dawnbreaker's not delivering enough damage. They have some decent sustain, but BB can push through that, as we've seen, especially Queen of Pain with an Axe build. She delivers a lot of sustained damage over the course of a long fight.
That's why Heroic have put so much effort into killing this Quav at the start of every fight. But that last bushwhack
was
saved
so nasty.
GPK's game, though caught out by the Fiend's Grip here.
Beautiful catch. Heroic finding some openings on this map right now. This Aegis period has not been clean for BB. In fact, I think they're losing net worth lead. The solo ultimate pickoff game between these two supports is amazing if you can just continue to do it. There's nothing global to bail you out. There is no Dawnbreaker ult. There is no global silence. Found some big ones here. And Yuma's been involved every time, which is the one hero that's continuing to scale and power up for Heroic. Level 20 now in this Templar Assassin. It's about to finish Daedalus. Continuing to find the Deso charges. It'll be a fast butterfly for Pure. Try and bring some evasion to the field against this TA, who's not going to have MKB for a while. Would be a really nice timing to get it online. You combine that with a Satanic later, you're going to be very tanky. But Heroic definitely recovered this period. I thought this was going to be a lot worse for them. Instead, they just took the lead. They found two big pickoffs. You're almost doing Enigma BKB here.
That's crazy. They have nothing to stop that.
Nope, it is a free Enigma BKB black hole game, and that is the terrifying part of this pick. I think KJ has itemized absolutely correctly. You could have gone for some auras. You could have, tried to build a pipe or something. No, just go BKB Blake, get in there, and deal the damage. If you're in a situation where you can black hole the Queen of Pain or the Gyrocopter, that can just be the team fight over. Yeah. You're taking so much damage out of BB's lineup, which is another reason why they have to continue to scale 3 cores here. You are up against some very strong debuff piercing ultimates between the Bane and the Enigma. You cannot rely on one hero to be the say-all, be-it-all. You need to get in there with everybody and deal damage across the board.
BB Team, with less than a minute left on this Aegis, want to take the tier 2 top, completed a butterfly. A lot of timings coming together here. And Pure likely to just brute force it. Level 20 as well.
You have to get something out of this Aegis. You have lost around 4 or 5K net worth lead.
It'll also be the Wisdom Shrine.
Another big one.
See, Whisper, he's going to try and stop Miro on the other side, but Miro gets there first. And that means they're going to chase after the Gyrocopter.
Unable to find the stun. Could have Solar Guardianed into that. That was a dangerous play for Pure.
That was.
KJ playing with fire on the back line here, just taking camps away, getting wards out.
Yeah, look at all the vision he's gotten down and placed that lane ward up top. Like, they know what the game plan is. KJ, he wants to just rat the map as much as possible, and he's doing a good job of it with his Eidolons.
Yeah,
the wards enable that.
I mean, this is an impactful 0-8 Enigma. It does not feel like he's 0-8.
No, it doesn't.
You can also just potentially find a solo hero with Black Hole into Solar Guardian. Like, that is enough damage to bring some of the heroes down in this game.
He commits for the Courier.
That's the Gyro Courier.
Got off the shield. That means Pure will still have a TP scroll if that Courier can get to him. Who are currently smoke wrapping through triangle, getting deep into Heroic side of the map, and wrapping into Yuma. Yuma see him? Right past him. He blinks away. Instead, they get the Bane. Even getting the BKB out of the Templar Assassin would have been a small win, but smaller still is the life of Schofield.
Maybe they try and kick Analog out up here, but there's Radiant Vision up here. He can play it to the limit. And that was an amp damage Queen of Pain for GPK. That was something they wanted to turn into a team fight. Won't get it. We'll have to probably wait for this next Roshan if Heroic continue to dodge. Though there's the BKB for KJ. Their team fight's online. It looks scary, man. This black hole is going to be a big problem if you clump.
I think it's always scary when you have the rat combined with the clump punish, because you're so busy running around the map that sometimes, maybe discipline, it wavers a little bit and you don't maintain that positional, distance between each other to make sure you don't get black hole. You're so busy chasing after the Enigma or the Dragon Knight who are ratting you out that you may find yourself in a turnaround situation.
Or you
Heroic.
may not expect the move to come into you because you've been on the chase for so long. Now you are the chase.
And it's Katomi. Two-shot casually by Yuma. The rest of the smoke not revealed yet. Now it shows on a save. Save shoots himself down to the low ground, but revealed. The trees are taken away from him. All cover gone, and Yuma, a godlike spree for him and his Templar Assassin as they regain control.
Just feels like Heroic have a better read on this map right now. Yuma just playing out of his mind. A perfect game from him so far, 9-0. TA has an insane amount of Deso charges, an insane amount of damage, and if you give him an Aegis in this game, that was an important reason why BB took it away. You do not want to put Aegises on this Templar Assassin. That fight becomes impossible. Heroic just outmaneuvering him right now. They have found more pickoffs, they've gotten the lanes in better, they've got deeper vision, more information to play off of, and it kind of feels like they're outscaling him. Like, they have this Enigma backup, they have this Bane grip that can come out. I don't know what this Gyro is supposed to do in these late game fights against all these debuff Pure Scene ultimates. You can recover this Dragon Knight's game. It's not impossible. He already has that BKB done. He can build into some damage. You can get a Bloodthorn here. You can eventually get to Black Dragon if you want it. You can get a Mjolnir. Whatever your choice is, this DK is going to do some serious damage. There's a lot of pressure on BB to try and find something here in the next 5 or so minutes leading into this next Roshan. You have to execute, have to find a jump, have to make Heroic clump so your AoE can go to work. That's the best thing about your lineup.
Are they ever going to have anything that stops BKB TP out? At this rate, it feels like Heroic could do this indefinitely as long as they have the right vision to see the initiation coming. It feels like they could just keep splitting the map until they're finally ready to fight again.
Austin, this is Heroic. Heroic doesn't dodge you. Heroic fights you. Okay, if they're stronger, they're going to force the issue.
I guess the question remains, do they think they're stronger?
Oh, they're
trying to play Feroce right now. They know the exact timing of it thanks to the Templar Assassin innate.
Max respawn.
A double meld hit.
It's fast.
It's going to be so fast that BB team, even if they were to move right now, they wouldn't get there in time.
Such a big win. I mean, it's not just a win because you get an Aegis on a TA. It's a win because there was never a team fight around this point for BB. That is one of the places they could have gotten a clump out of Heroic, just naturally doing the Roshan. Their lineup could have punished that. That fight never happens. You missed that opportunity. Now that team fight's going to happen in terrain that is far better for Heroic to fight around.
I will say this, without a doubt, BB team just looked more scared. Right? They've clumped
you could feel
all the way. They're just 5-manning across the map non-stop. Heroic, they're playing with some risk, right? Their heroes are split up around the map, and as a result, the net worth that they pulled back into their favor has swung this win probability to almost an even game.
I will say Pure is hitting his power point, right? That Satanic's done. He has the butterfly. There is no evasion Pierce on this TA yet. You get some good evasion procs in that fight. You get a good Satanic off. You can live for a very long time here. You can maybe even survive some of those big ults coming out from the supports. But you're right, they're playing a little scared. I mean, there's a Tormentor sitting there right behind him. They're expecting the fight, but how long can you wait for this? Everybody waiting for the fight to come to them right now. This is what happens in a TI elimination game. You do not want to be the first to pull the trigger.
BB team, how long are you willing to sit here?
You got to just do this Tormentor, right? They're trying to bait it a little bit.
But what if Heroic never want to contest? What if they just want to farm?
This is where patience can be rewarded. They just walked over that Observer Ward, BB. They got information. That's what they wanted. They saw 2 cores up here. Can you get the jump?
A little bit out of sight. They spot Yuma. Yuma's right underneath the ward. Can Miro get this initiation? They've got to chain the stuns. Yuma's walking into them. Oh, wait! They make a little bit of a jump there, but this gives Yuma. They don't want to go after this Aegis hero. But
they want Analog.
That was your option. They go for Analog. The Mistburrow! And the BKB goes off from Analog. BB team, can they recover this? Instead, they find Schofield. But Dragon Knight, he jumps into the back line, and that gives the opening Whisper. Hit 3, a massive ultimate, and now a black hole! Side web over the top of Solar Guardian. That will
you so damn hard every time. The confident jump from Analog, knowing his team will back him up even with the BKB expiring. You have Aegis to play with. It let Yuma frontline. BB saw no good targets. They got pushed into a corner, and they had no answer for the team fight supremacy that was double Solar Guardian Black Hole. That ult from Whisper stunned everybody just on the edge. Heroic break this game open. They are going high ground. 11K gold lead, 2 minutes on the Aegis. No buyback available for this gyro for 40. This should be 1 lane, maybe 2, guaranteed. And a potential top 4 for the first time in Dota history for a South American squad.
The spirit of an entire region behind Heroic, and they're playing like it. They're playing with that aggression, with that fearlessness. And now they've got full, firm control over this game. 13,000 net worth lead, and an Aegis still for a minute and a half. A banner still for another push if they want to try for it. BB team, they push outside of the base. They find Schofield, something small to work with. Heroic, say you can have him.
Let's die back on the Bane. At least you get some time to regroup here. But how is the team fight getting better for you? That's the big question BB have yet to address. You can put your gyro on the front line. You can maybe just say, okay, we messed up that burrow strike. We lost a lot of the Sand King's damage, but there are BKBs on the side of Heroic. There's double Solar Guardian to help you sustain through it. And the Black Hole threat is just immense right now. You don't have a clear answer to it. You can sense the frustration. You can sense the dire situation BB are in right now. This is just a nasty fight. If the TA isn't there with Aegis, that's a very different story, right? That ward was extremely good. You had the angle, but you didn't want to jump him, and you can't blame him.
And then Analog gives the opening for Whisper, and both Pure and Katomi. Pure stuck in the Lotus pool. I didn't have a way out.
Just land a Black Hole on 3. Throw the other Guardian on top. That Lotus pool did him no favors. They just got stuck in it.
Whisper, over 5,000 damage being done. And he knows he might have just won the series for them.
So clutch.
Level 25 for Templar Assassin. Level 25 for the Dawnbreaker right around the corner.
Big talents. Absolutely massive talents. You're even going to have the level 18 on KJ for the level 3 Black Hole. That's a significant damage upgrade. And you have the Bloodthorn on the Dragon Knight. All the late game scaling coming in for Heroic ahead of BB. You still need BKB on the Queen of Pain here. You need Refresher on the Sand King. These are the biggest items that BB need right now. They're just getting to him a little slower. If that fight breaks out before you have double Epicenter, it looks near impossible. I mean, this could be a game where you might just have to go Divine Rapier on the gyro. Like, it doesn't feel great, but you are going to need some overwhelming punch in the fight. There's nowhere else it can come from.
BB team, they've had some crazy comebacks before in this international. Their backs are against the wall on this one, and it's beginning to show. Miro's failed jump on that burrow strike. The nerves are clearly playing a hand here in this game for BB team. The pressure cooker that is TI. You will not experience more intense situation as a Dota player than this.
You can't practice for it. You just have to hope that decades of experience go the distance when it matters most.
It's what it means to be clutch. You either got it or you don't.
There's
another tormentor for Heroic.
They're just getting so much right now. Analog's game completely recovered. Level 25 available for the Dawnbreaker and the TA.
Yuma runs right into Pure. Hello.
Not afraid at all. Some damage off that sharpshooter.
Yeah, he did get pretty low. And they will Solar Guardian just to make sure he does not get jumped in this instant. Miro trying to go for it, but a double BKBs, and he's met with a Dragon Tail, a Fade's Grip over the top, and once again, the initiation is denied.
That was bizarre. They just let him sleep there forever. I don't know if that was a bait or just, it was so janky, but BB fell for it. They ended up losing their Sand King, who was on his way to that refresher. They might have to take this fight without him. need to find something here. He has no buyback.
A quick pick off on Schofield would do wonder for them. They do have the Static Storm. There's no BKB, so Solar Guardian goes out. They've got the black hole. It's catching the gyrocopter. Sonic Wave trying to push away. Here with the Satanic. It's keeping himself up. 1 versus 4 for them all. Trying to take down one of these cores. He's fighting up against Analog, and he's getting the lifesteal to keep himself up. BB team on the edge, but they will hold off that fall just a little longer.
Dude, what a fight from Pure. He just gets in the middle of everybody with this Satanic Butterfly, gets a couple evasion procs. The Dragon got us isolated, couldn't put the damage into him. He survives, gets a massive Satanic off, and finally able to deliver a killing blow to Heroic in this team fight. That was a very bold fight to take, 4 on 5, without your biggest team fighter. Beautiful execution here. Sonic Wave lands exactly when you needed it on all 3 cores.
Look at
Push
Yuma
up.
Oh man, pushed up to that high ground. What can you do?
And the daggers are just flying from GPK the entire time. They took such good advantage of that Dragon Knight being isolated in the kinetic field Static Storm, pulling a team fight win out of nowhere. BB do it again, and they're gonna get Roche off this. This is gonna be another Aegis for Pure to play with. Refresher Shard in the pit, Banner in the pit, to take all of that away from Heroic. That would have been a game ender.
The game has slipped through Heroic's grasp.
They were in control. They were marching their way to victory. And now this is absolutely anybody's game.
They've got to claw it back.
I mean, is
but
this...
BB team, they've got the momentum now.
Is this divine territory for Pure? I ask it again. You have Aegis. You're getting close to that gold. You're running out of slots. This man has done it before at TI. It's not uncomfortable for him. And it might be what you need to win this game. Let's think it's Swift Blink.
A refresher for Miro. So if they can find that initiation, Pure will be able to jump right into it, as will the Disruptor potentially. Now that Burrow Strike, it's a lot more deadly if it's an Ag Static Storm over the top of it.
These are the opportunities BB need to win these fights. Didn't exist 4 or 5 minutes ago. They exist now. You have an opening. You can go in with this Burrow Strike and threaten any of these cores because that Ag Static Storm will be dropped on top. And there is no way to bail that hero out other than committing more with the Solar Guardians on top, with a black hole in the middle of everybody. It could work out for you. It could be an absolute disaster.
Yeah, the more you throw it at, the higher the risk is, right? Maybe that Solar Guardian doesn't save you. Maybe you're just running into that Static Storm, and BB team on the hunt. 3.5 minutes left on this Aegis. Sweeping across the map, keeping that same 5-man formation. They say, if we're gonna go down, we're gonna go down together.
And Pure, he disassembled that butterfly for Swift Blink. Felt like the MKB was incoming for Yuma, which would have been his next item, but he doesn't have it yet. Kind of interesting to give up that evasion. You do have 2 lives off the Aegis and that Satanic.
Especially since that evasion was entirely what saved him
in
that last engagement.
Absolutely did work. Look at this base ward right here. This is incredibly nasty if you get caught on it.
Something interesting to work with. You get a little information on the Dawnbreaker.
And keep in mind, 25 hit for GPK. That's a Sonic Wave damage upgrade. This thing's hitting for 900, and he's the one who got the Refresher Shard off the Roche. So it's going to be double 900 damage, pure damage Sonic Waves going into the fight, amped up even more. This is over 2,000 damage of Pure going into somebody. Somebody just has to take it.
Heroic have to get the jump. It's the only option, and Pure is going to put them in a very uncomfortable position. With the banner drop and a swift linking into the base.
You do not want to dive too deep, though. This is still a lineup that can
look at the cut. This is big. If they can manage to take away the mid creep wave as well, though that should be protected by BB team.
Kills that banner, though. That hurts a little bit if you're going to commit to the high ground push here. It's such a terrifying push. You don't know who has buyback available. And guess what? It's all 5 for Heroic. They all saved it up. This push is almost doomed to fail unless you execute out of your minds right now. Fortune favors the bold.
Will it favor him here? A bold move to go into the base, but they found the bushwhack into the epicenter initiation of Sonic Wave 1, and that's one down. Now they still
still have the Solar Guardian though, so it does trade off core for core with the buyback being used on the Dragonite. Heroic, they want to make the most of this situation. They got the control on the GPK, another Solar Guardian to finish him off. The Bushwhack comes the Templar Assassin FA, and GPK, he's away. Another Sonic Wave, and back in. A killer instinct for GPK, but it might just go awry here as a black hole. It catches Pure. Safe Whisper. Pure. Wait a minute, a Satanic. He stays alive, doesn't lose the Aegis just yet, but Analog, that's going to be a dieback for him. A Nightmare on the high ground. No, he's not going to make it. Stuck on the low ground and nothing on a Bushwhack. Save. Give him an opportunity. BB team still working with this Aegis. Do they go in? Do they go for the throat? 2 heroes dead, one of them with no buyback.
You use GPKs though, you all in here and you die. It's game. It's up to Pure. It's his call. It's his shot to take right now. 30 seconds on the Aegis. Another buyback from Heroic. They're down to 2. Whisper on that Dawnbreaker. Yuma on that TA. They somehow got Whisper out of that
Another
fight.
refresher. They may not see this coming. There's another black hole available. As you said, they all in. They got the Static Storm on a Pure.
But you can't go.
They can't. No. GPK. He does go. He does get that kill. He does force that buyback.
Where is it? Yuma, you have to pull the trigger. There it is.
KJ, this is an opportunity, a moment for greatness. Can he hit the black hole? That sets up everything for Heroic. God damn it, it's not enough. Pure hits the Satanic, and everything is wasted for Heroic.
How is he alive? He's just tanking
side blade after side blade, not enough to kill Miro and Pure. He can play it slow. He's got another Satanic coming up.
There's no way you back here, right? I mean, you have pushed this to the limit so far. You have another Satanic. You've gotten everything out of Heroic from 5 buybacks to none available. Black hole dropped. Refresher black hole dropped. There's nothing left in the tank. Pure makes the call. Divine Rapier, Swift Blink in. He's going for the throat. Going for the throne. He wants to deny a South American top 4.
And claim his own top 4. He made it to the final day of TI before. He's led a team to this victory before. He apologized to his team. He said, I'm sorry, but next time, I will carry you. And he does it. He takes his team.
Ебать! 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 Пюре, нахуй! Блять, гениально, нахуй! От Кинджанглиса было, блядь, рефрешер. Это было очень жестко. Но Гирыч, сука, захилился, блядь. Ёбаный нахуй. Хорош, мужики, хорош.
And they will find themselves victorious in a game 3 that seemed out of reach, denying South America that top 4 that has always eluded them. It was so close. If you execute one more team fight in that game, it is yours.
It was all it took, just one more fight. And South America, hearts bleeding right now. They've been here before. They've watched a team come so close to setting history. And Heroic regrets and redemption. The 2 sides of the coin in these matches. Overwhelming happiness for the win and unforgettable grief in the loss.
Man, what a series for these 2 teams. It's one of the most memorable BO3s I think we have seen at TI in a long time. So much on the line.
Пиздец, такие нервы, нахуй. Зачем было делать 3 карты?
Last fight, that base defense, you land the black hole of your dreams. You cannot ask for more, and it is not enough.
Let's talk to the man of the hour.
Ну, он выжил благодаря бабочке и тому, что он бил в сатанике.
Pure, I mean, what on earth was going through your head at the end of that game? You were locked in, making no mistakes. How do you stay focused in a moment like that?
I mean, I think I made quite a lot of mistakes, but we won in the end, guys. So happy about that.
You mentioned before in an interview for a different language yesterday that you feel like you haven't been playing your best this TI, but I think that game earned you a lot of redemption. That was some incredible moments. Do you feel like you've redeemed yourself?
Of course, guys, I think we disappoint you a lot, guys, with games against Falcons in the upper bracket, guys. But we gonna came back stronger, and we already show you, we have already shown you that we can win, and we're gonna try our best, and we're gonna be even stronger in the finals days and in the finals, guys.
All the way to the finals. That is a promise right there. I also want to ask you about your teammates as well, of course, because GPK, he has been pulling in some incredible moments. What's it been like playing with him as a teammate throughout this tournament?
I mean, he's crazy good. He's always been like that, like this last year, and I think he's performing as his best as always. So just pleased to play with him. You know, like it's good to have him in my team.
He has been fantastic. Last question from me then. Of course, we do say goodbye to the South Americans here, but as an incredible carry player yourself, how do you feel about how Yuma and the rest of Heroic played in that series?
He played good. I think he made a lot of progress like since last year, and he's playing really nice. I think he's a proper carry. He can win some tournaments maybe someday.
Maybe, but not today. Today is your day as you go through 2 top 4. Guys, give it up for Pure and BB Team!
What a series that we have been treated to here. It was elimination for BB Team or Heroic, and the way that this Game 3 played out, there was desperation from both sides. Everyone trying to do what they possibly can, and whilst Heroic might not go down in the history books for the highest placement of a South American team, they will definitely go down in histories with the play that they made, the series they gave for us, and of course that black hole towards the end there.
Oh my God.
Arena was on their feet for it.
That was genius, and the fact that it didn't work out. I just want to thank both of these teams for giving us the best series of the tournament so far in a tournament that has already been one of the hypest TIs ever. This was an incredible game of Dota and an incredible series. Just thank you. I feel like I can feel the energy in the arena right now.
Yeah, the person who delivered for
Почему
that
Ксион,
was, of course,
блядь?
KJ, and unfortunately with that loss, we do have to say
Ксион.
goodbye to him.
Почему
And the team
Ксион
of
так
Heroic.
высоко?
Yeah, thanks. I am here with KJ. KJ, you can hear the crowd's reaction. You guys played, in my opinion, and the crowd's opinion, and the panel's, the best Dota that we've seen in this tournament, the most exciting games. Did you guys have fun while you were here? It looked like you were having the time of your lives.
Yeah, it was pretty damn fun. Didn't explode the throne, but I was happy to play here and to show you guys that we are a world-class team. We are Brazilians, Peruvians, Nicaragua, but we are a world-class team. So if there was any doubt of that, we showed it, and we put up a fight.
You put up a hell of a fight, and I know you can hear the fans here, but there's a section of South American fans who've been going absolutely mad for you guys the whole time. Do you have anything you'd like to say to them specifically?
Thanks for cheering, everyone. Valeu pela torcida. Galera da Heroic aí muito animada, dá pra ouvir todo mundo lá de dentro. Muito feliz. It's you that's watching that makes this special. If it weren't for you, this would be very boring. It's just a game. But with you, it's a dream. It's everything. I love this shit. Let's go. Next year, you're gonna see me here. And I'm gonna win. You're gonna see me here. I'm coming back.
Holy shit! Thank you, KJ. That was perfect. Back to you guys.
Oh my goodness, I'm telling you, no one does it like Heroic, no one does it like KJ. While this man has been eliminated from TI, his dreams, they're still there. He's saying next year, of course, it's his year.
I mean, this has to be the most positive exit interview that I've seen. You know, him being hyped up, like being excited to be in the crowd, and also a big promise that he needs to fulfill. And I believe that they could do it because this team showed some extremely good performances. The crowd is definitely cheering for them, but also the way that they've been playing, it's just a chef's kiss. Every single time. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye, but I think they won a lot of hearts in the arena and whoever is watching on the broadcast.
100%.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe they didn't win this championship, but in every future tournament, I can guarantee you, this is going to be a fan favorite team now. Like, these guys, they clearly love the game so much. They're so fun to watch, and they're so likable.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah, you can't help but feel yourself cheering for that team.
почему?
Unfortunately, no longer here, but we are going to be looking at this game number 3 a little bit more,
Раз,
trying to
два,
break down what
три,
happened in
четыре,
that
пять,
earlier part and why we
шесть.
had such a close fight, why we had such an
7
amazing comeback from
прогнозов.
BB team, and it all started with that first Blood Winter.
I mean, the first blood was kind of like a really, really good outplay, a little bit of outplay here by Whisper. You can see
Ну
he's
да, да,
almost
понятно
gonna
почему.
hit level 2 soon, and he's going to use his slow to get to level 2 here, and Pure totally caught unexpected here. And he
Так тут даже
Dawn
меньше,
level 2 is
но
like one
ему,
of
видимо,
the
дали
biggest fight
очко.
here. And once again, because of that earlier kill, this happens, right? They get the dive. Pure doesn't have any more resources, and it was a really, really good read here by Whisper catching him, knowing that the only way he escapes here is TPing in the corner.
It was such a high skill game of Dota. Like, there's no world where you have to be playing against a very skilled opponent that is paying close
Нихуя,
attention
так
to your
мало.
levels, that you can make that play and find that opening. Like, a single creep and then using the resources to get that. Like, this was world-class Dota.
Yeah, I mean, this is why like you always hear like take the range creep, take the range creep. You're listening to the comms like in the lanes, the range creep matters a lot just because of situations like this, and that one kill actually snowballed the lane so much.
Yeah, it really did. Something, though, that we weren't really sure about is how Position 5 Enigma is going to fit into this meta. It's been out of the limelight for so long when it comes to competitive, but KJ put on an absolute beautiful shot.
Oh yeah, he has a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Look at this, position 5 Enigma, 5 minutes in, 6 about to spawn. So he's stacking 3 camps at the same time.
That is so hard to do,
yeah,
by the way.
it really is, and they're also trying to win this economy more. And look at what Save is doing a couple of minutes later, because a couple of minutes earlier, there was Enigma in the enemy triangle, putting down Center Ward, putting down Observer Ward on the hill, making sure that they are winning that economy war, making sure that there's going to be a lot of... And also another one, I just have to stop talking, because what he does here is he uses Midnight Pulse immediately, predicting that their save is going to be using Bushwhack, making sure that Yuma is not going to get stunned there and killed, and lands another good black hole. We saw multiple man black holes coming out from KJ, and I just became even a bigger fan after this one, and this guy is just amazing.
I think after watching this, I don't have any plans of going and playing Enigma in my pubs. Position 5, like the amount of stuff that you have to do to make it work, you have to be such a savant at the hero.
I mean, this is why the coach was so confident. He said King Jungle's Enigma is really, really good. Like, he knows every little bit of the hero, every inch, like in the early game, what he can do. Because this hero is so greedy, right? If you don't do enough in the early game, it's very difficult to have space for your hero to farm in the mid-late game.
Yeah, and then you start to wonder, when is he going to be able to have an impact in the team fights? When is he going to be able to start joining? But these teams started fighting early on, significantly earlier than what we've seen other teams start to do. It was around this 12-odd minute mark where it's like, yeah, everyone's coming together, and let's try and make some initiations. It still stacks.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, I think the second Dawnbreaker ulti, which I feel like...
Удивительный совершенно, да, потому что первую карту камбэкнули, много эмоций, все дела. Но что-то не пошло на второй, что-то не пошло на третий. Какие у тебя общие вообще впечатления от вчерашнего и какие уроки можно было вынести из них?
На самом деле, лейнинг у нас был очень плохой. Вчера против Falcon абсолютно все лайны были всегда проиграны. Будем исправлять. Если мы еще раз с ними встретимся, мы будем больше исправлять наш лейнинг.
Понял. Следующая катка у нас будет противостояние за выход в финал. Наверное, одно из самых интереснейших на этом турнире. Какие, по-твоему, шансы у ПВ? Веришь ли в них жестко или нет?
У пари Falcon сейчас будет?
Да.
Ну, мне кажется, у обеих команд есть там свои плейстайлы, свои такие чиз-герои и так далее. Я думаю, будет серия супер интересной. Отдам предпочтение, наверное, пари.
Сильно, сильно. Ну и твои ощущения от экстримов? Легкая будет, сложная, 2-1? Ну или как обычно с нервишками? С нервишками добавим или нет? Или все-таки можно почил?
Я бы сказал, там после групп-стейджа, когда мы выиграли пари 2-1, я бы сказал, что это фри. Но теперь я уже не знаю, очень сложно нам дается в последнее время Dota. Но хотелось бы надеяться на легкие игры, но мне кажется, что легкими они не будут.
Потому лично мне и нравится смотреть вашу Dota, потому что никаких легких игр, только бесконечное количество фана и эмоций. Слава фанатам, слава тем, кого...